Mecha battle starting from Gundam. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 994, The Battle Between Samurai and Warrior. The warring states Stray Gundam and the Star Genesis Strike Gundam rush towards each other at the same time, with their blades unsheathed and their fists at their waists. Bang! The double swords of the auxiliary arm collided fiercely with the dazzling iron fists, and the aftermath shattered all the rubble on the roof of the castle tower. With the cold light flashing, the double swords in his hands swept to the waist of the Star Genesis Gundam from left to right. Innocent. With the help of the force of the collision, the Star Genesis Strike Gundam retreated a few steps and barely avoided the sweep of the double swords. At the same time, it took another step forward and attacked with its fists, blasting away the double swords that were chopped down again. But two fists are no match for four hands. Facing the threat of the other two samurai swords, the Star Genesis Strike Gundam had no way to pursue and suppress the warring states Stray Gundam, and could only retreat helplessly. Don't even think about escaping. The warring states Stray Gundam would not let the Star Genesis Strike Gundam regroup. The four swords were swung one after another, and several streams of scarlet sword energy followed the pace of the Star Genesis Strike Gundam and chased after it. This kind of attack is useless to me. Ling Xi's hands moved quickly, and the Star Creation Strike Gundam moved sideways back and forth, shuttling through the swords and shadows. It seemed extremely dangerous, but it could safely avoid the sharp edge of the sword every time. Wow! This kid has grown up a little too fast, right? Yang Hui, who was sitting in the audience, couldn't help but sigh. Ling Xi's evasive action just now already had his shadow. He slightly sideways to avoid the attack of the sword. It seemed dangerous but very safe. This was done by relying on very delicate operations to dodge the opponent's attack with a minimum consumption and amplitude. It not only reduced the consumption of the machine and the pilot, but also gave the opponent an illusion that he was suppressed. Ling Xi certainly didn't have this ability before. This kind of delicate operation requires very high requirements. Even in the Promise Corps, which has a per capita B level, only a few people can do it. Of course, it doesn't mean that Ling Xi's strength exceeds that of most members of the Promise Corps. On the one hand, Ling Xi is only fighting against models instead of real battles, and he is only controlling models instead of real Ms. On the other hand, Ling Xi's opponent is only Nils Nelson, not a large number of enemies. The firepower he faces is not comparable to that of a real battlefield in terms of power and density. Even so, Ling Xi's growth rate is very fast. You should know that the original Ling Xi did not understand fine operation at all. His operation style tends to be open and close, showing boldness and straightforwardness. Now he has a trace of Yang Hui and can dodge the opponent's attack in the battle by fine operation. It can be seen that his growth rate. It seems that you really put a lot of pressure on him, Mr. Yang. Lar's vision is also unique, and he also saw the shadow of Yang Hui in Ling Xi. Lar knew that Ling Xi always regarded Yang Hui as a goal that must be surpassed, and he also heard that Ling Xi had lost many times to Yang Hui. Perhaps it was these failed experiences that made Ling Xi subconsciously imitate Yang Hui in the battle. Pressure is also motivation. Ryoji, without pressure, will just stand still. Yeah, that's right. The game continued. The Star Strike Gundam dodged back and forth in the stormy sword energy. At first, it was able to perfectly dodge the sword energy of the Sengoku Stray Gundam, but as its physical strength and energy were consumed, and as Nils Nelson's attacks became more and more sharp, it gradually became unable to perfectly dodge the sword energy attacks. It was either using Build Iron Fist to assist in defense or leaving shallow scars on its armor. Ryoji. This is not a solution. Irie Makoto reminded nervously. I know. The sweat on Ryoji's forehead was getting more and more. He was also looking for opportunities, but from the double sword style to the four sword style, the Sengoku Stray Gundam became a hedgehog. Even if he got close, he would be at a disadvantage. And Nils Nelson's killer move, particle power, was also a huge threat. It's useless. This is the four sword style that I have painstakingly studied. It is impossible to break through with just a pair of iron fists. Nils Nelson said excitedly, and at the same time he was looking forward to it, looking forward to Ling Xi bursting out with higher potential and completing a new breakthrough. Otherwise, it's hard to say. Watch. Ling Si was also stimulated by Nils Nelson's provocation, and was also inspired by his words. 2 fists are indeed no match for 4 hands, so I will add my legs. The Star-Build Strike Gundam stopped retreating and dodging, but raised a pair of build iron fists, and rushed forward to face the dense sword energy. Facing the incoming sword energy, the build iron fists were swung out one after another, blasting away all the sword energy in front, opening up a safe path for itself. It's useless. The Sengoku Stray Gundam and the Star-Build Strike Gundam collided again, and the double swords of the auxiliary arms confronted the build iron fists, and the double swords in the hands attacked the waist of the Star-Build Strike Gundam again. Nils Nielsen had already prepared for the Star-Build Strike Gundam to retreat again and launch his own pursuit, but the next second, his eyes suddenly widened. What? Star-Build Strike Gundam did not retreat as usual, but jumped up with its fists, swung away the double swords of its auxiliary arms, curled up its body, and then suddenly spread it out, and fiercely kicked the ground with its feet, accurately stepping on the double swords that attacked from both sides. The huge force pushed the double swords to the ground and inserted them into the roof of the castle tower. First 2. With Ryoji's shout, Build Iron Fist was raised high, fell down with a bang, and hit the side of the double swords at his feet, and the 2 samurai swords broke with a sound. Damn it! After losing 2 samurai swords, but there were still 2, Nils Nielsen gritted his teeth and controlled the Sengoku Stray Gundam to cut off the remaining double swords. Haha. Too slow. Ling Si laughed loudly, and controlled the Star-Build Strike Gundam to move aside. Build Iron Fist attacked again, breaking the 3rd katana. The 4th katana swept across, and the Star-Build Strike Gundam's elbows and knees closed at the same time, accurately clamping the katana, and finally a punch fell fiercely, destroying the last katana and completely destroying the 4-sword style of Sengoku Stray Gundam. Tisk. Then try this trick again. Particle power. Nils Nelson did not hesitate, and immediately controlled the Sengoku Stray Gundam to throw away the hilt in his hand. The ghost mask devices on his shoulders lit up their eyes, and the particles turned into a torrent. With a push of his palm, he intended to enter the arm of the Star-Build Strike Gundam. I've been on guard against this move of yours. Ryoji had been on guard against particle power. At the moment when his palm had not been pushed out, the Star-Build Strike Gundam retreated 2 steps and evacuated the effective range of particle power. However, crack what? Irie Makoto and Ryoji both widened their eyes, and the audience lost their voices for a moment, and the whole venue fell into silence. Although the Sengoku Stray Gundam had retreated a certain distance and had no contact with the Star-Build Strike Gundam at all, the arm of the Star-Build Strike Gundam was still shattered. Could it be? As an excellent model maker, Irie Makoto was also very perceptive and immediately thought of the ghost face device that had changed its appearance. That's right, the exposed particle power can no longer be used as a special move, so I specially enhanced the particle release ability of particle power, and its name is Particle Kigen Bullet. The left palm was retracted, and the right palm was pushed out rapidly. It was obvious that the released particles condensed into a Kigen Bullet, quickly approaching the Star-Build Strike Gundam. How could it be possible? How could it be possible with the preparations? The speed of the Kigen Bullet was not very fast, and the Star-Build Strike Gundam could easily dodge it, but when the Kigen Bullet missed the Star-Build Strike Gundam, the shoulder armor of the remaining arm was suddenly affected by the key force that had been rubbed, and it was broken. Could it be that this is also? Yes, the key force of Chinese martial arts is not that simple. Nils Nelson said confidently. As a samurai, he also studied Chinese martial arts. Although the Kigen Bullet seemed to be some distance away from the Star-Build Strike Gundam, the Palevsky particles that condensed the Kigen Bullet were advancing in a spiral shape. The rotation force of the Palevsky particles successfully simulated the rotation of the key force, and an invisible spiral force field was generated around the Kigen Bullet. Tisk. This is difficult now. Ling Si gritted his teeth and said, originally destroying the 4-sword style of the Sengoku Assassin Gundam, the Sengoku Assassin Gundam completely lost the means of long-range attack, but he didn't expect that he actually had such a move. Ryoji. I know. In this case, there is no way out. Let's go. Yes. At this point, Ryoji knew very well that they had no way out now. To climb over the mountain of Nils Nelson and Sengoku Stray Gundam, all they could do was to use their only remaining iron fist to blast a path. You haven't given up yet? You are indeed. Then, I will also respond to you with the greatest respect. Watch out! Particle Kigen Bullet. Feeling the fighting spirit of Ryuji and Iori Makoto, Nils Nelson naturally would not let them go and insult them, but tried his best, pushing out his palms continuously, and shooting Particle Kigen Bullet, one after another. Look at me smashing them all. Ha! Creation Iron Fist was swung out quickly, smashing the oncoming Kigen bullets one after another, and the Star Creation Strike Gundam strode towards the Sengoku Stray Gundam and came in front of it. It's over. Ryuji. Iori. Particle Power. Gentai Fist. Bang! The fists and palms collided, and the particles generated by each other exploded with violent aftermath, destroying the roof of the castle tower again. Crack! A shattering sound appeared, and the iron fist of the Star-Build Strike Gundam and the palm of the Sengoku Stray Gundam shattered at the same time and became shattered. It's over. Nils Nielsen had already begun to enjoy the joy of victory at this time. The arms of the Star-Build Strike Gundam were completely destroyed, while the Sengoku Stray Gundam still had one palm left. It's not over yet. Who knew that at this moment, the armor on the legs of the Star-Build Strike Gundam exploded, revealing the bones shining with brilliant blue light. What? Don't even think about it. Facing the high-raised kick, Nils Nielsen immediately controlled the right palm of the Sengoku Stray Gundam to meet it, and Particle Power was activated at the same time, colliding together, and the palm and leg were shattered at the same time. Watch this. Build Kick. The Star-Build Strike Gundam flew backwards in the air with the help of the Force, and used the nozzles all over its body to adjust its posture. Flames burst out from behind, and the huge thrust turned the Star-Build Strike Gundam into a falling meteor. Boom. Chapter 995, Unwise Choice. Who won? The smoke and dust obscured the situation in the arena, and no one knew the final result. Everyone was so nervous that they couldn't breathe. Soon, the smoke and dust dispersed, and the Star-Build Strike Gundam was left with only the torso lying on the broken roof, and the leg that was left with only the skeleton was stuck in the chest of Sengoku Stray Gundam. The battle is over. The winners are Iori Makoto and Ryuji. Oh! The audience burst into warm cheers again, celebrating the winner. As for the loser, Nils Nelson was not discouraged by his defeat, nor was he jealous of the cheers and applause dedicated to Iori Makoto and Ryuji. He just smiled bitterly and shook his head, and walked towards Iori Makoto and Ryuji. Iori Makoto and Ryuji also walked towards Nils Nelson with the joy of victory. I didn't expect to lose again. You are really amazing. Nils Nelson said. You are also very good. You almost lost. Ling Si also praised. This time he was really pushed to the point of desperation. Luck also played a big role in winning this battle, so Ling Si would naturally not be satisfied with such a victory. Let's fight again if there is a chance. I must defeat you completely. Ling Si invited him to fight. Nils Nelson was stunned for a moment, and smiled hotly. Of course, but next time, the winner will be me. Stop bragging. Ho ha ho ha. The three people's fists touched each other and made an agreement to fight again. Pa 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 pa. Pa 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 pa. Yang Hui and Wang took the lead to stand up and applaud the three outstanding teenagers below, followed by Iori Rinko, Kosaka China and Lao, and then the audience followed. Finally, the applause spread throughout the venue. The applause gathered together, enough to overturn the ceiling of the venue. A very exciting match. Yang Hui praised while clapping. Well, it was really exciting. Both sides showed their full strength and demonstrated their beliefs to the fullest. Wang also nodded in approval. To be honest, this game was indeed a surprise to her, much more interesting than Yang Hui accompanying her to wander around and see the scenery she had already seen. When watching this battle, even though Wang had been through many battles and had seen all kinds of storms, she still couldn't help but feel nervous and excited. Their strength is already the world's top, and it's normal for anyone to win or lose. It's just that this time, luck is on the side of Ling Si and Chang. Lar commented objectively. That's right, but Mr. Lar, don't forget that luck is also part of strength. Yang Hui teased. Ha ha ha, that's right. Lar was really happy. This year's Model Battle World Championship was completely different from previous ones. Not only did the official competition make major changes, greatly increasing the sense of participation and fun, the quality of the participating players was also very high, and a lot of fresh blood was added, which also added a lot of vitality to the Model Battle World Championship, which was slowly calming down and becoming a stagnant pool. Nils Nielsen, Masao Yasuka, Makoto Iori and Ryuji are all new players who are full of energy and strong. Their appearance makes the older generation of players more urgent and gives the new blood a goal to pursue. Lal dares to conclude that within 5 years, as long as these people do not give up, more and more outstanding teenagers will join the model battle, and the model battle world competition will become more and more exciting. But the next game. After seeing Makoto Irie, Ryoji and Nils Nielsen pack up their models and leave, the smile on his face disappeared, replaced by solemnity. He and Richard Fellini are old friends, and naturally understand his strength, but Elajokiainen. Lau always feels a kind of awkwardness from her, as if the other party does not like model battles, or even rejects model battles, and the operation also gives people a weird sense of unnaturalness. Mr. Yang Hui, that Elajokiainen. This battle. Fellini is in a bit of trouble. It depends on him whether he can get through it. Yang Hui interrupted Lar and said. He understood what Lar wanted to say, but there were some things that he didn't need to tell him. The following things were arranged. Just follow the script. However, although Yang Hui arranged it according to the script, he couldn't say what the result would be. Richard Fellini's model and strength had evolved. It was hard to say whether Elajokiainen could still defeat Richard Fellini, or... I understand. Lar nodded, understood what Yang Hui meant, and cheered for his old friend in his heart. Then the second game of the second round of the official elimination match began. Elajokiainen and Richard Fellini also walked onto the battle platform and placed their models in the preparation area. Come on, Fellini. Before leaving the court, Carola whispered to cheer for her boyfriend. After receiving it, Richard Fellini gave a thumbs up and returned a confident smile, then looked at Elajokiainen on the opposite side. Although I don't know who you are, let me take off your mask. Elajokiainen did not answer Richard Fellini, which made him a little embarrassed. Don't talk. Well, although you know that my image was not good before, I have changed now. Richard Fellini thought that the other party was a female player and hated his previous Batman character. Since the dialogue was skipped, let's use the battle to tell the other party what kind of man I am. Thinking of this, Richard Fellini put the new Phoenix Wing Gundam in the preparation area, and Elajokiainen also put down the Butterfly Shadow Cabalin calmly, waiting for the start of the game. Please set up the GP base. Begin to spread the Perovsky particles. Battlefield number 4, High Mountain. Please put the model. The battle begins. Yoshi. Looks like luck is on my side. As soon as it attacked, the new Phoenix Wing Gundam transformed, but not into bird form, but into a motorcycle form consisting of the head and wings separated from the main body. The new Phoenix Wing Gundam, which lost its wings, hung the beam rifle and beam buster cannon in its hands on both sides of the motorcycle, and rode the motorcycle wildly on the snow. Here we go, let's start. Riccardo Fellini's luck is indeed much better than that of Glico. If it is still a space venue, it may not be much better than Glico, but this time the venue is not only a mountainous area with complex terrain, but also icy and snowy weather, which made Riccardo Fellini immediately think of a way to deal with the transparent induction floating gun. Seeing the Butterfly Cabalin on the opposite side, with the light of Perovsky particles flashing around it, Richard Fellini immediately judged that the Butterfly Cabalin had released the transparent induction floater, so he immediately turned around and drove towards the valley behind him, with the scattered ice and snow behind him forming a layer of mist. As long as my speed is fast enough, your floater can't catch up with me. Richard Fellini said confidently. Ella, catch up. Kill him without leaving any room. Seeing that the new Phoenix Wing Gundam was about to disappear from sight, Ninebart immediately gave an order to Elajokiainen. Although Elajokiainen did not reply, she still did it. Although she was reluctant, she had no choice. But in the next moment, Richard Fellini smiled, Elajokiainen's eyes widened, and Ninebart's eyes were filled with anger. The transparent sensor floaters are indeed invisible, but they do exist. The Phoenix Wing Gundam riding a motorcycle is not only distanced from the transparent sensor floaters, but also stirred up a mist of flying snow. At the moment when the transparent sensor floaters rushed through the mist, Riccardo Fellini determined their approximate location. Without hesitation, the beam destroyer opened fire, and the thick beam torrent swept through, sweeping away all the transparent sensor floaters, and collapsing the mountain behind the Butterfly Shadow Cabalin. Yoshi. The only thing left is Ella. Release the remaining floaters and kill him. Elajokiainen came to his senses and did as he was told. Dozens of ordinary floaters were released, chasing after the Phoenix Wing Gundam, all the way into the narrow canyon. Unwise. Yang Hui and the audience shook his head. Ella Yukianin's operating level was indeed good, but his combat literacy and tactical planning were too poor. For weapons like floating guns, the wider the area and the more empty the space, the more powerful the deterrent power. In the narrow canyon, the flexibility of the floating gun was greatly restricted. It lost its flexibility and weirdness and was just a smaller target. As Yang Hui expected, after the butterfly Shadow Cabalin chased into the canyon with the floating gun, the new Phoenix Wing Gundam slowed down, allowing the butterfly Shadow Cabalin and the floating gun behind to catch up. The beam rifle and beam destroyer gun were removed, and the hatch of the Vulcan gun on the chest was opened. The dense and accurate shooting shot down one floating gun after another. After leaving the canyon, all the floating guns had been shot down. Moreover, one of the beams even hit the armor of the butterfly Shadow Cabalin, almost taking it away directly. Fellini. Kira stared at her boyfriend on the stage with her eyes fixed on him. Riccardo Fellini was not very good on weekdays, but on the stage of the model battle, his handsome posture and confident temperament deeply attracted her. "What are you doing, Ella?" Bart roared when he saw that the situation was not good. "Tisk, stop arguing, I know what to do." Ella Yukianin was also impatient. She was already upset because she was at a disadvantage, and there were people arguing around her, which affected her performance even more. "Damn it, Ella's materialization value is decreasing. Damn it, since you can't do it yourself, don't blame me." As soon as the voice fell, 9-bar directly forced the value of the materialization system to the highest, and then, "If you want to liberate, defeat him quickly." Ella Yukianin's vision began to become confused, and her brain was in pain like a needle. For a while, she was unable to operate the butterfly Shadow Kabini and fell into the snow. Dying Kabini has stopped. The audience was surprised. Yang Hui and Wang also frowned, but soon they relaxed. They guessed what happened. Riccardo Fellini in the game would not miss this opportunity. "In this case, I will win this battle." As soon as the voice fell, the beam rifle locked onto Dying Kabini and fired. Bang! The beam hit, splashing snowflakes and smoke all over the sky. Chapter 996, The Furious Ling Si. Swish! A figure quickly rushed out of the snow fog and smoke, flashed before Richard Fellini's eyes, and the hand holding the beam rifle left the body, with a red burn mark at the broken part. What? Richard Fellini was shocked, and the motorcycle components of the new Phoenix Gundam flew out. Richard Fellini turned around hurriedly while controlling the new Phoenix Wing Gundam, but just as the muzzle of the beam destroyer cannon was aimed at the butterfly Shadow Cabalin, the butterfly Shadow Cabalin disappeared again, and cut off the beam destroyer cannon in his hand in the moment of passing by. Although he didn't know what happened to the butterfly Shadow Cabalin, Richard Fellini knew that the current state of the butterfly Shadow Cabalin was definitely not normal, and immediately controlled the motorcycle components beside him to decompose, and turned back into wings and shields, and then used his flying ability to pull away and observe the changes of the butterfly Shadow Cabalin. But unfortunately, Riccardo Fellini reacted quickly, and the butterfly Shadow Cabalin was even faster. The wings and shield had just returned and had not yet been combined with the body, and the phantom flashed by and was cut in half again, exploding. Damn it! Then, the wings were gone, and the ability to fly was lost, but Riccardo Fellini's thoughts still did not change. He pulled away and observed the butterfly Shadow Cabalin, looking for flaws. But the new Phoenix Wing Gundam kicked the ground with both feet, and just after it left the ground not far, the butterfly Shadow Cabalin appeared behind it again and kicked the new Phoenix Wing Gundam back to the ground. Soon, the flashing phantom of the butterfly Shadow Cabalin kept going back and forth around the new Phoenix Wing Gundam, leaving glaring scars on the body of the new Phoenix Wing Gundam every time. After a while, the new Phoenix Wing Gundam was covered with scars and knelt on one knee in front of the butterfly Shadow Cabalin. The beam sword was knocked away as soon as it was taken out, and the Vulcan cannon on the chest was destroyed as soon as the hatch was opened. There was no way to resist except fists and feet. The butterfly Shadow Cabalin, on the other side, was unscathed except for the destroyed floating gun. She stood in front of the new Phoenix Wing Gundam with a spear in her hand, looking down at it, like a winner looking down on the loser. Kumai moves were completely seen through by the opponent. Is this the secret of her strength? But it's not over yet. The game is not over yet. With Riccardo Fellini's roar, the new Phoenix Wing Gundam suddenly raised its body and swung its remaining fist while leaping up. But unfortunately, the soft fist could not carry Riccardo Fellini's belief, nor could it cause any damage to the butterfly Shadow Cabalin. It was easily dodged sideways and then shot away. The new Phoenix Wing Gundam continued to lie in the snow in an embarrassed posture. Stop fighting. Fellini. You can't fight in this state. At this time, Kira connected the communication with the battle platform and persuaded Richard Fellini. At this point in the battle, the new Phoenix Wing Gundam had already lost, and there was no need to fight anymore, as long as Richard Fellini chose to admit defeat. But how could Richard Fellini, who had gone through one difficulty after another and came to this point, just admit defeat like this? His self-esteem, his pride, his beliefs, and his opponent and good friend who he had been looking forward to but had not been able to fight. Don't joke. How can I just run away with my tail between my legs? Accompanied by Richard Fellini's roar, the new Phoenix Wing Gundam used up its last strength and punched the Butterfly Shadow Kabini. However, this time, the Butterfly Shadow Kabini did not play with the new Phoenix Wing Gundam again, raised the spear, and fiercely stabbed it into the chest of the new Phoenix Wing Gundam. The winner is decided. Yang Hui said softly, and Wang nodded in agreement. What do you mean? Mr. Yang, Fellini hasn't given up yet. Lar expressed a different opinion, although he also supported Riccardo Fellini's choice to admit defeat and not to be stubborn. As an excellent opponent, it is a good quality to admit one's failure without being arrogant when winning or discouraged when losing. But Lara understood Riccardo Fellini's unwillingness, and knew that he still had a final plan. It is very likely that this game will end in a draw. Look at the position where Yang Kabini stabbed. Yang Hui said calmly. Chest, cockpit, but, as for the model, as long as it is not completely destroyed, the position of the cockpit is just. So this is just a game. This. The calm answer seemed to tell Lar a lot of things. He didn't understand, couldn't hear it at all, and couldn't understand it at all, but, at this moment, Lar seemed to know why Yang Hui was so powerful, and why he always regarded the model battle that they regarded his life as a game. Riccardo Fellini, who was off the field, made a desperate move. He walked forward with his new Phoenix Wing Gundam holding a spear, hugged Butterfly Shadow Kabini with his remaining hand, and activated the self-destruct system. He was unwilling to lose like this. Even if he had to sacrifice his favorite model, he would take the opponent away and make the game a draw. Now, his mind was filled with a belief of wanting to win, and he would not listen to the persuasion of others, except Kira. Come with me on the road, self-destruct with me, this is the Italian handsome guy's last performance. You coward. With a curse, Riccardo Fellini's finger stopped in front of the self-destruct activation button, and the distance between them was very close. Kira. Riccardo Fellini looked at Kira in shock as she walked towards him step by step from the player channel. What are you trying to show off? You want to self-destruct and die together with the opponent? Don't make me laugh. What are you fighting for? To win. Even if you lose today, as long as you can win tomorrow, it's fine. If you can't win tomorrow, then the day after tomorrow. Together with the new Phoenix Wing Gundam. The whole audience was silent, and Kira's scolding echoed in the venue, not only making the nervous audience smile with relief, but also making Riccardo Fellini give up the idea of self-destruction. Everyone present was a person who truly loved models, and models were the partners of model fighters. For the sake of a draw, to die together, and completely sacrificing the model that accompanied you, it was the most unworthy thing to do. Doing this is really not cool at all. Riccardo Fellini chose to give up. At this moment, his heart suddenly became clear. Although he was unwilling, he was relieved. But the next second, after the news of Riccardo Fellini's giving up was announced at the competition site, Yang Kabini did not stop before the battle system was closed. With a swipe of his spear, he threw the remains of the new Phoenix Wing Gundam to the ground, walked in front of him, and raised his spear high. Ella. What are you doing? The battle is already. 9 Bart was very satisfied with this battle. Ella Yukiatlin and Yang Kabalin won an overwhelming victory. In his opinion, such a victory would definitely attract Yang Hui's attention, but, looking down to the side, the system showed that Ella Yukiatlin's brain waves had dropped to a negligible level, over-increasing the power of the materialization system, making her consciousness. Yes, at this moment, Ella Yukiatlin had lost consciousness, and what was controlling her was only the materialization system, and Ella Yukiatlin's disgust with metal battles. So, the spear fell, fiercely inserted into the remains of the new Phoenix Wing Gundam, then raised it high and fell again. Stop it. Riccardo Fellini roared angrily as he watched his model being cruelly treated after admitting defeat. This was no longer a battle, but a cruel insult and destruction. At this moment, Yang Hui and the audience tapped on the pad, forcibly ending the battle that should have ended earlier. Mr. Yang. You knew it all along. Lao looked at Yang Hui in shock. Well, it's a script. The prince saves the out-of-control princess. Yang Hui said calmly. But Fellini. That's why I said. I feel a little sorry for him, and I will give him some compensation. Mr. Yang. You. Lao figured out the key. This was a game set by Yang Hui, not against Riccardo Fellini, but against eradicate. Yang Hui hoped that eradicate would create such a result, and then Prince Ryuji. Finally, let Ryuji defeat her. Riccardo Fellini was just an insignificant chess piece in this script. Did Fellini win? Yang Hui asked Lauer calmly. Lauer was speechless. That's right, Yang Hui said at the beginning that Riccardo Fellini had a chance to win. If he won, the script would not go on, and no other means would be used to reverse the result. Therefore, Yang Hui did not intervene in this battle. It was just because Riccardo Fellini lost, which was in line with the direction of the script. Then you should have ended earlier. If it ended earlier, would this scene happen? Yang Hui raised his lips and pointed to the sidelines. At this time, the sidelines also underwent a huge change. The battle system ended, the light of the Perovsky particles dissipated, and eradicate, who was standing in front of the battle platform, fell to the ground powerlessly because the battle ended and the materialization system was turned off. With a click, the crystal mask of the helmet shattered, revealing the true face of eradicate. Ryuji, who was furious and could not forgive eradicate, had already run over and just happened to see Eladukia's face, who was being helped up by 9 Bart. How could this happen? Eladukian had just regained consciousness and didn't know what had happened. It's you. Familiar voice, familiar face. Eladukian looked up at Ryuji, who was in disbelief, and read out his name, Ri-I-C. Aina, a pseudonym used by Eladukian. What are you doing here? Ryuji really couldn't imagine that the person who had just done all that cruel things was Eladukian. Although Eladukian didn't know what had just happened, she could feel Ryuji's anger and guessed that she must have done something too much. As well as her own deception, this guilt made it difficult for her to face Ryuji and Iori Makoto, who ran over with her. I'm asking you. What are you doing here? Aina. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 997, That Sacred and Sublime Light. You've got the wrong person. Her name is Ella, not Aina. 9 Bart said to Ling Si. Now he just wanted to take Eladukian away quickly. Not only was there a little commotion at the scene, but Eladukian's physical condition also needed rest. It doesn't matter what her name is. Ling Si cursed. It doesn't matter that you hide your identity as a contestant. But I tell you, you actually fought in that way. That's it. Before Ling Si could finish the last sentence, Yang Hui and Wang had already left the audience and walked out of the contestant channel. Seeing Yang Hui appear, 9 Bart was immediately delighted, and even the intention to take Eladukian away was not so urgent. In his opinion, Yang Hui must have come because of Eladukian's excellent performance. Isn't this his purpose? So, if you can seize the opportunity now and have a good contact with Yang Hui, Eladukian's physical condition will not be so important. Excuse me, Mr. Yang Hui, I am Yang Hui. Why are you here? Ling Si directly introduced 9 Bart's self-introduction and questioned Yang Hui. You made such a big fuss, how can I not come? Yang Hui laughed and shook his head, and ignored 9 Bart, the clown. How can you allow such a thing to happen? She is, but why not? Yang Hui asked Ling Si in return. What did you say? Ling Si questioned Yang Hui angrily. Did she cheat? Yang Hui pretended not to know that Eladukian cheated with a reification system, and asked Ling Si in return. Since there is no cheating, this game remains fair, why not allow it? Yang Hui continued to ask. But she. Everyone has their own fighting style and their own secrets. Ling Si, you can disagree with the other party's approach, But the other party did not cheat, so you have no right to question the fairness and effectiveness of my game. Yang Hui said to Ling Si seriously. I understand. Hearing this, Ling Si controlled his anger. It was not calmed down, but it was burning fiercely in his chest. Seeing Ling Si walking towards Arakuma like a volcano about to erupt, Yang Hui whispered to Ling Si when he passed by, "Sometimes, seeing is not necessarily believing." This sentence made Ling Si stunned for a moment. He looked at Yang Hui. Seeing that he nodded to him, he suppressed the anger that was about to erupt towards Arakuma again, and said to Arakuma condescendingly, "I cannot agree with your fight. I don't know what you are still hiding, but, in the next game, you will be my opponent. I will use my way to make you say everything. Tell you that all this is wrong." After that, Ling Si left. Iri Makoto stood there, looked at Arakuma, then looked at Yang Hui, and finally, chose to catch up with Ling Si. Yang Hui, thank you very much. I am. You can go too. Yang Hui said to Nine Bart without even looking at him. There was a hint of coldness in his calm tone. This contestant Arakuma is not in good condition and needs to rest. As the organizer of the world competition, no player is allowed to be unable to participate due to physical reasons. Do you understand this? I understand. I will take good care of Ella. Goodbye. Yang Hui's words, in the ears of other audiences and players, were to maintain the face of the organizer and to express the organizer's care and concern for the players. But Nine Bart was a smart man. He knew very well that Yang Hui was telling him that Yang Hui was very clear about his thoughts and his actions, but he should not cross the bottom line. So Nine Bart quickly helped Arakuma leave the venue. The audience had no other comments on this matter. Yang Hui had just said that the model battle was free and fair. The opponent did not use any cheating methods, so the fairness and effectiveness of this game could be guaranteed. Even if someone doesn't like Arakuma's behavior and style, it doesn't affect the outcome of this battle. If you don't like him, then use your strength to defeat him. Then, Yang Hui walked towards Richard Fellini again. At this moment, Richard Fellini just stood in front of the battle platform, staring blankly at the new Phoenix Wing Gundam scattered all over the venue. Kira stood beside Richard Fellini, holding his hand, wanting to comfort him but not knowing how to comfort him. She knew very well what position the new Phoenix Wing Gundam occupied in her boyfriend's heart. Yang Hui took a look and didn't say anything. Instead, he jumped directly onto the battle platform and picked up the broken new Phoenix Wing Gundam bit by bit, without missing even a single fragment, and then walked to Richard Fellini and handed it to him. Yang Hui, Mr. Richard Fellini's eyes finally regained some spirit. This is your model, keep it. This game is exciting and you are also excellent. Keep it up. Yang Hui smiled and encouraged Richard Fellini. But Riccardo Fellini held back the tears in his eyes and did not take the new Phoenix Wing Gundam handed over by Yang Hui. Already. Your model is named Phoenix. Do you know what the biggest feature of Phoenix is? Yang Hui asked Riccardo Fellini. It is, reborn from the ashes. That's right, reborn from the ashes, getting stronger and stronger. This time, you lost, and the new Phoenix Wing Gundam was destroyed, but you are still here, it is still waiting to be reborn, waiting to become stronger and stronger with you, so, keep it, I look forward to you becoming stronger and stronger together. This sentence, like a heavy hammer, shattered Riccardo Fellini's confusion and loss, and made his eyes regain the color of confidence. Yes, this look, but it's not handsome at all. Riccardo Fellini carefully took the wreckage and fragments of the new Phoenix Wing Gundam, and murmured, I'm sorry, new Phoenix Wing Gundam, for making you look like this now, but don't worry, I won't give up, we will become stronger and stronger together. After the voice fell, Riccardo Fellini put away the new Phoenix Wing Gundam, and then apologized to Kira, I'm sorry for letting you see me in such a shameful state. Then you have to compensate me well, I almost wanted to change my boyfriend just now. Kira knew that ordinary nice words were not suitable for Riccardo Fellini. Ha. Can't you let me go for the sake of being a handsome guy? That won't work. In front of Mr. Yang Hui, you are not a handsome guy. Kira was teasing, but it was also the truth. After all, Yang Hui was really handsome, and when he helped Riccardo Fellini regain his confidence just now, he could no longer be described as handsome, but rather noble. However, Kira had no special feelings towards Yang Hui. On the one hand, she was self-aware. Every one of Yang Hui's wives was a goddess, and she was not qualified. On the other hand, Lux and Shirley were both Yang Hui's wives, and they gave her a lot of advice and help in her career, which made her respect them very much. This. I really can't refute it. Riccardo Fellini looked at Yang Hui and scratched his hair. Whether it was before or now, Yang Hui was indeed more handsome than him, and now he was indebted to Yang Hui. Then you should think about it carefully. Okay, I know. Since the sweet part is over, Fellini, isn't it time to respond to the audience? They have been waiting. At about the right time, Yang Hui teased. Oh, haha, of course. Don't look at me losing, I have a lot of fans. After saying that, Riccardo Fellini waved his hand in the direction of the audience with a smile, and also received a lot of greetings. Go to hell, Fellini. You scumbag don't deserve Kirara-chan. Give Kirara-chan back to us. You evil scumbag, you should be sentenced to death. Don't give me a chance. Otherwise I'll cut you off. Oh. Riccardo Fellini froze instantly. These greetings were too warm for him to handle. He could only look at Yang Hui pitifully and ask him for some advice. After all, Yang Hui had so many goddess wives, but no one scolded him. He must have some tricks. As a result, all he got in return was a helpless shrug and a playful smile. You are worthy of being Mr. Yang Hui. At this time, Tetsuya Yuki, who had already left the contestant area and met with Aaron Adams, shook his head and sighed. He was also furious at Ella Yukiinen's behavior. If the actions of the Renato brothers made him unhappy, then Ella Yukiinen's actions were like a volcanic eruption of anger. Originally, Yuki Tetsuya was going to go to Ella Yukiinen and say something harsh, but Aaron Adams stopped him in time. It was at this time that Yang Hui came on stage and explained. Then, seeing Yang Hui's actions and comforting the confused Riccardo Fellini, Yuki Tetsuya's heart rose with infinite respect, especially when Yang Hui jumped onto the platform and carefully packed up the new Phoenix Wing Gundam for Riccardo Fellini. The hunchback seemed to have turned into light, a sacred and noble light. The matter has been resolved satisfactorily, but I always feel that Mr. Yang Hui has ulterior motives. Aaron Adams always felt that all this was filled with an unnatural feeling. It doesn't matter. Even if Mr. Yang Hui has ulterior motives, it's a good thing. Yuki Tetsuya said confidently. The longer he was in contact with Yang Hui, the deeper his respect for him became, and he would never doubt that Yang Hui would do bad things. Okay, I understand. Aaron Adams had the same idea. He didn't think Yang Hui would do anything bad. He was just curious. Well, Aaron, let's go. The model is ready. Come on. Aaron Adams handed the new model to Yuki Tetsuya. Don't worry, I will do what Mr. Yang Hui said. If you don't agree, then let's tell him with a model battle. Before he finished speaking, Yuki Tetsuya's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Chapter 998 Correction is successful. Compare experience. The next match was a duel between the Renato brothers and the third generation celebrity, Yuki Tetsuya. The Renato brothers had a lot of support, but more people wanted Yuki Tetsuya to defeat the Renato brothers and eliminate them. After all, the practice of arranging tactics was not the mainstream of model battles, and using clever tactics to fight was not that exciting. In the eyes of many people, it was not as gorgeous and exciting as a head-on confrontation. However, the Renato brothers did not care about these malicious intentions at all. They had been in this style since they joined the model battle circle. They had long been accustomed to the disapproval and abuse of others. In their eyes, these malicious intentions were the incompetent rage of the weak. The Renato brothers also agreed with Yang Hui's words. If they didn't agree, then they would defeat them in a fair battle. Since they couldn't do it, then they would shut up. Now, in the eyes of the Renato brothers, there was only the third generation celebrity, Yuki Tetsuya, who was walking towards them. What they supported most was the second generation celebrity's sure-like attitude of constantly pursuing victory, rather than Yuki Tetsuya's soft style like playing house. Again, if you don't agree, then defeat him in the battle. There was no verbal communication between the two sides, nor was there any need for it. Yuki Tetsuya and the Renato brothers directly placed their models on the preparation platform and waited for the start of the game. That's it. The Renato brothers saw the model Yuki Tetsuya took out, and their pupils shrank, because it was not the amazing Jingbeofan that he had used before, but a model modified with a Gundam Mecha as the main body. Brother. I know. Execute tactic number 3, hold him back, and leave the rest to me. Okay. Yuki Tetsuya on the other side saw that the Renato brothers were no longer calm and confident, and he became nervous and solemn, with a smile on his lips. That's right, the Renato brothers like to arrange various exquisite tactics to win the game. Then, as the basis for arranging tactics, it is intelligence. Only by obtaining sufficient intelligence can targeted tactics be formulated. The reason why the Renato brothers are confident to face Yuki Tetsuya with tactics is because Yuki Tetsuya has exposed enough intelligence in the previous game. This is not Yuki Tetsuya's fault. After all, no one dared to hold back in the points race because of the intrusion of the Promised Legion. Naturally, the information on the amazing Gundam and Yuki Tetsuya could not be kept. But now, Yuki Tetsuya no longer used the amazing Gundam, but replaced it with a brand new model, the amazing Mecha, which was completely different from the amazing Gundam. Naturally, the information that the Renato brothers had collected before could no longer be used. Is this the Mecha Gundam? Can he adapt to this change? Lao, who was sitting in the audience, couldn't help but wonder in his heart. Although the amazing Gundam and the amazing Mecha have both undergone personalized transformations, they are still completely different styles of machines. The amazing Gundam is a fire assault machine that carries a variety of weapons for flexible transformation and combat, while the amazing Mecha is a combat assault machine. Although the transformation is also indispensable for rich armaments, from the appearance alone, it is basically a close combat weapon like the Seven Swords Mecha. The huge style change from the fire assault type to the combat assault type is not something that can be adapted to in a short time. Not only can it not enhance its own combat power, but it will also greatly reduce it. Similarly, in the VIP audience, the president of Team Vengeance brought his grandson to the box where Yang Hui was, and he had the same doubts in his heart. This is not difficult for Tetsuya, his foundation is very solid. Yang Hui said confidently. When he was in PPSE, there were many people who accompanied Yuki Tetsuya to practice model battles, but everyone was constantly training Yuki Tetsuya's foundation, and it was a comprehensive basic training. Of course, in Ms. driving, no one can become a hexagonal warrior, not even Yang Hui. The main focus is on medium-range high-speed mobile shooting battles, and combat battles and ultra-long-range sniping are supplementary. Except for medium-range high-speed mobile shooting battles, the others are not weak, but they are not top-notch. So Yuki Tetsuya is the same. Yuki Tetsuya's major is the same as Yang Hui, which is medium-range high-speed mobile shooting battles, but he focuses on the field of high-speed movement. That is to say, in the state of high-speed movement, whether it is shooting battles or combat battles, they are all areas he studies. In addition to a solid foundation, it is only in the field of model battles, so it will not be too difficult to change to another style. It seems that you have paid a lot of attention to him. The president smiled, hinting that PPSE was determined to win the championship of this world competition. It's not that we want to do anything, but Tetsuya's own efforts. In this case, we are also happy to help the juniors grow. Yang Hui shrugged. What he said was true. If it weren't for Yuki Tetsuya's desire to improve himself, and if he didn't ask anyone who was free to train with him, almost to the point of taking advantage of every opportunity, they would not take the initiative to help Yuki Tetsuya. Well, are you worthy of being called a celebrity? But, excuse me, Mr. Yang Hui, the celebrities of this generation are very different from the previous generation of celebrity. Everyone has their own personality. This thing cannot be forced. Just be yourself. There is no need to care too much about the title of celebrity. You are worthy of being called a celebrity. Be open-minded. Be open-minded, and you will feel a lot more relaxed. By the way, that 9 Bart. I am ready to cut off his financial support. The president answered seriously. On the one hand, this is what Yang Hui wanted him to do. On the other hand, he did not like 9 Bart, who only cared about money and might betray at any time. Wait until Ella's next game is over. No problem. Now watch the game carefully, Lucas, what's in your hand? While changing the subject, Yang Hui focused his attention on the hand of the child Lucas Nemesis. He noticed that the child had been holding a model in his hand since he entered the box. This is the model I made. Lucas Nemesis showed off to Yang Hui happily. Hey? You've started making your own model, let me see. Yang Hui carefully looked at the model in Lucas Nemesis's hand. It was a skeleton Gundam X1. The production level was actually very poor. Not only was the nozzle not repaired, but the assembly parts were not completely closed, not to mention other processes and modifications. However, it was made by a child, especially by a naughty child who used to have everything done for him. It was not bad. Not bad. Really? Lucas Nemesis asked expectantly. Well, at your age, it's not bad. Yet, how does it feel to do it yourself? Yang Hui asked Lucas Nemesis. Yet, very happy. I like it very much. Lucas Nemesis answered happily. He was really spoiled by his grandfather before. He didn't need to do anything by himself. Everything he wanted would be delivered to him, so he developed a bad habit of being enthusiastic for 3 minutes and would quickly lose enthusiasm for everything. But now, after being taught a lesson by Yang Hui, Lucas Nemesis also tried to make a model by himself. Although it was not very good, it was the first time that Lucas Nemesis made a model from start to finish with his own hands, which made him feel a sense of accomplishment he had never felt before. Really? Then keep going, do better, be better, with your own hands. Yang Hui touched Lucas Nemesis' head and encouraged him. Yes, I will. I will make even better models. When I grow up, I will participate in model battles. Participate in the World Model Battle Competition. And then win the trophy myself. Lucas Nemesis said confidently. Come on. The president on the side looked at the intimate communication between Yang Hui and his grandson, and a kind smile unconsciously appeared on his face. He did know that his unlimited doting in the past was wrong. Instead of satisfying all the requirements of his grandson, it is better to let him do it himself, so that he can reap the sense of accomplishment after success. After chatting for a while, the game below started. Lucas Nemesis' attention was attracted by the game again, and the president also found an opportunity to interrupt. Mr. Yang Hui is also an excellent educator. Not really, but he has more experience, more knowledge, and more knowledge. Experience, I am really ashamed. The president was a little ashamed. In his eyes, Yang Hui was only in his 30s, much younger than him, an old man. In terms of experience, he was confident that he was not inferior to Yang Hui, but he could not do what Yang Hui did, to correctly guide his grandson. And in the last match, the match between Riccardo Fellini and Elijah Kienan, the last scene, that encouragement, he thought he could not do it, and he would not do it. There's nothing to be ashamed of. What you see with your eyes is not necessarily true. Yang Hui shrugged his shoulders carefreely. Although he is only in his 30s now, his real age is several times that of the president, not to mention that he has experienced various life trajectories. In terms of experience alone, how can an old man who has only worked in the business world compare to Yang Hui? Not to mention, how many elite aces Yang Hui has personally brought out? Celebrity, Big Brother is in danger. Suddenly, Lucas Nemesis's exclamation interrupted the conversation between Yang Hui and the president, attracting their attention to the battle below. Haha, it seems that the third generation, celebrity, is in danger. The president teased. This kid actually made such a low-level mistake, but the response is not bad. I hope he won't be hit. Yang Hui looked at the embarrassed Amazing Exa and Yuki Tetsuya below, and laughed and shook his head. In the battle environment, Amazing Exa had been forced into a small shelter by the Renato brothers' Gym Sniper Mk9 and self-propelled turrets, and he had no idea that a crisis of destruction was about to befall him. Chapter 999, Hunter and Prey. The match between the third generation, celebrity, Tetsuya and the Bloodhound Renato brothers officially began. The battle system was activated, the pair of ski particles were scattered, and the battle site was randomly selected to the 7th map, City Ruins. Good luck. The Renato brothers saw that the map was very favorable to them and laughed happily again. On the one hand, the more complex the terrain, the more conducive it is to arrange tactics and traps. On the other hand, the model used by the Renato brothers is the Gym Sniper Mk9, which is a sniper-type body and needs commanding heights and bunkers. The more complex the environment, the more conducive it is for snipers to gather and hide. Act according to the predetermined plan. Understood. Because it is an individual competition, that is, a one-on-one battle, the direction of the opponent's attack must be the other end of the map directly in front of him, which also gave the Gym Sniper Mk9 an opportunity. After the attack, he immediately jumped onto the top of the mobile high-rise and hid. We have arrived at the designated location, brother. Release Hound number 1 and Hound number 2. Number 1 will go to K1 and wait. Number 2 will go to B3 to set traps. Understood. The backpack on the back of the GM Sniper Mk9 separated from the main body and then split into two parts. One part became the dog-shaped self-propelled turret that had appeared before, and the other part was a floating cabin. It relied on the floating maneuver to quietly leave in a different direction from the dog-shaped self-propelled turret. On the other side, after the attack, the amazing Angel of Power was in the center of the map, hiding behind a building, observing the situation around it. We have arrived at the designated location. Although Yuki Tetsuya did not like the Renato brothers, he would not underestimate them. None of the players who could kill to this point were easy to deal with, not to mention that this map was in their favor. It seems that it is right to prepare long-range beam sniper rifles in advance. These three positions around can provide sniper vision. Aaron Adams was fortunate that before the game started, they took into account that the opponent was a sniper model, and cautiously carried a long-range beam sniper rifle as a supplementary weapon. Otherwise, this battle would be really difficult to win. The three marked areas were immediately transmitted to Yuki Tetsuya, who took a look and immediately took countermeasures. Don't give the opponent time to formulate a strategy. I will force him to show up. As soon as the voice fell, the amazing Xer walked out of the building and fired at the three marked abandoned high-rise buildings close to the building. The fierce firepower immediately shattered the high-rise buildings of the three abandoned buildings, and billowing smoke rose. Tisk, they found us so quickly. Renato's brother, who was hiding on the roof of a high-rise building while controlling the GM Sniper Mk9, couldn't help but curse. Don't panic, this is just a diversionary shooting, don't pay attention to it, wait until the hounds are set up before we act. Compared to the impulsive younger brother, the elder brother was obviously much calmer and immediately saw through Yuki Tetsuya's intention. If it was just a competition of model performance, the GM Sniper Mk9, which did not rely entirely on the model performance, would definitely not be as good as the Amazing Angel, so they must not easily expose their positions before the trap was set. The battle situation fell into a stalemate for a while. Amazing Angel failed to force the GM Sniper Mk9 out and could only shoot and attack three high-rise buildings in succession. The GM Sniper Mk9 had been hiding behind the bunker and was unmoved by the attack of Amazing Angel until... There is no movement here, aren't they, in these three positions? Yuki Tetsuya frowned. This level of coercion could not force the GM Sniper Mk9 out, which made Yuki Tetsuya suspect that the GM Sniper Mk9 was not in these three positions at all, but was hiding in other places and preparing a full set to wait for him to take the bait. It seems very likely now. Tetsuya, be careful. Just as Amazing X stopped its diversionary shooting and prepared to move, a bright pink beam suddenly attacked from a tall building and hit the long-range beam sniper rifle in Amazing X directly. Found it. Chase. The opponent is a sniper. Once the opponent's position is found, it is necessary to pursue him immediately, otherwise it will be even more difficult to find him if he moves his position and hides. So Yuki Tetsuya immediately made a judgment and charged towards the building where the GM Sniper Mk9 was located. Tetsuya, be careful of the opponent's self-propelled turret. Understood. Sure enough, flying in the air, raising the shield to block a sniper shot from the GM Sniper Mk9, and immediately made an evasive move, avoiding snipers from different directions, and the sneak attack of the self-propelled turret failed. Tisk, I knew this trick wouldn't work on him. Renato's younger brother said unhappily, and immediately controlled the GM Sniper Mk9 to move and jumped off the building. Don't panic, the Hound II has been set up, lead him over. Understood. After hearing his brother's instructions, Renato's heart was much more stable. The stage had been set up, and all that was left was to force the Respect Angel into the trap they had prepared, and then wait for victory. After the GM Sniper Mk9 jumped off the tall building, it formed an angle with the dog-type self-propelled turret, constantly pressing the path of the Amazing Angel, forcing the Amazing Angel to move in the direction it wanted. Facing the attack from two directions, Yuki Tetsuya could not find a suitable opportunity to launch a counterattack for a while, and could only rush into a street to avoid the attack. Unexpectedly, when he just entered the street, he broke through the wire that had been arranged. The moment the wire was torn off, the bombs ambushed in the entire street exploded at the same time, and the fire and smoke instantly filled the entire street, and also swallowed the Amazing Angel. But this level of explosion could not cause effective damage to the Amazing Angel, and it was easily rushed out. After rushing out of the range of the explosion, the situation of the Amazing Angel did not improve at all. It was constantly forced by the GM Sniper Mk9 and the dog-type self-propelled turret. It moved back and forth in the ruins. If it was not careful, it would fall into the trap and be swallowed by the flames of the explosion. Tisk, the rhythm is controlled by the opponent. Yuki Tetsuya gritted his teeth. The spy on the opponent was indeed not an ordinary person. Regardless of the method of setting traps, the coercive action of the two machines had already made him feel constrained. Tetsuya, go to the facility behind the ride and reorganize the situation. Aaron Adams immediately suggested. It seems that there is no way. Yuki Tetsuya accepted it happily. Now the most important thing is to regain the rhythm. Temporary retreat is the best choice. Moreover, retreating into the facility will greatly limit the opponent's numerical advantage. For Yuki Tetsuya, it is the best choice to reverse the advantage. But, after entering the ruins of the facility, the uneasiness lingering in his heart did not disappear. Maybe, the other side just wants us to come here. Yuki Tetsuya couldn't help but think. Judging from the other side's action pattern, before the tactical deployment is completed, the other side will try to avoid fighting as much as possible. After the tactical deployment is completed, it will launch a violent attack and guide the opponent into the abyss of failure. And now, not only was his retreat not pursued, but the other side did not chase him, which made Yuki Tetsuya realize that something was wrong. Spread the micro-detectors, and the GN particle detection system is fully activated. The situation is unclear, and Yuki Tetsuya dare not rush out of the bunker easily, but he can't hide in the ruins as a blind man, so he suddenly got an idea and spread out the micro-detectors he carried with him, and tried his best to detect the surrounding situation. On the other side, the GM Sniper Mk9 set up a sniper rifle on a nearby building, waiting for the amazing angel to show up, but other than that, it did not do nothing. The real killer move that determines the outcome has been activated. He's taking the bait, brother. Okay, send out the bloodhounds to conduct a time-stopping operation. Understood. The Hound II drone, which had been missing for a long time, finally slowly emerged from the bunker and quietly stopped beside the ruins of the facility where the amazing angel was hiding. The hatch opened, and one after another 144 Xeon model soldiers jumped out of the hatch and entered the ruins of the facility through the gap. This is Tetsuya. Something is coming. It's a soldier model. Sure enough. Yuki Tetsuya finally understood how Lu Wangdalera lost. The Renato brothers relied on these imperceptible soldier models to secretly install bombs at the joints of Lu Wangdalera's model, directly blowing up the joints of the model. Get out. But Aaron Adams was worried. He couldn't just sit there and wait for death, but the other party must be waiting for them at the door. It would be equally dangerous to rush out like this. There's no other way, let's go. Yuki Tetsuya made up his mind and controlled the amazing angel to rush out of the ruins of the facility. What? Were we discovered? The Renato brothers were also surprised that the other party had discovered the Bloodhound team in advance. However, Renato's younger brother quickly came to his senses and sniped to stop them. But Yuki Tetsuya was prepared to be sniped when he went out from the beginning. When he rushed out of the ruins of the facility, he protected his shield in front of him and successfully blocked the head-on attack. Found you. Amazing X raised his hand and shot, destroying the sniper rifle of the GM Sniper Mk9, successfully destroying its most powerful weapon. Damn it. Renato's younger brother roared, and immediately pulled out two beam pistols, retreating and fighting back, trying to force Amazing X back, but how could the already approaching Amazing X be so easy to force back? Amazing X touched his lower back during the charge, raised his hand and threw out two GN daggers, accurately hitting the two beam pistols in the hands of the GM Sniper Mk9. Damn it. Use the Hound Unit 1. I'm already doing it. Without a sniper rifle and a beam pistol, Renato's brother immediately controlled the surrounding dog-type self-propelled turrets to provide support, but the dog-type self-propelled turret that just ran over only fired one shot, and was avoided by the amazing Angel of Power, which suddenly stopped and kicked the surface of the building, rushing towards the dog-type self-propelled turret at an extremely fast speed. I've been waiting for this opportunity. With Yuki Tetsuya's shout, the amazing Angel of Power and the dog-type self-propelled turret passed by each other, and with a flash of cold light, the GN Destroyer sword folded in the right arm of the amazing Angel of Power popped out, and the dog-type self-propelled turret was smoothly cut in half. Chapter 1000. The second round ends. That's it. The sniper rifles and beam pistols of the GM Sniper Mk9 were all destroyed, the self-propelled turret was destroyed, and the conspiracy was cracked. Yuki Tetsuya already saw victory was imminent. However, as Amazing Exo was about to pick the fruits of victory with a sharp sword in hand, the GM Sniper Mk9 moved and disappeared in front of Amazing Exo in an instant. What? Feeling the crisis coming, Yuki Tetsuya subconsciously operated Amazing Exo to raise the two swords in front of him for defense. With a clang sound, sparks flew from the collision, and the GN sword in his left hand was knocked away. Amazing Exo suddenly took a few steps back and knelt on one knee. The GM Sniper Mk9 appeared behind Amazing Exo, holding a beam sword, looking down at Amazing Exo from a high position. This is exam system. Yuki Tetsuya judged the reason for the sudden increase in the opponent's output from the red camera. Of course, the killer move is saved for the last. This is a basic tactic. Go ahead. Although they were a little unwilling because Yuki Tetsuya's caution exposed the biggest trump card, the Renato brothers no longer cared. They activated the last trump card, so they naturally had to win this battle. In an instant, the GM Sniper Mk9 dual-wielded beam sword spun around the Amazing Angel of Exo, constantly leaving scars on the Amazing Angel of Exo. For a moment, everyone saw that this battle was the victory of the Renato brothers, an illusion. Aaron. I want to use that. Okay. Put on the Red Lotus. Angel of Exo. Transam. The beam sword of the GM Sniper Mk9 penetrated the chest of the Amazing Angel of Exo, but the penetrated Amazing Angel of Exo disappeared like a mirage. At the same time, a cold light flashed, and the right arm of the GM Sniper Mk9 was cut off at the root. What? This is. The Renato brothers were horrified and could not accept the change of the Jedi reversal for a while. Your GM can be equipped with a exam system, how can my Exo not have the Transam system? Yuki Tetsuya smiled calmly, and his hands quickly operated the Amazing Exo, dancing around the GM Sniper Mk9, until... I don't admit it. I will never admit it. Your soft way is actually a celebrity. With an unwilling roar, the GM Sniper Mk9 was chopped into pieces by the Amazing Exo and scattered on the platform, and the Renato brothers were defeated. The battle is over. The winner. Yuki Tetsuya. Oh. The audience cheered for Yuki Tetsuya, but Yuki Tetsuya smiled bitterly and shook his head. What? Are you not happy after winning? As Yuki Tetsuya's partner, Aaron Adams was naturally very happy, but looking at Yuki Tetsuya's appearance, he seemed not very satisfied. I was still careless. I didn't expect that the opponent still had a killer move like the exam system. I almost flipped over. Yuki Tetsuya said seriously. Yet, who would have thought that the other party actually had such a trump card? Aaron Adams nodded in agreement. His subjective impression of the Renato brothers made him think that the other party was playing a conspiracy, and the conspiracy would definitely be broken in the face of absolute strength. As a result, the other party not only had amazing basic strength, but also hid this killer. They almost lost, and Aaron Adams was really slapped in the face. Let's go back and get scolded. Aaron Adams' body was stiff, and his neck clicked and turned his head to look in the direction of the VIP audience. It's over. Sure enough, Aaron Adams, who had a vision of 5.2, saw Yang Hui waving at him. The expression on his face was not clear, but the black aura could be clearly felt from such a distance. This kid, if he didn't hide a trick, he would really lose. Yang Hui laughed and scolded. There were many loopholes in this battle, and many of them were mistakes that Yuki Tetsuya should not have made. It seems that Mr. Yang Hui has very high expectations for him. The president laughed, and he could hear a hint of disappointment. He also understood Yang Hui's expectations for the third generation of celebrities. After all, we practiced to make him, and only showing this little bit of results is a waste of our time. Yang Hui teased. That makes sense. Well, there's nothing to watch in today's game. I'm leaving first. Yang Hui said to the president. The last game of the second round was between veteran John Els Mackenzie and Ricardo Fellini's teammate Scott. The two were evenly matched in terms of strength. Veteran John Els Mackenzie had much more experience in fighting than Scott. Scott's defeat was foreseeable, and the fight between the two would not be more exciting than the previous game. It didn't matter whether they watched it or not. Then I'll take my leave first, Mr. Yang Hui. The president said goodbye to Yang Hui with his grandson Lucas Nemesis. Since Yang Hui was leaving, they naturally wouldn't stay in this box. Even if they wanted to watch the last game, they had to go back to their box. Horizontal ellipsis. Makoto, what is that Trans-M system? Ryuji asked Irie Makoto after watching the match. He had never known about it in depth, and he didn't like watching those movies and TV shows, but since Tetsuya Yuki used such a powerful thing, he had to ask clearly. Ryuji was originally in a bad mood and didn't plan to watch the next match, but when he thought that this match was Tetsuya Yuki's match, he patiently watched it under Irie Makoto's persuasion. You don't know if you don't watch it, but you will be interested after watching it, especially the killer move that Tetsuya Yuki used at the end, the Trans-M system. The Trans-M system comes from Gundam. It releases the high-concentration compressed particles in the solar furnace at a rate several times higher than the original supply, and obtains 3 times the mobility in a short period of time. However, after using it, the performance of the machine will be greatly reduced because the machine needs to regenerate particles. In other words, it's a special move. Ryuji could understand every word in the first long string, but he couldn't understand it when it was connected together, but he still understood the general meaning. It is a means of burst, and it is a special move that can only be used when defeating the enemy. Yes. Irie Makoto nodded. That's really interesting, Makoto. If it weren't for this match, we wouldn't have known that he had this trick. Yes, but don't worry, we also have the RG system. That's right, we'll use the RG system to defeat him when the time comes. But Ryuji. Miss Ella. Irie Makoto was a little worried. Although the contact was brief, Irie Makoto could feel that Ella Yukinen was not a bad person. That behavior should not be her intention. There must be some hidden secret. Don't say it, Makoto. Ryuji interrupted Irie Makoto, clenched his fists and said firmly, no matter what's wrong with her, I will use my fists to make her explain what happened. Yes, I know. Seeing Ryuji say this, Irie Makoto was relieved. Let's go. Hey, you don't want to watch the next game. I don't want to watch it. No matter who wins, they are no match for that guy. Ryuji was not very interested in watching the game. If it weren't for Yuki Tetsuya, he would have left after the second game of the second round. Moreover, he had seen the battles between John Els Mackenzie and Scott. It was not that Ryuji looked down on them. There was a clear gap between them and Yuki Tetsuya. No matter which of them advanced, they would not be Yuki Tetsuya's opponent. Since they would not be his opponent, there was no need to continue to pay attention. Okay. Although Irie Makoto was interested in the last game, he lost interest when he thought that he still had to repair the Star-Build Strike Gundam, and followed Ryuji back to the player's village. In the fourth game of the second round, as Yang Hui expected, the veteran John Els Mackenzie defeated Scott after a hard fight and got the qualification to advance, but that night, John Els Mackenzie met Lar while running at night. He wanted to chat for a while, but he suddenly had a heart attack and fell down. He was immediately sent to the hospital. On the next day of rest, John Els Mackenzie's grandson Julian Mackenzie came to the hospital near the venue in a panic. Grandpa. Are you okay? Julian. Lar, who was accompanying him, was also surprised to see Julian coming. Captain? Long time no see, long time no greeting. Julian Mackenzie and Lal were old acquaintances, so they hurried to greet each other. Julian. John Ayres Mackenzie on the bed weakly called out to his grandson. Grandpa. Julian Mackenzie heard this and immediately ran to the bedside and squatted down. I'm sorry, I'm late. No. You came just in time. I'm sorry that you made a special trip. No, you look fine, I'm relieved. When Julian Mackenzie first received the call, he was really scared. After all, his grandfather was 78 years old, and every time he went to the hospital, it might not be a small matter. But now that he saw that his grandfather looked good, he was relieved. I saw on the news that you made it to the semifinals of the World Series. I've lived for 78 years, and this is the first time I have such an opportunity. However, my opponent in the next game is a celebrity. Celebrity? Has the person who inherited the title of celebrity for 3 generations appeared? Julian Mackenzie said in surprise. Yes, and his strength is far superior to mine. Ugh. John Els Mackenzie grabbed his chest painfully while speaking. Julian. I can't do it anymore. Don't say such discouraging words. I'll give it to you. Just as Julian Mackenzie was speaking with authority, John Els Mackenzie took a box from the side and handed it to Julian Mackenzie. You fight for me. Grandpa. I'm all ready. Julian Mackenzie was in a dilemma. He had already withdrawn from the model battle, and there was always a hurdle in his heart that he hadn't overcome, which was also the main reason for his withdrawal from the model battle. This is my last wish. Please. Julian. Fight for victory and honor for me, for the Mackenzie family. As if he had used up his last bit of strength, John Els Mackenzie sat up and pushed the box into Julian Mackenzie's arms, then fell on the hospital bed. Grandpa, Grandpa. Chapter 1001, Yasuko Masao wants to vent. Seeing John Els Mackenzie becoming weak, the doctor beside him hurried forward to give John Els Mackenzie a simple check, with a bad expression. The visit ends here, please let him have a good rest. Julian Mackenzie held the box in his hand and looked at John Els Mackenzie on the bed. It was not right to accept it, nor was it right to return it. Finally, he had no choice but to listen to the doctor's words and took the box handed to him by John Els Mackenzie and left the ward. However, when leaving the ward, Julian Mackenzie happened to meet Yang Hui, who came to visit. You are Mr. Yang Hui. Hello. Although Julian Mackenzie has left the model battle circle, he still needs to read the news. Even if he doesn't read all the news about the Model Battle World Championship, he still needs to know a little about other news, such as Yang Hui, the chairman of PPSC and the organizer of the Model World Championship. You are Julian Mackenzie? Yang Hui asked, pretending to recall. Yes, it's an honor to be remembered by you. Julian Mackenzie bowed slightly sincerely. Not to mention that he has now isolated himself from the Model Battle World Championship. A big man like Yang Hui would be excited to remember an unknown person like him. Haha, I still remember the first place in the Model Battle Academy and the most popular successor of the celebrity. Yang Hui said with a chuckle. I'm sorry, Mr. Yang Hui. Julian Mackenzie was very ashamed when he heard this. He didn't expect the other party to be so optimistic about him, but he left at that time. It doesn't matter. Everyone has their own choice. Whether it's celebrity or model battle, you don't need to feel guilty about anyone. Celebrity is just a title, it doesn't count. Yang Hui waved his hand, telling Julian Mackenzie not to care. Thank you very much. By the way, the current celebrity is also your junior, named Yuki Tetsuya. What? Tetsuya? Why? Julian Mackenzie couldn't understand. In his opinion, Yuki Tetsuya, who loves models and model battles more than anyone else and hopes to make more people fall in love with model battles through his own promotion, how could he accept the title of celebrity? That is the endorsement of Shura. If you pay more attention to the news, you will know. Yang Hui smiled and did not explain for Yuki Tetsuya. Is that a model in your hand? Yes, yes. Seeing Julian Mackenzie's entanglement, Yang Hui patted him on the shoulder and encouraged him. Come on, Tetsuya is very strong now. If you don't know, find out on the battle. Yes, I know, Mr. Yang Hui. Watching Yang Hui leave, Julian Mackenzie's entanglement became even more. Yang Hui brought Yulin to John Els Mackenzie's ward. Excuse me, old man. Oh. Mr. Yang Hui actually came to visit an old man like me. I'm flattered. John Els Mackenzie said in surprise. The old man is a contestant in the world competition. He is naturally concerned about his illness, but halfway through, Yang Hui glanced at the model magazine next to John Els Mackenzie, and saw John Els Mackenzie's ruddy face, even breathing, and the embarrassed expressions of him, Lal and the doctor, and smiled playfully. Ahem, this, that? I'm very sorry, Mr. Yang Hui, for worrying you. John Els Mackenzie knew that he could not hide it anymore, so he quickly sat up from the bed and apologized to Yang Hui. I just want to take this opportunity to let my grandson regain his love for model battles. John Els Mackenzie did feel uncomfortable in his heart last night, and he was not lying about this, but it was not that serious, and he would be fine after taking a pill. It was just that John Els Mackenzie thought of his grandson, Julian Mackenzie, a brilliant genius, who gave up his favorite model battle because of the scary title of celebrity, which made John Els Mackenzie worried. Therefore, John Els Mackenzie wanted to take this opportunity to let Julian Mackenzie regain his love for model battles, instead of living in confusion like now and burying his extraordinary talent. Okay, I understand, you just have a good rest, I know how to deal with other things. Yang Hui smiled and nodded. let Julian Mackenzie replace John Els Mackenzie to participate in the next game, Yang Hui had no objection. On the one hand, there was indeed such a rule in the rules of the game. If a contestant could not participate in the subsequent games due to force majeure, he could designate someone else to participate in the game instead. Although John Els Mackenzie was acting, he was 75 years old after all, and he must have physical problems. Even if Yang Hui did not allow it, the old man would go out and find a place to fall, and pretending to be sick would become real illness. On the other hand, John Els Mackenzie is indeed impossible to be the opponent of Yuki Tetsuya. Now it is the semifinals of the individual competition. If the opponent is killed instantly, the audience will not be happy. As the organizer of the competition, Yang Hui certainly does not want to see this happen. Although Julian Mackenzie has a 3-year gap, his skills and potential are worthy of recognition. As an opponent of Yuki Tetsuya, he may not be completely competent, but he is much better than John Els Mackenzie. Thank you very much, Mr. Yang Hui. John Els Mackenzie sincerely thanked him. No matter what the reason was, as long as he could help his grandson return to the circle of model battles, it would be enough. Then I will leave first, old man, no need to see you off. After leaving the ward, Yulin called and arranged everything without Yang Hui saying anything. You are becoming more and more competent. Yang Hui smiled and said gently. After all, I am your secretary. Yulin also responded to Yang Hui with a gentle smile. Horizontal ellipsis. On the other side, the sun was setting, and Julian Mackenzie was sitting on a bench facing the sunset, with a helpless look on his face. Too cunning, Grandpa, how can I refuse when you ask me for a favor like this? In fact, the moment Julian Mackenzie arrived at the ward, he saw that John Els Mackenzie was acting, but he didn't expose him, and even cooperated with the performance. But he really couldn't refuse John Els Mackenzie's request, especially when John Els Mackenzie threatened him with his own health. And the battle will start tomorrow, and I don't even know what model I will use. As he said this, Julian Mackenzie's eyes fell on the box that John Els Mackenzie handed him, and after a little hesitation, he picked it up and opened it. After opening it and seeing what the model inside was, Julian Mackenzie's expression froze. This model is, the red-painted Gundam F91 was a little shabby, but still in good condition. This is Julian Mackenzie's work 3 years ago. It was also with this model that Julian Mackenzie won all the first prizes in the Model Battle Academy, becoming the most popular successor of the celebrity, and Julian Mackenzie's most important partner. Back then, he left the Model Battle Circle, abandoned this model at home, and set out on his own to start a new life. But I didn't expect, after a detour, I still returned to the circle that I once loved and have not completely let go of. The companion who was abandoned by me once again returned to my hands and fought side by side with me. Gently stroking the Gundam F91 and his old friend, Julian Mackenzie smiled helplessly, put it away and left the hospital, thinking about finding some opponents near the contestant village to find the feeling of the past. But it was a little late, and there were few people hanging out outside at this time, and I really couldn't find a suitable opponent for a while. At this time, Shiban's Henshin, who had just returned to the player village, came back. Seeing Julian Mackenzie holding his model, sitting alone in the hall, he was at a loss. He also thought of something and walked up to ask, "Can't you find an opponent? Who are you?" Julian Mackenzie looked at the boy in front of him in confusion. He had some impression of him, but not much. "My name is Yasuka Henshin, and I am a top 16 player in the World Championship," Yasuka Henshin said, and at the same time took out his Demon King Skull Gundam. "If you don't mind, I can be your opponent." "Can I?" Julian Mackenzie confirmed happily. This is really a perfect match. He was struggling to find a suitable opponent, and the top 16 players in the World Championship came. This is the most suitable experience package. Opponent. Of course, I haven't played for a while, and I'm a little itchy. Yasuka Henshin agreed. After his game, he just watched the games of the qualified players and he was itching to play. Moreover, the road to pursue Miki-chan is long and arduous, and the frustrated Yasuka Masao also wants to find someone to vent. "Thank you for your help." But, as he said that, Yasuka Masao noticed the Gundam F91 in Julian Mackenzie's hand, and approached with a puzzled look. "What's wrong with this model? The joints seem to be worn out." "Because it has been used for a long time," Julian Mackenzie replied awkwardly, feeling a little ashamed of his model. "He will use it in the battle tomorrow, But he has not even done the simplest maintenance before he has to use it in the battle. Yasuko Masao didn't say anything about this explanation. Anyway, he was very confident. The world's top 16 is not a joke, and he is confident that if he hadn't met Ryuji and Iori Makoto in the first round, his ranking should be closer. So, arriving at the battle room, the two started the battle directly. It took less than 5 minutes for Yasuko Masao to go from full of confidence and a desire to vent, to solemnly preparing for battle, and then to kneeling down in disbelief and frustration. Chapter 1002, a world where only Masao Yasuko was injured. Nils Nielsen happened to pass by, and Caroline Yajima was called back to the company by her father. He finally had his freedom, and planned to exchange ideas with excellent model makers such as Iori Makoto, Yasuko Masao, and excellent model fighters such as Ling Si and Richard Fellini. As a result, on the way, he met Julian Mackenzie, who was leaving with a box. The other party greeted him friendly and left. Free battle. He looked up at the name of the room, and curiosity drove him to walk in, and then he saw Yasuko Masao sitting on the ground in frustration, and the parts of the Demon King Skull Gundam scattered on the platform. Although they looked scattered, Nils Nielsen was scared, because the Demon King Skull Gundam was only disassembled at the joints, and it was not directly destroyed. This is very difficult. After all, the opponent is Yasuko Masao, who is in the top 16 of this world competition, and his real strength is still above the top 16. Nils Nielsen needs to deal with him seriously. Facing Shinsei Yasuka, he was able to only remove the joints to make the model fall apart instead of destroying it directly. This required very delicate operations and a very high understanding of the model itself. Who could do this? Shinsei. What happened? Was it them? Nils Nielsen consciously classified the man he had just seen as one of the monsters of the Promise Caller. That man is too powerful. Shinsei Yasuka adjusted his mood, adjusted his head and stood up, and that model is also a monster level. Is it the blonde man? Nils Nielsen asked. Yes, it's him. He said his name is Julian and he uses the Gundam F91. Shinsei Yasuka nodded. Is he one of their people? Nils Nielsen asked. If so, that would be normal. Anyone from the Promise Corps could beat them one-on-one. I don't know, but I don't think so. Yasuko Masao also fell into thinking. Although Nils Nielsen's explanation was reasonable, he felt that Julian Mackenzie was not like that. And he heard from that person that he would participate in tomorrow's semifinals, but the Promise Corps would not participate. And, although the opponent was very powerful and easily dismantled his Demon King Skull Gundam, Yasuko Masao still felt that Julian Mackenzie was much worse than the Promise Caller. I don't think so. Yes. Yasuko Masao told Nils Nielsen his thoughts. Nils Nielsen also fell into deep thought. If you say so, then it shouldn't be. They won't participate in the competition. They don't have such bad taste. Yet, I think so too. Then, he should be a very powerful model fighter. I just don't know why he didn't participate in this world competition before. Everyone has their own reasons. That's right. Yasuko Masao didn't continue to dwell on Julian Mackenzie, and asked Nils Nielsen, by the way, Nils, why are you here? Where is the eldest daughter of the Yajima group? Oh. Nils Nielsen's mouth twitched. If possible, he didn't want to hear this question. On the other side, Yuki Tetsuya and Aaron Adams were still repairing the amazing Exa, and at the same time, they were looking for some more supplements. Tomorrow's opponent is John Ayres Mackenzie, not a very strong opponent. Congratulations in advance on advancing to the finals. Aaron Adams said to Yuki Tetsuya while working non-stop. Don't underestimate your opponent, Aaron. Didn't you get enough of a lesson from Director Luo and Director Katajiri yesterday? Oh. Aaron Adams recalled the lectures given by Luo and Billy Katajiri when he returned to the company yesterday. He shuddered and almost fell off his chair. But John Ayres Mackenzie, judging from his current information, is definitely not my opponent. As he spoke, Tetsuya Yuki retrieved John Ayres Mackenzie's information and match records and read them carefully. But he is, after all, a veteran who can fight against the second generation of celebrities. Although his operating level has declined severely due to his age, his valuable experience is also an extremely sharp weapon, and we don't know if he has prepared any trump cards. You're right. Aaron Adams agreed with Tetsuya Yuki. The Renato brothers had almost caused them to fail by hiding the exam system before, so even though John Ayres Mackenzie's strength was not as good as Tetsuya Yuki's, he couldn't be underestimated. Well, It seems that yesterday's lesson is still useful. Mr. Yang Hui. X2 turned his head to look at the door of the room and saw Yang Hui leaning against the door frame with a red booklet, with a playful smile on his face. Your opponent tomorrow has changed. The old man is not feeling well and cannot participate in the competition. Here is the information of the new opponent. Take it and have a look. Yang Hui handed the red booklet to Yuki Tetsuya and Aaron Adams and said. Yuki Tetsuya and Aaron Adams took it seriously and planned to read it carefully. Based on their understanding of Yang Hui, if it was not an opponent that needed attention, Yang Hui would not have personally delivered the information. And now, Yang Hui came in person, which means that this opponent needs Yuki Tetsuya's attention. Tomorrow's battle will definitely be fun for Yang Hui to watch. Turning to the first page and seeing the photo and the name on the first line of the player's profile, Yuki Tetsuya and Aaron Adams widened their eyes. It's him. Yes, the old man's grandson, Julian Mackenzie, Tetsuya, the senior you admired the most in the past. Yang Hui said with a joking smile. Tetsuya. Aaron Adams looked at Yuki Tetsuya with some concern. He knew something about the past and knew that Julian Mackenzie was the person Yuki Tetsuya admired the most during his time at the Model Battle Academy, and was also the goal he once pursued. Aaron, it looks like I have to sleep late tonight. Yuki Tetsuya said nervously. Yeah, I got it. Don't be so nervous. Yang Hui patted Yuki Tetsuya's shoulder and told him to relax a little. Don't forget that you are not the same person you used to be. Playing with us, after training for so long, if you still lose to him, that would be unacceptable. Mr. Yang Hui, you just said. Hey. I didn't say anything. I'm leaving first. Wait. Yuki Tetsuya kept his hand outstretched and became stiff. He didn't put down his hand until Yang Hui's back disappeared from his sight. Aaron. What? Mr. Yang Hui just said play, right? For some reason, Aaron Adams saw the black aura wrapped around Yuki Tetsuya and was choked. He immediately said, I didn't hear anything. Forget it, it's really play for them. Although Yuki Tetsuya was depressed, he had no choice but to accept it. So let's focus on completing the amazing Exa and then investigate his information. Well, let's do it. With pressure, Yuki Tetsuya and Aaron Adams also improved their efficiency. They quickly prepared the amazing Exa to the best condition and then began to investigate Julian Mackenzie's information. Julian Mackenzie is a top model fighter training institution that is difficult for even people with world-class strength to enter, the Model Battle Academy. He is the first graduate of the school who graduated first. He has genius production ability and is known as the person with the greatest hope of becoming the new celebrity. Yes, at that time I also thought he was the most suitable candidate for the third generation celebrity, but he suddenly left school and withdrew from the model battle stage. This genius returned to the arena after 3 years. Tetsuya, how many times did you fight him when you were in school? 7 times, 0 wins and 7 losses, never won. It's a bit tricky. He should have known your identity. Well, but I'm not the same person as before. In tomorrow's game, I will go all out and tell him what I think. Yuki Tetsuya said firmly. On the other side, in the room of the players' village, Nils Nielsen and Masao Yasuka also found Makoto Iori and Ryuji, and shared their previous experiences with him. Isn't this too miserable? There are actually other people who can destroy Masao's model like this. No, not destroy, but dismantle. Makoto Iori can feel the opponent's strength better than Ryuji. As a model maker, he is very sensitive to the degree of damage to the model. The joints of the Demon King Skull Gundam in front of him are not damaged at all, but there are some damages on the surface of the armor, but it is disassembled. How precise the operation and how much knowledge of the model can be done to do this? Who is he? Ryuji asked curiously. That person is Julian. He said he will play in the semifinals tomorrow. Masao Yasuka hugged his knees and fell on the bed, and the whole person fell into trough. He was frustrated in his relationship and thought he had found an object to vent his anger, but he didn't expect it to be a man-eating shark, which hit him again in the field where he was most confident. Semifinals? Isn't it that old man? Ryuji asked in confusion. I don't know, but he did say that. Regardless of whether you have it or not, if he's going to play in the semifinals, he'll be Yuki-senpai's opponent. Irie Makoto said. Well, as for that guy, it should be fine. He won't lose to someone of unknown origin, and he was halfway through, and Ryuji was about to say something but stopped, his fists unconsciously clenched. Ryuji. Iri Makoto was worried. The first game tomorrow was between them and Ella Yukinen, and he was worried about Ryuji's condition. Don't worry, Makoto. Gritting his teeth, Ryuji raised his head firmly and assured Iri Makoto, tomorrow we will definitely win, and then let her tell us in person what happened. Yes, Ryuji. Iri Makoto was infected by Ryuji's determination and nodded firmly in response. He also cared about Ella Yukinen and hoped to help her. Don't forget that I'm still here. Woo woo woo. Achievement achieved, a world where only Yasuka Masaki is injured. Chapter 1003 Intertwined Hearts. In the first match of the semifinals of the official knockout round, Vengeance Team, Ella Yukinen faced a combination of Iri Makoto and Ryuji. Everyone was looking forward to this match. Both sides were the dark horses of this world championship. Ella Yukinen easily entered the official knockout round with a killer move of transparent induction floating gun. In the previous round, she defeated the champion candidate Richard Fellini with a strong attitude. The combination of Iri Makoto and Ryuji also showed amazing strength, winning the second place in the points race. After entering the official knockout round, they encountered strong enemies in every game. In the exciting duel, they defeated their opponents and advanced to the semifinals. Moreover, there is an unusual relationship between Ella Yukinen and Ryuji. Everyone has foreseen that this match will be very exciting. Ryuji, are you ready? Iri Makoto asked with concern. Yes, I'm ready. Don't worry, I will definitely break the mask on her face. Ryuji raised his hand and clenched his fist, promising Iri Makoto. Then let's go. Yes. The two players began to enter the arena and came to the front of the battle platform. Neither side said much, but Ling Si keenly noticed that Ella was wearing a familiar necklace on her chest. Makoto. You. Ling Si turned his head and saw that the necklace he had given to Iri Makoto as a reward was gone, and the necklace Ella Yukinen was wearing was the necklace he had given her. I asked the squad leader to send it over. I'm sorry, Ling Si. Iri Makoto apologized awkwardly. After all, this was a gift from Ling Si. It was wrong to give it to someone else without saying hello to Ling Si. No, it's okay. Ling Si shook his head and didn't care. On the other side, Ella Yukinen didn't dare to face Ling Si, but under the coercion of 9 Bart, he could only stand opposite Ling Si. His resistance to model battles had reached its peak. Remember what I said, Ella? I know. The Star Creation Strike Gundam and the Butterfly Shadow Cabinet were in position, and the battle began. The Perovsky particles were scattered, and the random map was Psi-3 Forest. This game is a bit interesting, the grudges between the prince and the princess? When did you like this kind of bloody plot? Cruz folded his hands in front of his chest and leaned against the back of the sofa leisurely. When did you become interested in this kind of game? Yang Hui looked at Cruz with a surprised face and did not answer him. Others would come back to play when they were bored, but Cruz. After coming to this world, Yang Hui and Cruz have been in contact, but they have never met. If they hadn't kept in touch, Yang Hui would really worry that Cruz was hiding somewhere to plot something again. However, Yang Hui really wanted to complain about what Cruz had been doing. Cruz has been in contact with the gangs in secret, and even developed a large family with more than 100,000 subordinates. He likes to play the game of doing business and grabbing territory with those gangs when he has nothing to do. I am not suitable for a peaceful environment. I just like to see the degeneration of human nature, especially the one I control. This was Cruz's explanation at the beginning. What? Worried about his safety? Please, he is Cruz. Instead of worrying about his safety, it is better to worry about whether he will blow up the earth. Not interested, just tired of playing, tired of seeing everything I want to see, so I came back. Cruz shrugged indifferently. Where are your little brothers? Disbanded. Yang Hui's mouth twitched. When did the family-based gang say that it would be disbanded? Even if Cruz ordered it to disband, those little brothers who blindly worshipped Cruz would not agree, right? Anyway, I have given the order, and I have left. The rest is none of my business. Cruz spread his hands, very comfortable. But Yang Hui had a headache. Cruz was playing with fire and causing a fire and not putting it out. Don't worry, the things over there have been handled, and it will not affect the peace of this world. Cruz said jokingly, deliberately emphasizing the word peace. Cruz understood that this world for vacation was of great significance to Yang Hui and his friends. It was also the only paradise they had fought for a long time. They did not want it to be destroyed. Cruz also liked peace now, but liking it was one thing, and whether it was suitable was another. Cruz was indeed not suitable for this peaceful world. Seeing this kind of peace, he was itching to see how human nature would degenerate in a peaceful environment. I'll let Char go to confirm it. It was not that Yang Hui did not trust Cruz, but it was because he trusted him too much that he was worried. Whatever. Looking at Cruz's calm and indifferent look, Yang Hui also believed that Cruz had dealt with a tail. By the way, there is nothing valuable in this world, but these ideas are very interesting, Cruz said, looking at the butterfly shadow Kabini and the star creation strike Gundam below. Yes, although I didn't plan to do this at the beginning, these children's wonderful ideas are indeed very interesting. Yang Hui also agreed with Cruz's point of view. Although it was just a model and a game, many of the magic modifications of the model were very good designs, because most of these model fighters were wild, not bound by conventions, and their imaginations were unrestrained. Luo must be very happy. Needless to say, he has been excited for several years. As expected of him. Let's talk about you. Why did you come back? Yang Hui asked Cruz seriously. Based on his understanding of Cruz, it is impossible that he is tired of playing. Cruz's interest in the depravity of human nature is endless. Okay, I'll tell you. Cruz spread his hands. He hated the feeling of being seen through by others. Miss Wang told me that you are going to make a big surprise later. I don't want to miss it. I came back early to adjust my state. Hearing this, Yang Hui did not ask any more questions. This statement also made sense. Cruz did not want to fall out of the T0 level one day. By the way, you haven't answered me yet. When did you like this kind of bloody plot? Cruz's playful smile returned to his face and asked Yang Hui. Yang Hui, I really want to kill him, what should I do? Makoto, let's go. Yes. The duel below has begun. Under the pressure of 9 Bart, Eradicate released all the transparent induction floaters. But how could Irie Makoto, who had long expected that Dai and Kabini would have this trick, not prepare countermeasures? Irie Makoto's response was similar to but different from Riccardo Fellini's. Irie Makoto replaced the head Vulcan cannon of the Star Creation Strike Gundam with ammunition filled with special pigments, and fired in the forest. The special pigment spread with the explosion and attached to the transparent induction floaters. If you can see it, there's nothing to be afraid of. The opponent's most bizarre trick was cracked, and Ling Xi's confidence increased greatly. He controlled the Star Creation Strike Gundam to fire at full power. The beam rifle in his hand and the beam cannon on the backpack fired in succession, sweeping away the transparent induction floaters. But Butterfly Cabalin was not just a spectator. Taking advantage of this gap, Butterfly Cabalin had already approached the blind spot of the Star Creation Strike Gundam, and the long spear in his hand flashed with a deadly cold light. Oh no! When the Star Creation Strike Gundam turned around, it was too late, and he could only watch the cold light of the long spear approach him. It's over. 9 Bart was very excited to see this scene, because they were about to enter the finals. Entering the finals, Eradicate value would be higher, and he would have more confidence to contact Yang Hui. Unexpectedly, Eradicate saw the figure of Ling Xi on the Star Creation Strike Gundam, and subconsciously did not want to hurt Ling Xi. The tip of the spear deviated from the original trajectory and pierced into the thick land by brushing the Star Creation Strike Gundam. The value of the materialization system. 9 Bart looked at the rapidly declining value and thought of the results reported to him by the doctor yesterday. Eradicate body did not have any abnormalities, and the resistance psychology caused the value to drop. Thinking of the unusual relationship between Eradicate and Ling Xi, 9 Bart's expression twisted. Fight. Ella. Do you want to go back to your old life? As a result, the coercion that had been effective on Eradicate all along failed to bring about Eradicate actions. At this moment, if it weren't for this constraint, Eradicate would have already fled the competition scene. Tisk, women are trouble. Although he had been warned by Yang Hui before, 9 Bart was unwilling to sit and wait for death. He wanted to win this victory, and even win the final championship. Only in this way, even Yang Hui had to care about Eradicate influence. The output of the reification system was forced to increase again, and the pain in the brain once again swept Eradicate, and the Die Kabini in the field also shone with a strange orange glow. That's right. It's exactly the same as Mr. Fellini's time. No matter what tricks you use. Iri Makoto and Ryuji also noticed that Ella Yukiinen and Butterfly Shadow Cabalin were not right, and they immediately started to pull out their beam swords and slash back. Swish, the slash missed, and Butterfly Shadow Cabalin jumped lightly, letting the edge of the beam sword pass under her feet. The Star-Build Strike Gundam raised its gun at the same time and fired wildly at the Butterfly Shadow Cabalin above its head, but the opponent easily dodged it and fired back at the same time. Helplessly, the Star-Build Strike Gundam could only retreat temporarily. Ryuji wanted to retreat and reorganize the situation by relying on the complex terrain of the forest, but it actually went around to the front. Just after going around 2 corners, Iri Makoto and Ryuji were shocked to find that Butterfly Shadow Cabalin had gone around to the front of the Star-Build Strike Gundam without knowing when. Their actions were like actively bumping into the muzzle of the opponent's gun. Swish! A shot was stabbed out, hitting the beam rifle of the Star-Build Strike Gundam. Swish! With a backhanded sword, the 2 beam cannons on the backpack were also cut down at the same time. The impact of the explosion hit the back of the Star-Build Strike Gundam and knocked him to the ground. Butterfly Shadow Cabalin swooped down, and the long spear fell with a deadly breath. Swish! Under Lingxi's subconscious control, the Star-Build Strike Gundam raised its left hand and blocked the opponent's winning blow with its shield. But at this time, the Star-Build Strike Gundam had no means of resistance, and it was too late to even open the RG system, like a lamb to be slaughtered. Kill him! 9 Bart ordered excitedly. The long spear turned a circle in the hand of Butterfly Shadow Cabalin and stabbed down fiercely. Bang! Who knew that this attack also failed to directly win the victory? In the critical moment, the Star-Build Strike Gundam tightly grasped the tip of the long spear with both hands and resisted with all its strength, keeping the tip of the spear almost close to the center of the eyebrows. For a while, the 2 sides were deadlocked. The anxious 9 Bart continued to let Ella Yukiinen attack fiercely. Ella Yukiinen wanted to resist, but the reification system kept stinging her brain and driving her body to fight. Butterfly Shadow Kabini suddenly let go of the spear, raised her leg and kicked the Star Creation Strike Gundam out. Lingxi was naturally unwilling to admit defeat. Without guns and swords, he still had fists. However, the fists that he was proud of seemed so weak and powerless in front of Ella Yukiinen. The light fists and light dodging, one side was like a mad dog, and the other side was as elegant as a fairy. Finish him. Ella. No. Don't. She said the words of resistance while holding back the pain, but her body was still controlled by the reification system. Butterfly Shadow Kabini suddenly stopped dodging, tightly grasped the left fist of the Star Creation Strike Gundam, and then chopped off the left arm with a fierce hand knife. Ryuji was shocked and controlled the Star Creation Strike Gundam to retreat repeatedly. Butterfly Shadow Cabalin threw away the left arm in his hand casually, and the tail was raised. Dozens of visible floating cannons were released, surrounding the Star Creation Strike Gundam, leaving no gaps. Damn it! Faced with a desperate scene, Kosuke Tsunade called anxiously. Iri Makoto closed his eyes, and Ryuji roared in anger and unwillingness. No. At this moment, Ella Yukiinen's resistance was finally responded to. The necklace that Kosuke Tsunade gave her before the game burst into golden light. Ryuji's bracelet also burst into the same light. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. The 2 hearts intertwined together, telling each other's feelings. Save me. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1004, The Battle of Gradually Collapsed Style. Both sides of the battle platform shone with dazzling golden light at the same time, shocking everyone. What's going on with that light? The number of Perovsky particles has increased greatly. What is this? What kind of phenomenon is this? This light, is it the light of the mind? As for the source of the light, Lingxi stared blankly at his bracelet, unable to understand what was going on, and even less why he could hear other people's voices. This voice. Before Lingxi had time to think, his consciousness was pulled into a strange space. What on earth is this? It hurts. It feels like my head is going to split. I've had enough. I don't want to fight anymore. Just as Lingxi was thinking, He heard Elayukianen's voice again. He looked up and saw Elayukianen, wearing a special uniform and a helmet, squatting in front of him with her back to him. Were you forced to fight? Then why not just not fight? At this moment, after hearing Elayukianen's true intentions, Ling Si finally understood what Yang Hui meant by seeing is not necessarily believing, and also understood Elayukianen's true thoughts. No. As soon as the words of persuasion fell, Elayukianen firmly opposed, I don't have any relatives. If I don't fight, I can't survive. If I can't win, I will even lose my place to stay. The world is so big, there are places for you to stay everywhere. Huh? At this moment, Elayukianen finally raised his head and met Ling Si's eyes. I'm helpless here too. No, I know Yang Hui, but if he says that, he would probably just throw me back, right? So I'm helpless, but I've survived. At the same time, thinking about why he was able to survive in this world when Yang Hui didn't care about him, Ling Si made a suggestion to Elayukianen. By the way, why don't you come to Makoto's house? I'm also being taken care of by them, and 1 or 2 more people won't matter. Irie Makoto, thank you for listening to me, are you serious? Elayukianen asked fearfully. This completely unconvincing suggestion, completely unconvincing tone and attitude, gave her a glimmer of hope. I'm serious about everything, Ling Si answered as a matter of course. At this time, Elayukianen recalled her first meeting with Ling Si, every encounter with Ling Si, every minute and every second of getting along with him, chasing him all the way to grab a meat bun with her, standing up to protect herself, trying her best to win the game, restraining her shaking hands to assemble her first model, and dissatisfaction with herself. All the time, this boy who has no common sense, no emotional intelligence, and is straightforward, is serious about everything in the world, even if it is just a small thing. This is a light, a warm light, shining into her broken heart. Yes, you are just a fool, you are right. Under the light of hope, Elayukianen's headache is gone, and the sadness and resentment in her heart melt like ice and snow, turning into a gentle, relieved smile, returning to her face. It is also this relief that the communication between hearts ends. Both of them withdraw from the spiritual communication space and return to reality, but the hearts that have been intertwined can no longer be separated. Bang, bang, bang. The floating guns surrounding the star-built strike Gundam fell to the ground one after another, and the orange light on the butterfly caberlin faded. The value of the realization system has become 0. How could this happen? Bart looked at the value of the realization system, with an expression of disbelief on his face. He manually adjusted the output of the realization system to the highest level, and logically, he should have completely controlled Elayukianen. During the battle, the butterfly caberlin did not make any moves, and Ling Si, who knew Elayukianen's true feelings, did not take the opportunity to attack. I really can't do anything with you. If you have troubles, you should have said it early. You even have to hide your true identity. Who told you to always be so happy to have a model battle? If we fight, I will definitely win. Then it can't be the same as before. Elayukianen said in a low voice, her pretty face slightly red, and she lowered her head shyly. Huh? Of course I'm the winner, are you a fool? All the audience, equals. Is this, the so-called sincerity is the ultimate move? The kind that kills the opponent directly. Cruz stared with dead fish eyes. Well, this is very Ling Si, he is really an idiot. Yang Hui was stunned, but everything was so familiar. Elayukianen was really helpless, this idiot with no emotional intelligence, he was actually shy just now. ? And said so many affectionate words? Uncle can tolerate it, but Aunt can't. He took off his helmet in shame and anger and threw it aside. Who are you calling a fool? You are the fool. Butterfly Shadow Kabini also felt the anger of his master, rushed forward, punched the face of the Star Creation Strike Gundam, and blasted it away. What did you say? Ling Si still had no emotional intelligence, and it was impossible for him to stand and take a beating without fighting back. He controlled the Star-built Strike Gundam to counterattack and hit back with an uppercut. Then, the style of the whole battle began to move in a weird direction. Foolish. It doesn't hurt at all when you hit someone. The butterfly Shadow Caberlin jumped in front of the Star-built Strike Gundam. Elayukianen kept calling Ling Si a fool. It was not so much a provocation, as a spoiled and willful behavior. Ling Si on the opposite side completely ignored the second meaning and only felt insulted. The star-built strike Gundam also perfectly showed the emotions of its owner, clenching his fists and accumulating anger. Hey! I don't know who was crying like a baby just now. I didn't. Absolutely not. You did. I said I didn't. The audience, the audience shouted in their hearts, is this what we can watch for this little money? The battle had completely collapsed. Rather than calling it a battle, it was just a couple's quarrel. It was okay for the audience in pairs, as they could seek comfort from the people around them, but the singles shouted to refund their tickets. Spend money to buy dog food. I'm done with it. Didn't you say you were going to give up the model battle? Ling Si himself didn't even realize that at this moment, he had a happy smile on his face. I won't give up until I beat you to pieces. Eradicate also replied happily. This was also the first time she showed a smile of enjoyment in front of the battle platform during the battle. Eradicate may still not like the model battle, but her opponent is Ling Si. She now wants to teach Ling Si a profound lesson, knock on his brain, and make him have some emotional intelligence. Enough. Ella. You. At this time, Ninebart couldn't stand Eradicate strange behavior and wanted to stop her behavior. The result. I don't want it. I don't want to listen to you anymore. Eradicate pushed Ninebart away and returned to the game. Come on. Ling Si. Let me show you how powerful I am when I fight seriously. Just what I want. The flirting ended, and the style of the battle finally returned to normal. The Butterfly Shadow Cavalry and the Star Creation Strike Gundam started at the same time, and under the impetus of the fire behind them, they charged towards each other. Punching and kicking, both machines turned their whole bodies into weapons and launched a fierce attack on each other. The damage to the model? They didn't care at all. They just enjoyed the battle at this moment, the collision of their hearts and beliefs. Bang! The two entangled machines rushed out of the forest. In the air, the Star Creation Strike Gundam swung away the hands of the Butterfly Shadow Cavalry and kicked the Butterfly Shadow Cavalry in the abdomen. Ching! Activate the RG system. Oh. Okay. As the RG system was activated, the brilliant blue light shone, and the moment he landed, he pushed his feet hard against the ground and gathered his iron fists at his waist. Create. Iron Fist. Butterfly Shadow Cavalry adjusted his posture and landed smoothly, sliding backwards on the ground. Facing the fierce fist wind, Eradicate was not afraid at all. This move is ineffective for me who can sense the flow of particles. What? In an instant, in Eradicate's sight, the particle flow that was originally as regular as a river turned into a turbulent wave, rushing towards her like an overwhelming force. How could this happen? I can't dodge it. Take it. Ella. A straight punch sank into the abdomen of the Butterfly Shadow Cavalry. The sharp fist wind not only shattered the armor of the Butterfly Shadow Cavalry, but also shattered the haze of Eradicate's past. The sea of flying flowers brought by the wind showed Eradicate a picture of prosperity she had never seen before. The Star Intelligence Strike Gundam passed by, and the Butterfly Shadow Cavalry was split into two, and the outcome was determined. The battle is over, and the winner is Interstellar Strike Gundam. Oh. The light of the pair of ski particles faded, and Eradicate dropped her hands in a daze, smiling. Is this a real model battle? What? It turns out that I'm nothing special. This should have been a warm scene. The closed girl encountered warm hope and found her other half to support her. A gentle encouragement, an affectionate confession, or a plain greeting should have continued this heartwarming scene, but... Haha. Did you see that? Ella, you are the fool after all. Audience, equals, Eradicate, Greek letter sigma, Cyrillic letter dec, Ryuji, you, fool. Chapter 1005 Cruz wants new toys. Haha, this is such an unexpected ending. Even Cruz couldn't help but twitch his lips when he saw what happened off the court. He knew the beginning, guessed half of the process, but didn't guess the ending at all. Yang Hui covered his face and dared not look at it. He was afraid that he really couldn't help but rush down to give Ling Si a big fight. Ling Si is really a strange person. As a prince of the Aryan kingdom, he certainly understands the ways of the world. Logically speaking, his emotional intelligence should not be low. But, to say that he has low emotional intelligence, he can see the essence of many things and make incisive comments, but to say that he has high emotional intelligence, in front of Eradicate, he has no emotional intelligence at all. The so-called king of strong words and bronze in practice should refer to people like Ling Si. Just leave it alone like this. Cruz teased. The game has been over for a while, and Lingxi and Elajukianen are still flirting below. Although the next game will not be held until the afternoon, but is it really appropriate for you to force dog food on the entire audience? Yang Hui was so angry that he picked up the phone directly. Hurry up and get rid of this pair of enemies. Let them go home and quarrel. Huh? Don't listen? Tell Lingxi. If you don't leave, I'll go and deal with him later. I'm not a fool. You've already lost, what else can you be but a fool? Anyway, I'm not. You're the fool. 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 What did you say? That? The staff was embarrassed and said to the two with a blank expression, you two, your game is over, it's time to leave. Huh? Don't get in the way. X2 well, they are indeed a pair, so tacit. But the staff is not a pushover. They were full of resentment after eating 10 kilograms of dog food on the side. Now they have the imperial edict in their hands, so they are not afraid that you will not obey. The chairman said that if you two don't leave, he will come down in person. The staff certainly couldn't repeat Yang Hui's message completely. It was too simple and rough, which would damage the image of themselves, the competition committee and the company, so they were a little more tactful. Huh? Chairman? Who? Lingxi raised his eyebrows and asked. He knew that Yang Hui was the organizer of the World Series and the owner of PPSE, but there was no such title as chairman in Aryan, so he didn't understand who the staff was talking about for a while. Lingxi's mind didn't turn around, but Elajukianen was still very clear. He immediately knew that the staff was talking about Yang Hui. He subconsciously turned his head to look at the VIP audience. Sure enough, he saw Yang Hui's expression that wanted to beat someone up. He shuddered all over and didn't dare to argue with Lingxi. He took his hand and left from the player channel. What are you doing? Let me go. I haven't made it clear yet. Idiot. Idiot. Huh? Who are you talking about is a fool? You obviously lost. Shut up. Idiot. You lost and still. The two walked away, and their voices became weaker and weaker. Until the two went deep into the player channel and disappeared, everyone wiped the sweat from their foreheads. Although the melon was not bad, but who knew that this melon was made of dog food? So annoying. These two idiots. Yang Hui, what are you going to do with that clown? Cruz looked at 9-Bart who was running away in a panic, and his mouth showed an arc of interest. Do you want to play? Yang Hui knew what Cruz was thinking when he saw his current state. I'm bored too, I want to find a new toy to kill time. Cruz said. Whatever you want, just don't kill anyone. 9-Bart lost the important weight of Elajukianen, but his expectations were not completely disappointed. Reification system is also a good technology in this world, so he is confident that he can find new sponsors with his technology, or he will directly take the technology to Yang Hui. But he can't realize his daydream after all. Originally, because Lingxi and Elajukianen did not directly expose this cheating method, the matter between the two had already come to an end, and Yang Hui had no reason to continue to indulge, and this cheating method could no longer be used in the game. Moreover, the reification system technology is quite useless to other people. It is just able to temporarily control a person's consciousness under the highest output power, and the side effects are very large. To put it bluntly, it is meaningless, and Yang Hui would never take it seriously. Originally, Yang Hui planned to let the old man, the president of the Goddess of Vengeance team, deal with him after the game, and find a place to dispose of him. Now, since Cruz is interested, let him go and play, which can be regarded as a waste utilization. No problem, when will you start? Cruz asked Yang Hui. It was originally scheduled to be soon. Yang Hui picked up the pad and shook it towards Cruz. When to start, he only needs to make a phone call. Then do it. Don't you want to play? Yang Hui said in surprise. Now he is still hoping for luck. Wait until he is desperate to give him hope, and then, take back this hope. What do you think of this script? Cruz smiled sinisterly. Yang Hui rolled his eyes upon hearing this. Kreutzer really wanted to play 9-Bart to death. But, it didn't matter. He was just a small figure. If Kreutzer wanted to play, let him play. It's a cliched script, but it's fine as long as you like it. After saying that, Yang Hui called the president of the Goddess of Vengeance team, and told him that he could do it, but he had to leave 9-Bart alive at the end because he still needed him. The other party didn't ask any more questions. He just said he knew and hung up the phone. Then I'll go. Kreutzer knew that the preconditions had been prepared, and he still had to prepare a little bit. Go, go. Yang Hui waved his hand impatiently, asking Kreutzer to leave quickly. Yang Hui didn't want to stay with Kreutzer in his sinister state for a long time, for fear that the sinister state would infect him. 9 Bart left the stadium. Knowing that the sponsor's commission had failed, he immediately found his small team and prepared to escape. But unfortunately, before he could get in the car, he was surrounded by a large group of strong men in black. Who are you? What are you going to do? How could 9 Bart not know who these people were? He just raised his voice deliberately, hoping to attract the attention of outsiders. A peaceful world is ruled by law. Even the president of the Goddess of Vengeance dare not hurt him in public. But what he can think of, how can people with higher status than him not think of it? No need to shout, Mr. 9 Bart, there will be no passers-by around, just follow us obediently, the president wants to see you. It was still the man who forcefully invited Yang Hui and Cornelia at that time, with the same attitude, the same expression, but different results. 9 Bart does not have such a strong physique, and it is impossible for him to be the opponent of these bodyguards. At the same time, he does not have such a big background, and there is no way to intimidate the president of the Goddess of Vengeance. Therefore, 9 Bart had no choice but to follow them obediently to meet the president, and his small team and the truck equipped with professional equipment were also detained by the president's people. Arriving at the hotel where the president lived, 9 Bart was pushed into the room and stood in front of the president unwillingly. I wasted so much money, and only achieved this little result. Have you considered the consequences? The president said with his back to 9 Bart. His calm tone was full of ruthlessness, which made 9 Bart tremble uncontrollably. Although he was respectful in front of Yang Hui and full of pampering and tenderness in front of Lucas Nemesis, in front of outsiders, he was the president of a large consortium, a ruthless man who had worked hard to build such a big business from scratch. I'm very sorry. Mr. President, it's all Ella's fault. Because she didn't do her job well. So, you mean, all this was caused by Ella alone? Yes, it's all because of her. My research was successful, but it was just because she was an ungrateful wolf. That's why. Isn't it your responsibility to manage your subordinates? President, it's my negligence. I promise to do it next time. I'm sorry, 9 Bart, there will be no next time. The president said the most ruthless words in the calmest tone. President, please give me another chance. My research is successful. Although Ella lost the game, but it can also prove its value. Your investment is not a waste. So, no, I have no interest in your research results. The president finally turned around, and his calm eyes fell on 9 Bart. When 9 Bart asked him for sponsorship, he had carefully read all the information about the reification system. It's a bit interesting, but not very useful. On the one hand, it is limited by Ella Yukia's special talent. On the other hand, this kind of compulsory control and side effects are also illegal. If it is discovered in any occasion, it will be punished by law. Some people may say that when he reaches the position of the president, the law can't control him. But don't forget that the top has its own way of playing and its own rules. Once someone breaks the rules, destruction is waiting. Therefore, the president had no idea about the technology of realization system at the beginning. He sponsored 9 Bart only because he valued Ella Yukia's model fighting ability and wanted to give it to his grandson as a gift after Ella Yukia won the final trophy. Now, not only his grandson's wrong concept and his wrong doting have been corrected by Yang Hui, but Ella Yukia has also lost the qualification to compete for the championship. He even withdrew from the Vengeance team, and will no longer participate in the subsequent team competitions. Then the sponsorship of 9 Bart will naturally not continue. Not only that, he wasted so much money, and he can't just walk away. President, please, give me another. I will definitely. No, leave all the research materials in one hand, and you can go. As the president made the final judgment, 9 Bart's heart fell to the bottom, and his face became pale and bloodless. The research results of realization system were everything he had. If he handed it over, all his life's hard work would be gone. Not only that, but he would also lose a hand, which meant that he would not only be left with nothing for the rest of his life, but would also become disabled, which was unacceptable in any way. Terrified, 9-bar turned around and tried to escape, but as soon as he turned around, he was held down by 2 burly men, who made him kneel on the ground and held one of his hands. Another burly man walked towards him with a stick. No. Don't. Please. Don't. Bang. Crack off. Chapter 1006, Confirmed Belief, Cutting Off Past Confrontations. John Else Mackenzie was ill and unable to participate in the competition, and the news that Julian Mackenzie would replace him was announced early in the morning, so there was not much debate about Julian Mackenzie replacing John Else Mackenzie. Moreover, as old fans of model battles, they must know the rule that if a player is unable to participate in the competition due to force majeure, he can be replaced by someone else, and PPSE will definitely conduct a strict investigation on the force majeure reasons for the player's inability to participate in the competition, so no one argues whether this is a strategy or a means of cheating. Julian Mackenzie, I wonder how strong he is. He should be very strong, right? Otherwise, why would a veteran let him replace him to compete? No way? If he is very strong, why doesn't he compete directly? He has his own reasons. Don't look at the group of people from PPSE, they are all ridiculously strong, but they didn't compete. That's true. Hey, did you notice? His last name is Mackenzie. Huh? Same last name as John Ayres Mackenzie, a family? A younger generation. Very likely, it seems that this is giving the younger generation a chance. I hope he is not too weak, otherwise the opportunity will become a blow. Not only the audience is full of expectations for Julian Mackenzie, but even the players are also full of expectations for him. I see, the grandson of the Brigadier General? I didn't expect to see him on the field. Riccardo Fellini exclaimed. He is an old acquaintance of Leal, and naturally he is also familiar with John Ayres Mackenzie and knows the existence of Julian Mackenzie. Do you know him? Gregor and others asked. I guess so. I haven't seen him, but I heard the Brigadier boast about him. He's a real genius. So amazing. Yeah, he was amazing back then, but now. It looks like there's a story. The contestants gathered around curiously. Gossip is not just for women. Men are also gossipy. It's human nature. I don't know exactly what happened, but you should know about the Model Battle Academy, right? He's the first graduate of that academy, and he got first place. Is that true? What can best show whether a model fighter is amazing? The first is the battle record. The real battle record is the Medal of Honor for a model fighter. The second is the Model Battle Academy. Although not all graduates of the Model Battle Academy are strong, all graduates have a level in the field of model making that ordinary people can't reach. And the first place, you can imagine how high the production level is. The production level alone is not enough. The graduation assessment of the Model Battle Academy is comprehensive, not just model making. The first graduate with the best grades must also be very good at fighting. It's true. The Brigadier General boasted Triss a lot back then, but I don't know why, he seemed to have left the model battle stage after graduating 3 years ago. There has been no news since then, and the Brigadier General didn't mention him Triss much, so. As he said this, Riccardo Fellini shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he didn't know what Julian Mackenzie had been doing for the past 3 years, whether he was practicing or wasting his time. Really? I'm looking forward to his performance. The contestants focused their attention on the battlefield in the center of the venue, looking forward to the upcoming battle. Off the field, Yuki Tetsuya and Julian Mackenzie both came to the battle platform. The two who used to have a very good relationship once again stood on both sides of the battle platform. Tetsuya, why? Julian Mackenzie couldn't help asking, why would you, who loves model battles so much, accept the title of celebrity? Have you also been deceived by the second generation, celebrity, and become a sure who only pursues victory? Julian Mackenzie's questioning was expected by Yuki Tetsuya. He knew very well that Julian Mackenzie and he were the same person. Compared with the result of victory, they enjoyed the process of fighting and making models more, and preferred to move forward with like-minded people. I did inherit the title of celebrity, but I will not become the second generation, Julian Sr. What did you say? Mr. Yang Hui told me that celebrity is just a title, just a commemoration of the first generation, celebrity, but whether it is the first, second or third generation like me, we should not become someone else because of the title of celebrity. I am me. I am the third generation, celebrity. Yuki Tetsuya said firmly. Tetsuya. I love model making, I love model battles. I am excited, passionate, and looking forward to it. These emotions make me feel that I am still alive and living in this world vigorously. But it is not enough for me alone. Yuki Tetsuya wiped his hair up with a middle school. Ah. It was a fiery expression. I want to share this emotion and belief with more people. So I made a choice and inherited the title of Celebrity. Tetsuya. Julian Mackenzie could hear that Yuki Tetsuya was serious and was not lying to him, and this was also in line with Yuki Tetsuya's personality. Julian, I am eager to win now. Yuki Tetsuya continued. What? Julian Mackenzie frowned, because Yuki Tetsuya's current state was different from what he had just said, and he saw the shadow of the second generation, Celebrity. When I was in the Model Battle Academy, you were my idol and the one I wanted to surpass. I fought against you 7 times and lost every time, but I never stopped. I longed to defeat you, surpass my previous goals, and surpass myself. After defeating you, there are still more people I want to defeat and more goals I want to surpass, so, let me cut off the past. Senior Julian. In Julian Mackenzie's eyes, Yuki Tetsuya's whole body was burning with flames. The raging fire of desire for battle, victory, and surpassing spread to his body, heart, and the pile of fire that had been extinguished for a long time. I understand, Tetsuya. Julian Mackenzie took out his model, put it in the preparation area, and answered Yuki Tetsuya seriously. In this battle, I will do my best to respond to you, and I will also fulfill my promise to my grandfather. If it's not like this, it's meaningless, Senior Julian. The amazing Angel of Power was also placed on the preparation platform. The battle system started, the Perovsky particles were scattered, and the battlefield was randomly selected as the number 2 venue, the desert. As soon as the two sides came out, they rushed straight to their opponents, but the expected fierce collision did not appear. They stood on both sides, staring at each other, and no one dared to act rashly. Wow. It's interesting. In the VIP audience, Yang Hui couldn't help but curl up his lips. Although neither side acted rashly, the creepy murderous aura had spread, making everyone so nervous that they couldn't breathe. Especially Irie Makoto and Ryuji. Irie Makoto may not have felt the murderous aura, but Ryuji was very sensitive. He started sweating just watching from the sidelines. This guy is really amazing. Ryuji exclaimed in his heart. Ah! The Angel of Exa is moving. In the competition venue below, the stalemate lasted for about half a minute. Yuki Tetsuya decided to break the deadlock first and took the lead. He drew his sword and rushed towards the Gundam F-91 Phantom. The Gundam F-91 Phantom also moved, spreading its wings like heat sinks on its shoulders and took off into the air. The Gundam F-91 Phantom of Julian Mackenzie, who is known as the Invincible One, is a model from 3 years ago after all. The amazing Exa charged at high speed, stabbing the Gundam F-91 Phantom's vitals with his sword in his right arm, but only stabbed the remaining Phantom. The Gundam F-91 Phantom was wrapped in golden light, and in the blink of an eye it came to the side of the amazing Exa. The beam rifle in his hand was adjusted to high-speed penetration mode through the VSBR system, and it hit the shield of the amazing Exa like a heavy punch. Boom! Even the shield with enhanced protection ability could only suffer in this blow and was destroyed. However, after a shot was fired, the Gundam F-91 Phantom instantly came to the back of the amazing Exa, and the beam rifle in his hand once again condensed the light of destruction, and its afterimage still remained in the previous position. It has become 3 machines. Lingji was shocked. He didn't know much about the abilities of other models. That is an afterimage with mass. When F-91 moves at high speed, the paint of the model will peel off, forming an afterimage, which looks like a clone. When Lingxi didn't understand, Irie Makoto, a model expert, was responsible for explaining. It's been 3 years since we last met, right? This move was his famous move back then. Yang Hui did have some memories of Julian Mackenzie. When he established a model battle academy, Yang Hui still hid his identity and went to see it. At that time, he saw Julian Mackenzie use this move. Later, because of Julian Mackenzie's outstanding performance, he was proposed by the people below to inherit the title of the 3rd generation, Celebrity, and he also sent relevant materials, including a video record of this move. Yang Hui was quite impressed at the time. Although the models of Gundam F-91 can all use this system, but model operation and real machine driving are also similar. The performance of Gundam F-91 is too superior. After turning on the system, the performance is even more explosive. The reaction speed of ordinary people can't keep up at all, so there are very few model fighters using Gundam F91. The only person who can use this trick freely is Julian Mackenzie. The same is true for the Trans-M system of Amazing Exa. There are many model fighters who use the Gundam, and the Gundam works as the prototype, but the only person who can use the Trans-M system freely is Yuki Tetsuya. Pushback Jetstream, I remember it's called this name. Yang Hui recalled it briefly. After all, 3 years have passed, and these not-so-important memories can't be remembered in an instant. Wow? This is really interesting. It seems that Tetsuya has met an opponent. Why are you here? Chapter 1007, Extreme Speed Collision. Yang Hui was a little surprised, because the person who came was Graham. If Yang Hui remembered correctly, he said that he would prepare the final surprise eggs during this period, so he didn't come to watch the game in the past 2 days, and he didn't even plan to watch the next game. I found that there was nothing to prepare, so I came. Graham spread his hands. He really wanted to prepare well. After all, this was the first duel between the two after Yang Hui was promoted to A-level pilot. Graham was very unwilling to admit defeat. He didn't care how much stronger the A-level pilot was than the B-level pilot. As long as it was a duel, he wanted to win. As a result, the body had not been unlocked yet, and the simulation system that could simulate completely like the fortress could not provide any help. Graham thought about it and found that the only thing he could prepare was to adjust his mentality. That's right. Yang Hui also thought of the key and smiled softly. Don't think that you are great just because you were promoted to A-level. Be careful that I will kill you. Graham said to Yang Hui passionately. Just you? Haha, one-on-one, what is our record? Yang Hui asked jokingly. Tisk. Graham was speechless. Since the two of them met, they had fought thousands of duels, big and small. Graham had won, but Yang Hui had won more than twice as many games as him. This was indeed a stain that the proud Graham did not want to be mentioned. By the way, after that battle, we haven't used real machines to fight, right? Yang Hui looked at Yuki Tetsuya and Julian Mackenzie, who were fighting hard below, and asked Graham. Hearing this, Graham was stunned for a moment, and an excited smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Yes, the subsequent duels were basically duels in the simulation system. Although it can be perfectly simulated, it's still not satisfying. The last time Yang Hui mentioned was the last battle in the first stage of the U world. At that time, Yang Hui was still using the secret Angel Gundam, and his opponents were Sergei driving the back way, and Graham driving the flag bearer. After that, Yang Hui and Graham never drove a real machine to fight with all their strength again. They all used the perfect simulation system of the Promise Fortress. After all, Yang Hui and Graham have both joined the Promise Fortress and become one of the highest combat forces of the Promise Fortress. If they use real machines to fight, they will be killed if they are not careful. It is naturally impossible to use real machines to fight. But they all feel that something is missing when they fight with a simulation system. To be more specific, yes, it is the sense of crisis between life and death. Although the simulation system can also simulate the state of death, it only makes people feel something at the beginning. After getting used to it, this feeling of death can no longer touch them. And this time, although they plan to use real machines for a real fight, safety measures will definitely be taken, such as the forced attachment device provided by the fortress. When the machine suffers serious damage, it can be forced to detach and transmit the pilot to a preset position. Moreover, the real machine duel does not have to fight to the death. What they want is the real sense of face-to-face. Although this also leads to a weakening of the sense of crisis of life and death, it is still much better than simulation training. The two smiled at each other. They had fought side by side for many years. Their tacit understanding was extraordinary. They didn't need to say many things. Just a glance could convey them to each other. The game below entered a climax from the beginning and continued to be high energy. The beam rifle of Gundam F91 Phantom was charged and locked onto the back of Amazing Angel. Sensing danger, Amazing Angel slightly turned sideways and just barely avoided the shooting of Gundam F91 Phantom. It instantly accelerated and swept the sharp blade across, cutting the beam rifle in Gundam F91's hand in half. Swish! Boom! Throwing away the beam rifle, Gundam F91 Phantom quickly retreated and distanced itself from Amazing Angel. You have made a lot of progress, Tatsuya. Julian Mackenzie was also surprised. The young boy who had been chasing him all the time was now a powerful model fighter, forcing him to fight with all his strength. Of course. With the shouts of Yuki Tetsuya, Amazing Angel chased Gundam F-91 Phantom while shooting. Julian Mackenzie would not sit still and wait for death. After losing his beam rifle, he still had the two beam cannons on his backpack. The two sides immediately launched a fierce mid-range shooting offensive and defensive battle, and the battle was difficult to resolve for a while. As expected of you. Your old skills are not rusty at all. Yuki Tetsuya was also surprised. After a 3-year gap, Julian Mackenzie's skills were still so powerful, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression all the time, so Yuki Tetsuya dared not relax at all. The counterattack of the beam cannon disrupted the offensive rhythm of Amazing Exa idea for a while. Julian Mackenzie seized the opportunity, controlled the Gundam F-91 Phantom and rushed forward, pulling out a beam sword at his waist, and colliding with Amazing X's physical sword. What's wrong? Tetsuya, is this your enlightenment? It's totally not enough. Tisk, then let me show you. My enlightenment. Huh. Yuki Tetsuya roared, passing all his emotions, beliefs, and enlightenment to Amazing Exa, and swung away the beam sword of Gundam F-91 Phantom with all his strength, kicked the abdomen of Gundam F-91 Phantom fiercely, raised his hand and fired a gun, aiming directly at the vital point of Gundam F-91 Phantom. Julian Mackenzie naturally couldn't let Yuki Tetsuya succeed, and hurriedly raised his left arm and activated the beam shield to block the fierce shot. Although the huge force made the already lost balance more severe, Julian Mackenzie's skills were still world-class. He immediately adjusted the balance of Gundam F-91 Phantom and used the beam cannon to counterattack at the same time. Tisk. So tough. Not enough. Tetsuya. Show me more. Julian Mackenzie didn't realize that at this moment, he once again showed a fanatical smile in the model battle that he had given up for a long time. He didn't realize that he was completely enjoying this battle and the heat of the collision of beliefs. The Gundam F-91 Phantom moved left and right, easily avoiding the containment shooting of the Amazing Angel. The beam sword in his hand turned into a smooth and sharp disc with a high-speed rotation of his wrist, and suddenly fell on the physical sword of the Amazing Angel. Got it. At the moment of the stalemate between the two sides, the mask of the Gundam F-91 Phantom opened, bursting out a dazzling flash, and Aaron Adams, who was in the assistant seat, couldn't help but close his eyes for a while. And Yuki Tetsuya, thanks to the sunglasses on his face, was not disturbed by the strong light. He immediately controlled the Amazing Angel to slightly shift his body and head, and at the critical moment, he avoided the close-range beam shooting after the strong light. The beam landed on the rocky ground behind the Amazing Exa, raising a cloud of dust that obscured the Amazing Exa. In a split second, the Amazing Exa predicted the location of the Gundam F-91 Phantom, and its sharp edge cut through the dust, about to touch the Gundam F-91 Phantom. Pushback jet stream. Also feeling the crisis, the Gundam F-91 Phantom directly activated its strongest move, increasing its mobility and retreating rapidly, barely letting the sharp tip of the sword brush the armor on its chest. This won't work. Yuki Tetsuya once again felt the sense of crisis he had endured that year, and knew that he couldn't delay any longer, so he immediately activated the Trans M system to fight against the Gundam F-91 Phantom, where the Red Lotus, Exa, Trans M. For a moment, the Amazing Exa was wearing red armor, and at the same time, the Gundam F-91 Phantom's beam cannon also arrived, accurately penetrating the afterimage left by the Amazing Exa. The Amazing Angel, which activated the Trans M system, tripled its performance and rushed towards the Gundam F-91 Phantom at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it rushed in front of the Gundam F-91 Phantom, with a sharp blade in its hand ready to strike. Not good. The speed was too fast, and Julian Mackenzie was unable to react for a while, and could only subconsciously raise the beam sword to protect his chest. Bang! The huge force knocked the Gundam F-91 Phantom away again, but the Gundam F-91 Phantom just used this force to retreat, adjusted its posture and immediately fired back. However, the frontal artillery fire was completely in vain, and Julian Mackenzie had lost the trace of the Amazing Angel. This is... what? Hearing Yuki Tetsuya's voice, Julian Mackenzie also discovered that the disappeared Amazing Angel was behind the Gundam F-91 Phantom, and wanted to turn around, but it was too late. Swish! Turning half of its body, Amazing Angel Exa passed by Gundam F91 Phantom again and came to its back again. When passing by, a shining GN sword pierced Gundam F91 Phantom's chest. My Amazing Angel Exa did not stop attacking, flashing back and forth around Gundam F91 Phantom, piercing Gundam F91 Phantom's body with one sword after another. All the swords were used up, and there was also the GN Destroyer sword on the right arm. Every time it flashed, it could take away a leg or arm of Gundam F91. In the end, only the exorcism that turned into a sword tomb was left, and it had not yet fallen. Awakening. With a roar of Yuki Tetsuya, Amazing Angel Exa flashed in front of Gundam F91 Phantom, raised its right arm high, and then dropped it heavily, leaving a hideous sword mark along the gap where the sharp blade was inserted. Swish. Boom. Gundam F91 Phantom exploded violently, foreshadowing the end of this round of battle. The battle is over, and the winner is Amazing Exa. Oh! The audience burst into warm cheers and applause. This was a very exciting duel. Both sides were very powerful, each with their own unique skills. There was a suffocating sense of urgency and anticipation. The duel was as smooth as flowing water, and the fierce and compact alternation of offense and defense staged a wonderful high-speed collision. Chapter 1008 The Last Carnival. After the battle, Julian Mackenzie touched his face with his hand. Because he hadn't noticed his passionate smile, his face was a little stiff. When his energy returned to reality, he felt numbness on his face. As expected. I'm still. Julian Mackenzie smiled bitterly, thinking back to the past. Why did he leave? Why did he quit the circle? Wasn't it because I loved model battles the most? Senior Julian. Yuki Tetsuya came to Julian Mackenzie and stretched out his right hand. It was a very exciting battle. As expected, you still can't let go of model battles. How can I let go? Julian Mackenzie smiled bitterly and shook his head, holding the hand in front of him. You have become stronger, Tetsuya. I also feel your awareness. Senior Julian. I am looking forward to our next battle. Julian Mackenzie was Yuki Tetsuya's former pursuit target and the object of his admiration. This gentle senior who loves models and model battles should not give up his love and his former ideals. Therefore, Yuki Tetsuya knew that the other party had retired from the circle and knew why the other party retired, and he also hoped that the other party could regain that love. Well, I am looking forward to it too. Julian Mackenzie was silent for a moment, nodded and agreed to Yuki Tetsuya's invitation. Sure enough, I can't let it go, and, if the third generation, celebrity, is Tetsuya, I don't have to be so scared. Julian Mackenzie thought to himself. He left the model battle circle because he was disgusted with the sure-like and resentful fighting style of the second generation, celebrity. Now, he received Yuki Tetsuya's belief and felt relieved. He didn't have to be afraid anymore. However, he smiled self-deprecatingly. This time, it's my turn to be the pursuer. I won't stop and wait for you, Senior Julian. There are more goals waiting for me to surpass. Yuki Tetsuya smiled confidently and answered firmly. Don't worry, I will catch up with you soon. Julian Mackenzie was equally confident. He was also a proud person and would not be willing to fall behind. Pa. The whole audience stopped cheering, and replaced it with continuous applause. This is the purpose of model battles. On the stage, we are opponents worthy of respect, and off the field, we are best friends. There was also John Ayres Mackenzie, who also left the hospital and came to watch Julian Mackenzie's match. Although he lost, he still shed tears of joy, because this match allowed his most anticipated and beloved grandson to regain his passion for the model battle and return to the circle of model battles. Compared with this, the outcome of the match was unimportant. It was a wonderful match, and both of them played with style. Graham applauded and praised. Isn't it very similar to us at that time? Yang Hui teased. Yes. Graham's mouth curled up, and he really saw himself and Yang Hui in these two people. Wasn't that what they were like back then? They belonged to different camps, and were opponents and enemies to each other. They fought to the death on the battlefield, but it did not prevent them from becoming close friends in private, fighting each other, urging each other, helping each other, and growing each other. Until now, there is no need to risk everything to kill each other, but they are still companions walking side by side, still rivals competing with each other, the most trusted companions, and the rivals they want to defeat. But, speaking of which, Tetsuya's last move feels very familiar. Graham suddenly said thoughtfully. Oh. Yang Hui's mouth twitched. How could it be unfamiliar? Isn't this the fighting method that Setsuna liked to use the most in the past? I figured it out. Setsuna. This kid. Graham also thought of it. When Setsuna was still driving the Angel of Exa, he liked to use this fighting method, with swords all over his body, and then pierced the enemy into Hedgehog, and then killed him with a sword. There is also the behavior of throwing shields, which is also very similar to Setsuna. Setsuna likes to throw shields in battle the most, and Yang Hui scolded him a lot in those days. There is still a joke circulating in the Legion now. When Setsuna drives the Angel of Exa, throwing shields triples the combat power. It's just a pity that it can't be seen now, because the Gundam ELS is not equipped with a shield. Even if the ELS can transform into a shield, it has never been seen once. Calm down, Exa, the work is shot like that, it's normal to imitate. Yang Hui patted Graham on the shoulder and teased. Tisk, this kid also said that the person he admires most is me. Graham was jealous like a child. You can believe this? Yang Hui laughed jokingly. Should he say this to whoever accompanies him in training? Haha, okay, a good kid has become as stubborn as you. Graham said jokingly. In this duel, I will kill you. Yang Hui said to Graham expressionlessly. I'll say the same thing to you. Graham responded enthusiastically. Ha 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 ha. X2, the two looked at each other for a few seconds and laughed at the same time. Do you really want to kill each other? Of course it's impossible. They have said this to each other more than once or twice. They couldn't do it at the beginning, and they would never do it later. However, this does not prevent them from humiliating each other in the duel. The semifinals of the official knockout rounds are over. Not only the semifinals of the individual competition are over, but also the semifinals of the team competition are over. Because this is the first time the competition is held, the quality of the participating team players is definitely not as good as that of the individual competition. First of all, the tacit understanding of the team is better than the individual strength. Without special training before, the tacit understanding is definitely not high. Secondly, the originally powerful world-class players have their own pride, and not everyone can find a favorite teammate. So this time, after a fairly exciting duel, the two teams that advanced to the finals were determined. They are the Creative Heart Team, composed of Iori Makoto, Ryuji, Yasuka Masao and Kosaka China, and the Old Man's Most Handsome Team, composed of Riccardo Fellini, Glico and Scott. It was natural for these two teams to advance. The other top 16 players did not find their favorite players to form a team to participate in the competition. The participating Vengeance Team lost its strongest member, Ella Yukianen, and the replacement player was far inferior in strength, so it was easily eliminated by the Creative Heart Team in the semifinals. According to the arrangement, the finals of the individual and team competitions will be held in a week. Considering that Ling Si and Iori Makoto both advanced to the finals in the individual and team competitions, they will be held in 2 days, and 1 day will be left in the middle for them to repair the damage to the model. At the same time, PPSE Company has held a carnival event every year, which will be held during this week. Take this opportunity to promote the company, film and television works, and models, and make more money. As the owner of the company, Yang Hui and his team naturally don't care about making money, but PPSE Company has at least 1 million employees, and they are just workers, and they must make money to eat. So Yang Hui didn't object, and he could also play a little bit by the way. Hello, everyone. I am Kira, the image girl of the Model Battle World Championship. The individual final will be held in a week. Now, the Grand Prix event is being held at the World Championship venue in Shizuoka. There are many guests from all over the world, and the scene is very lively. Then, Kirara introduced the two 1-1 sculptures behind her to the audience all over the world, namely the RX-78-2 original Gundam and the Ms-06S Commander Zack YIII Red Painted, and Red Comet, Char's Red 3. The highlights of the carnival are not only these two 1-1 sculptures, but also various food stalls, various model stalls, and a special model making classroom, so that tourists can make the model immediately after purchasing it. A professional production teaching team is also prepared to provide on-site guidance. After making the model, it is natural to experience the model battle. Next to the model making classroom, there is a free battle room. Not only the tourists in the model making classroom, but all tourists including the contestants can fight at will. The most attractive thing is, the stage specially set up at the carnival venue. Different performances will be arranged every day, and, according to the wishes of Lux, Shirley, and Li Lanhua, the three of them will be randomly arranged to perform live during the carnival. Attention! It is a random arrangement. The list will not be announced in advance, but it is confirmed that the three of them will definitely perform on stage. As soon as this news came out, fans all over the world couldn't sit still. Although the battle between models and models is popular all over the world, it is still not liked by everyone. After all, the larger part of the world is still social animals. They are busy with their work and family all day long, and their attention and love for toys and games will naturally decrease a lot. But Lux, Shirley and Li Lanhua are completely different. They are world superstars. It is not an exaggeration to call them national idols. So, this carnival will definitely be more popular and can attract more people to participate, if for nothing else, just to watch the live performances of Lux, Shirley and Li Lanhua. Because of this, the scale of this carnival is unprecedentedly huge. Not only the area around the venue, but Yang Hui also directly booked the lake island where the venue is located, as well as a large area around the lake island, for the carnival. He even added many model-themed amusement facilities, such as speedboats and cruise ships in the lake. After all, this is the last time for them. Before leaving, they naturally have to hold a grand and gorgeous carnival so that they can have a good time. Yang Hui, of course, also took his wife group to participate in the carnival. However, because Yang Hui's wife group is all goddess level, it is too enviable to gather together, so for a week, only 1 or 2 people accompany each day. Today is also the first day of the carnival. The ones who followed Yang Hui were naturally Wang and Wang Liumei, who had followed Yang Hui from the beginning. Chapter 1009, A Scroll Called Happiness, Part 1. It's really lively. Wang and Wang Liumei held Yang Hui's arms, one on each side, enjoying the atmosphere of the world. Now that they were on vacation, they rarely went to quiet scenic spots to see the scenery. This lively and prosperous atmosphere was more appealing to them. After all, humans are social animals. A quiet life can be a seasoning to avoid being impetuous, but the real reason is to live in a crowded place to live more. That's right, this is the last carnival we can attend, so it must be lively. Yang Hui said. It's like we've attended previous ones. Wang rolled his eyes, his tone a little resentful. Isn't this my fault? Yang Hui's mouth twitched, and he knew that Wang was going to blame him for not accompanying them to the carnival before, but how did Yang Hui get through all those years? Buried in a mountain of documents all day, processing documents from day to night, the only way to relax and support him to complete his work every day was to exercise late at night after returning home. How could he have time to accompany them to the carnival? What's even worse is, he wanted to skip work, wanted to skip class. It was all Wang and Wang Liumei, plus Katie caught him back and threw him more documents to deal with. It's your fault. Who told you to be lazy all day and work so inefficiently? Wang Liumei was naturally in the same camp with Wang and started to attack Yang Hui. Okay, it's my fault, it's all my fault. Yang Hui raised the white flag and threw it to them. Women are unreasonable creatures, and they have to deal with two at the same time. It's daytime and in a public place. There is no choice but to admit defeat. Let's go over there and take a look. There are quite a lot of people over there. Wang pointed to the crowd in front and said. Okay, let's go. Although there were only Wang and Wang Liumei, and the three of them wore hats and sunglasses that covered half of their faces to conceal their identities, Wang and Wang Liumei's figures and temperament were both goddess level, and coupled with their fashionable outfits, they naturally attracted countless people's attention, but when the two goddesses were intimately holding the same man's arm in front of him, Yang Hui naturally felt resentment and hatred that soared to the sky. You guys are really attracting hatred for me. Yang Hui was also helpless. Who made him unfaithful? He could only bear the consequences of being unfaithful. You deserve it. Then can you relax a little? No. X2 Yang Hui emo, Wang and Wang Liumei were enough to attract hatred for Yang Hui. While enjoying the attention, they also tightened Yang Hui's arms. It seemed that they were announcing to others that they were taken, but in fact, they increased the intensity of ridicule and made Yang Hui gain more hatred. Huh? That's Shirao. Aina. Approaching the lively crowd, Yang Hui, Wang and Wang Liumei saw the couple Amada Shirao and Aina Sahuan and went up to greet them. Boss. Mr. Yang Hui, You are here too. Although Yang Hui had already greeted them, they also knew that it was not appropriate to reveal their identities, but everyone respected Yang Hui and subconsciously maintained the discipline and etiquette of the Promised Legion. When they saw Yang Hui, they were ready to salute him. What happened here? Yang Hui asked Amada Shiro and Ina Sadholin curiously. It's Barney and Jared. Amada Shiro pointed to the free battle area beside him, looking like he was enjoying a good show. Ina Sadholin also covered her mouth and chuckled. It's them again. Yang Hui smiled and took a bag of melon seeds from a stall nearby, of course paying for it, and then watched with relish. Wang and Wang Liumi shook their heads and smiled, and also watched the duel between Bernard Watsman and Jared Mesa. These two can be considered old rivals, but it was not Bernard Watsman who caused trouble, but Jed Mesa. He was an excellent warrior and soldier, but he could not control his mouth, and liked to mutter to everyone he met, and then. First he muttered that Camus' name sounded like a woman's name, the translation of Camus, and after being heard by Camus, he was hung up and beaten for who knows how many times. Then he muttered the rumor that Char liked to look for his mother, and was hung up and beaten for who knows how many times again. Anyway, he was taught a lesson by countless people in the Legion, and he did not completely learn his lesson. The half that learned his lesson did not dare to mutter about those who were stronger than him, and the half that did not learn his lesson continued to mutter about those who were similar to him, or weaker than him, and then became confident earlier. Bernard Watsman was also quite helpless. Originally, he and Christina Mackenzie didn't care about Jed Mesa's chatter at all, but the other party seemed to have lost his temper. He liked to pass by him when he had nothing to do, and deliberately muttered a few words for Bernard Watsman and Christina Mackenzie to hear. He was really impatient, so the couple attacked together and taught Jed Mesa a lesson. Especially Christina Mackenzie, she was brought up by Yang Hui, and she treated her companions very gently, but the hidden wolf nature must not be ignored. Then Jed Mesa was not convinced, saying that they were two against one and did not follow martial ethics, and challenged the couple separately, and then, he was still beaten. Although he was beaten, Jed Mesa found that he could not do anything with Christina Mackenzie's long-range bombardment style, but Bernard Watsman had a similar style to him, and the difference in strength was not big, so, he relied on him, and liked to trouble him whether there was something or not, and then used this as an excuse to start a duel. Wow! There are quite a lot of people watching the fun. Yang Hui looked around carefully and found that there were many familiar faces in the audience around him, such as Lid Wolf, Galong and other members of the original 12th Independent Technical Unit, Gabriel Carlos, Michael Kaminsky, and Andy Strauss, three teammates of the Cyclops team. By the way, Andy Strauss was holding a little girl he hooked up with from nowhere, the three beauties of the Orb Special Team, Luo who was forced to come by Jiuli, and Yamabuki Jury who was fighting for Luo's ownership. They all watched the duel between Bernard Watsman and Richard Messer with great interest, and Gabriel Carlos even secretly opened a bet on who'd win. Of course, there were also many ordinary spectators, and even many contestants of the World Championship. After all, the duel between Bernard Watsman and Jerry Mesa was very exciting, and the strength of both sides was also very strong, which made them say it was very exciting. Mr. Yang Hui. You are here too. Hearing the familiar voice, Yang Hui and the other two turned their heads and saw Camus. Camus, with his lover Murasame Feng and his adopted sister Rosaria Badam, were also attracted by the excitement here. Well, Jed is causing trouble for Barney again. Yang Hui said meaningfully, his expression gradually becoming playful. Sure enough, as Yang Hui expected, Camus slapped himself in the face, and felt a headache and depression. Murasame Feng and Rosaria Badam covered their mouths and laughed softly. If you want to say who has the deepest grudge with Jed Mesa, it must be Camus without a doubt, because after Jed Mesa joined the Prometheus Corps, the first person he provoked was Camus, and it was Camus who abused him the most. That guy still doesn't learn his lesson. He was also annoyed with Jed Mesa. Jed Mesa was actually a good person, but he was a little arrogant, and he was very talkative and easy to offend people. In fact, in the battle, Jed Mesa fully demonstrated the strength and quality of an excellent pilot. In the environment of the Promise Corps, he was able to perfectly enforce orders, cooperate with teammates, and be brave and good at fighting. Unfortunately, he had an extra mouth and couldn't hide his words. Moreover, he was particularly arrogant. Every time he knew that he was wrong, he just couldn't learn to apologize, and he was very proud. He liked to find all kinds of excuses to challenge those who defeated him. If he lost, he would remain silent for a short time and continue. If he won, he would not forget to be arrogant. The members of the Promise Corps loved and hated him. However, there were two people in the whole Corps that he would never talk about. One was Yang Hui, because he madly worshipped Yang Hui because of the legendary record of the 12th Independent Technical Corps, and was determined to become a super strong man like Yang Hui. Another one was the little sister Rita Bernal, who was sensible and well-behaved, sweet and cute. She ran to comfort him until she was very sad, making the arrogant and proud Jed Mesa show a gentle side that others had never enjoyed in front of Rita Bernal. I guess this is how my life will be. Yang Hui spread his hands. Oh, forget it, I'll go somewhere else. Camus said depressedly, otherwise if Jared Mesa saw him, he might not be able to control his mouth again, and Camus didn't want his blood pressure to rise. Yang Hui looked for a while and left, and found that the others did the same. After all, they were all very familiar companions, and they knew each other's strength and had seen the battle many times. Instead of watching here all the time, it would be better to go somewhere else. But before walking far, Yang Hui really met a lot of acquaintances, all of whom were members of the Legion, such as Jeffrey Wilder and his deputy Captain Monica catching goldfish together. Dostlu and his wife looked at their daughter Minerva lovingly sitting on a rocking horse. Kira took Frey and their daughter Yukino to play on the swivel chair together. Isaac's old face blushed as Shai took him to the street, Diego was a paparazzi behind him, and Nicole was persuading him beside him. Bobby and Quarter's trio of beautiful bridge girls are grabbing discounted peripheral products. Sir Amuro, accompanied by Bertoltiga, was looking up at the one-to-one sculpture of the RX-78-2 that originally belonged to him. Seeing Yang Hui coming, he hurried to say hello. Relax, Amuro, where are your parents? Yang Hui asked curiously. With Yang Hui's intervention, Tim Ray was intact, and he also corrected the problem of neglecting his family at work, and reconciled with Amuro's mother. They. He. Yang Hui saw Amuro sighing with a depressed look on his face, and Bertoltiga covered her mouth and chuckled, so he knew there was something to be said. Oh? It seems there is a story, tell me. Well, they said, they wanted to relive the feeling of being in love just now, and they thought we were in the way, so they drove us away. Chapter 1010, A Scroll Called Happiness, Part 2. PFFT. What kind of reason is that? Yang Hui, Wang and Wang Liuma couldn't help laughing. This is a typical case of having a wife but not having children. Yet, I don't understand either. Amuro lowered his head and sighed. This can't be said that his parents created opportunities for him to spend more time with Bertoltiga, because he spent much more time with Bertoltiga than with his parents, and he rarely met his parents. It's a rare opportunity, and he also wanted to accompany his parents, but he was rejected. Tell me, what kind of thing is this? Want to hold your grandchild? Wang Liuma guessed that if it was from the perspective of parents, this is the only possibility. After all, the lay couple are also an old couple, and they live in the fortress on weekdays. The reason for driving Amuro away is really untenable. Up this. Amuro's expression froze and he looked at Bertoltiga. What are you looking at me for? As long as you want, I can have it at any time. Bertoltiga rolled his eyes and said. Is it a question of whether I am willing or not? Amuro did not reject or hate children, but he still didn't want them. It's not that he hasn't had enough of playing around as a playboy. Under Yang Hui's guidance, his playboy character has been weakened to the limit. Moreover, Bertoltiga has also received full support from the Commander-in-Chief's wives. If Amuro dares to go around, he will die miserably. In addition, Bertoltiga is also a member of the Promise Corps. Usually, he serves as a bridge crew and logistics personnel. At critical moments, he can also drive a missed attack, so he always keeps an eye on Amuro and won't give him any chance. The problem is that Amuro considers that his child was born in the Promise Fortress. Although he can get the benefits of the Promise Fortress from the beginning, and is surrounded by elites from all walks of life, there will be no problem in his future success. Didn't you see that when Yukino was in the fortress, all the teacher positions until college were taken? It's just, in the final analysis, the nature of the Promise Fortress, the life that Amuro has to experience, and the responsibilities on his shoulders all make him somewhat reluctant to have children. It's not just Amuro who thinks this way. Shiro Amada and Aina Hassarin, Barnard Wattsman and Christina Mackenzie, the Spriggan couple, all the married couples in the Legion think this way. There are also people who already have children, such as Flit and Emily, Assem and Romilly, who don't want to have another child in Promise Fortress, even Flit, who has raised a big one. Therefore, everyone loves and cares for Yukino, the first child born in Promise Fortress, and perhaps the only child. It can be regarded as an alternative way to realize the vision of having a child. Putting aside all the subjective ideas above, there is an insurmountable objective limitation to get pregnant and have a child in Promise Fortress. That is the life level. Although everyone has to be promoted to A level to make a leap in life level, there are also differences between B level and C level, and it is also very difficult to get pregnant. The same is true for the same level. Because of the restrictions of Promise Fortress, it is already quite difficult to get pregnant and give birth, and the restrictions of level and life level have put another layer of shackles on it. So, I can only say that Kira and Frey are lucky. Before joining Promise Fortress, Frey was pregnant. Come on, we have plenty of time. Yang Hui was hopeless about this. He also wanted a child. He worked hard every day, but he didn't have any? Okay, stop sighing. Don't think about these problems. Enjoy this carnival. Yang Hui patted Amuro on the shoulder and said, "Well, I know, sir." Yang Hui. Amuro. You are here too. Huh? Sierra. Yang Hui and others had been chatting under the two statues for a while. Another acquaintance saw them and walked over. It was Sierra and Kashima Yuang. Boss, sister-in-law. Kashima Yuang didn't like to talk much. This was his character. He was a cold and handsome iceberg. Even when he was next to Sierra, he often had a stern face. I say, Yuang, are you trying to scare away those envious and jealous people with your face? Yang Hui asked with a weird expression. No. Sir, forget it. Captain Kashima has always been like this. Amuro was used to Kashima Isama's behavior. He used to talk more when he was in the 12th Independent Technical Unit, but after joining the Promise Corps, he talked less and less, and his expression became more and more stern. I really don't know what Sarah sees in you, you are so cold all day long. Yang Hui complained. Oh. Kashima Isama had a blank expression and wiped the cold sweat. Yang Hui. Don't say that about Yuang. Kashima Isama didn't dare to refute Yang Hui, nor would he refute, but Sarah was not happy. After all, this was her husband. Even if he was her brother, she was not allowed to say bad things about him. If she had to say anything, she could only say it herself. Alice, the once caring little cotton jacket is finally leaking. Yang Hui shook his head inside, and said resentfully, you said you would find someone better than me, but what happened? Huh. How is Yang not as good as you? Sierra asked confidently. Sierra, forget it. Before Yang Hui could answer, Kashima Yuang quickly pulled Sierra's hand and told her not to continue, because... At this time, Yang Hui smiled at him, and his smile was very dangerous. What are you afraid of? If he dares to embarrass you, I will deal with him. Sierra raised his head proudly and glared at Yang Hui. Tisk, it's leaking. Yunoya is still the best, still my caring little cotton padded jacket. Speak of the devil appears. Just at this time Yunoya came, holding the food and drinks he just bought in his hands. Uncle, and Amuro, Bertadiga, Yang, Sarah, hello. I saw you have been standing here chatting, so I bought some food and drinks. Let's eat together. Sure enough, Yunoya is the most considerate, unlike someone who is leaking and black-hearted. Yang Hui looked at Sierra with contempt. Who do you think is to blame for this? Sierra sneered back, but still considerately took the food and drinks from Yunoya's hand and shared some of the burden with her. Thank you Yunoya, I'm a little hungry too. Then eat. I've tried it and it tastes good. Let's go sit over there and eat. Yang Hui suggested, pointing to the open-air seats nearby. Okay. This suggestion was also recognized by everyone, and seeing that the food and drinks bought by Yunoya were not enough for everyone, Yang Hui, Amuro and Kashima Isama volunteered to buy some more, but... No need, uncle, there's more behind. Yunoya waved his hand, then looked behind him and shouted, Kanad, here. Don't shout. I can see it. Kanad Pars was walking towards them with a lot of bags in his hands, complaining non-stop, women are troublesome, why do I have to do this kind of thing? Yang Hui stared with dead fish eyes, especially when his warm-hearted little cotton jacket not only helped Kanad Pars put the food and drinks in his hands on the small table, but also held his hand intimately and sat down. Yang Hui began to exude murderous intent. What are you going to do? Kanad Pars trembled all over and jumped up directly. He was very sensitive to murderous intent. No, It should be said that it was not only Canard Pars, Amuro and Kashima. You could also clearly feel the increasingly strong murderous intent on Yang Hui, which frightened them so much that they dared not sit down and kept retreating. "Uncle, don't bully Canard," Yunoya said coquettishly, and then pulled Canard Pars to sit down again. "Don't explain." Although it was obvious, Yang Hui still wanted to confirm it. This is my boyfriend, Canard." "Hey, woman. Don't talk nonsense. I'm not your boyfriend." Oh. Before he finished speaking, Canard Pars froze, not daring to move, sweating profusely, and in just a few seconds, he looked like he had been fished out of the water. Because, when Yang Hui heard Yunoya say that he had a boyfriend, he was heartbroken, and his cabbage was taken away by a pig again. But who knew? This pig that should have been cut into pieces was not happy. This is not going to be executed immediately. What? Are you not satisfied with my Yunoya being your girlfriend? Yang Hui asked Canard Pars, his tone cold enough to freeze a person's soul. No. Dare. How could Canard Pars dare to admit it? His head was shaking and leaving an afterimage. Do you dare or not? Don't dare. Humph. My Yunoya is so beautiful, gentle, sensible and virtuous. I don't know why she fell in love with you, a pig. Yang Hui glanced at Canard Pars and played with a corner of the table with both hands. Wait. Why did a corner of the table appear in Yang Hui's hands? Looking down, I don't know when, a corner of the table had been broken off by Yang Hui and played with it in his hands. Uncle. I told you not to bully Canard. Yunoya continued to complain. Also, this is a public property, you can't damage it at will. Yang Hui felt his heart split open. The most considerate and warm-hearted little cotton jacket in the past was siding with outsiders instead of him. The nerve called reason in his brain was broken, and the corner of the table he was playing with was crushed into pieces when he exerted force with his hands. Amuro and Kashima Yang each pulled Bertadiga and Ciro back. They knew that Yang Hui had turned evil, and Canard Pars would not be able to get over it without losing 4 or 5 layers of skin. Well, it should be so, but fortunately, Wang and Wang Liuma are still around. What are you doing? X2 up. The evil Yang Hui woke up instantly, his back straightened, and sat like a good baby. Be good. Eat your food obediently. Yes. Wang and Wang Liuma gave orders, and Yang Hui could only do as he was told, not daring to get angry at all, otherwise, he would be really miserable. There was no other way. Yang Hui could only turn his grief and anger into appetite and eat a lot, especially the food and drinks in front of Canard Pars, leaving nothing for him. Alice, it seems that it is not enough. Amuro, Yang, go buy some more. Wang looked at Yang Hui, who was wolfing down the food and drinks as if they were Canard Pars, and sighed. Understood. X2. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1011, A Scroll Called Happiness, Part 3. Come on, Canard. Woman. I can eat by myself, I don't need you to feed me. Crack. Yang Hui and his group formed a strange picture. Yunoya fed Canard Pars all kinds of food affectionately. Canard kept complaining. Yang Hui had a dark face and broke the tableware in his hand with too much force. Canard Pars shuddered all over and then opened his mouth obediently to accept Yunoya's feeding. Amuro and Kashima Yang sat obediently in their seats with their backs straight and shivering. Wang and Wang Ruma sighed and handed Yang Hui new tableware again. Bertadiga and Ciro covered their mouths and laughed secretly. In general, except for Yang Hui, Yunoya finally found her other half, and everyone was happy and supportive. Yunoya was an old man in Promise Fortress. Although she joined the Promise Legion as a medical staff to go to the mission world to perform tasks after the Legion War, she had been silently supporting everyone in various aspects before that. Yunoya is beautiful, gentle, and kind. She has many suitors in Promise Fortress, but she has never agreed to anyone. However, she has maintained a pure relationship with everyone, which makes people unable to resent her. After joining the Promise Corps, she became the director of the medical department due to her excellent medical care ability. She has saved many people and taken care of many people. She is grateful to Yunoya, which makes Yunoya more attractive. As a result, after she rejected many people, more people pursued her. However, Yunoya remained the same. She did not agree to anyone's pursuit and remained single until, should I say, is this inevitable? Maybe other people would not understand why Yunoya would be with Canard Pars, who has a bad personality and no emotional intelligence, but Wang and Wang Liumei saw it, and Bertadiga and Sira also saw it. This is not a boyfriend, it's just a child. The Gundam Age world had not yet been connected to the Promise Fortress. Even in the more than 10 years before the third phase of the mission began, Yunoya, as a medical volunteer, often led a team of volunteers to various remote areas to provide medical assistance. Among them, she took the most care of the local children. This also allowed Yunoya to cultivate the brilliance of motherhood without being married or having children. When she met a child in need, she was willing to provide help and care. And Canard Pars has joined the Promise Corps for so long and has also carried out world missions with a team, but his personality is still a child who never grows up. He is impulsive, willful, foul-mouthed, and has a bad temper. Anyway, he is just a naughty child. When Yunoya, who is full of maternal brilliance, meets Canard Pars, who is like a naughty child, the result is self-evident. Alice. I was so careful, but I actually overlooked this point. What a mistake. Yang Hui certainly saw it. After all, Yunoya was the little cotton-padded jacket he watched grow up, and he knew Yunoya better than her biological father Flit. Enough. Why are you always looking so grumpy? Wang and Wang Liumei rolled their eyes and lectured unhappily. Yunoya has been single for so long, it's time for her to find a partner. As elders, we should support her. But why this naughty kid? Yang Hui actually didn't object to Yunoya finding a boyfriend. Although he was her own little cotton-padded jacket, as Yunoya's uncle, he also hoped that Yunoya could have her own private life and not focus on work. But, at least she should be a little more normal, right? There are so many outstanding men in the Legion, and there are also many people with both strength and character among her suitors. Any one of them is more suitable than Canard Pars, right? Yunoya is so virtuous and kind, won't she be bullied by Canard Pars in the future? I think you're overthinking it. See for yourself. Wang and Wang Liumei were not worried that Yunoya would be bullied by Canard Pals, because they didn't say anything and quietly observed the interaction between Yunoya and Canard Pals. Yunoya fed Canard Pals like feeding a child. Although Canard Pals kept grumbling and complaining, he was still obedient and opened his mouth to receive Yunoya's feeding. Then Yunoya would praise Canard Pals by stroking his hair like a child. Then, Canard Pals didn't dodge, nor did he open Yunoya's hand. He just lowered his head, his old face flushed, and he didn't know what he was mumbling, but he could see that he was talking but thinking. He was obviously enjoying it, but he was still complaining. How can this be a child? It's just a pet. Sira said jokingly. Yet, Wang Liumei, Bertadiga, Amuro, and Kashima Yang nodded in agreement. Canard Pals was completely domesticated, and had been upgraded from a child to a pet. If Canard Pars was a wild cat before, then now he is a tamed house cat, willful and arrogant, but he will never bully his owner. Soon, everyone had eaten and drunk enough, and they separated. The main reason was that Amuro and Kashimayu really didn't dare to stay with Yang Hui any longer. The black coat that was like a substance on their bodies made them tremble. They ate it up in a few bites, and then each of them ran away with their wives. After Yunoya finished feeding, he also took Canard Pars to say goodbye to Yang Hui and the others. This was the last carnival, so of course he had to take his own kitten, his own boyfriend, to have a good look around. On Yang Hui's side, there were broken tableware all over the floor, but with Wang and Wang Liumei suppressing him, he didn't do anything to Canard Pars. He would slowly accept this fact and was not afraid of Yang Hui's revenge later. Where are we going next? Wang Liumei asked Yang Hui. How about making a model? Yang Hui suggested. Make a model. Well, it's the core after all. You haven't made a model for so many years. You're almost gone, so you should feel it. Well, let's go. Wang and Wang Liumei thought Yang Hui's words made sense, so they agreed. The three of them bought an HG each in the surrounding shops. Yang Hui chose the Secret Angel Gundam, which was a very important memory for him and his first partner. Wang did not choose Ms, but chose the Ptolemy battleship model instead. The reason was the same as Yang Hui's, that was the first ship they set sail. Wang Liumei had never driven a Ms until now, and she didn't have any unforgettable memories of battleships, so she didn't know how to choose for a while. In the end, Yang Hui recommended 3 Archangel Gundams to her. These were the 3 models that Wang Liumi had the deepest connection with. After all, the ending of the 3 Trinity brothers and sisters in the first stage was caused by Wang Liumi. Holding 3 boxes of HG Archangel Gundam in her hand, Wang Liumi's expression was a bit complicated. In general, she still disliked it. After all, it was not a memory worth remembering to cheat those 3 stupid kids, but it seemed that the Archangel Gundam was indeed more related, right? Mr. Yang. Yuki Tetsuya, who happened to be a teacher in the model-making classroom, saw Yang Hui and the other 2. Seeing that he and Wang and Wang Liumi behind him were all wearing big sunglasses and hats, he immediately changed his words and greeted them. Tetsuya, you are here too. Yang Hui walked over with Wang and Wang Liumi, only to find that Kosaka China and Ella Yukianen were also there. Yuki Tetsuya was teaching them how to make models. Hello. Seeing Yang Hui, Kosaka China and Ella Yukianen quickly stood up to greet him. Are you the only 2? Where are Makoto and Ryuji? Yang Hui asked as he sat opposite Wang and Wang Liumi. They went somewhere else to play. Kosaka China replied politely. Ella said she wanted to make a model herself, so I came here with her. Alice, these 2 idiots don't care about their girlfriends. Yang Hui shook his head in disappointment. X2 hearing the word girlfriend, Kosaka China and Ella Yukianen instantly turned into steam girls and denied it again and again. We haven't. Yes. That's right. That idiot and I are not in that kind of relationship. Really? Yang Hui teased with a smirk on his face. Well. X2 Kosaka China and Ella Yukianen blushed and lowered their heads, shyly wanting to deny, but couldn't say it. The soft voices were so subtle that even mosquitoes couldn't hear what they were saying. By the way, Mr. Yang. Yuki Tetsuya smiled bitterly and shook his head. He knew that Yang Hui's bad taste had come back. How could innocent girls like Kosaka China and Ella Yukianen withstand the teasing of an old fox like Yang Hui? He also had a good relationship with Iori Makoto and Ryuji, so he helped to change the topic. Are you and your wife here to make models too? Well, they haven't made models themselves yet, and this is a rare opportunity, so let's take them to experience it. Yang Hui also understood what Yuki Tetsuya meant, gave him a meaningful look, and then continued his words. That's really a pity, but with you here, the ladies will be able to finish it quickly. Yuki Tetsuya didn't think that he needed him to be the teacher when Yang Hui was present. Yang Hui had studied Dawn Gundam himself, and the production level was not like a work of the mortal world. Well, then you continue to teach them, and I will teach Wang and Rumi. Yang Hui glanced at Kosaka China and Ella Yukianen, and said to Yuki Tetsuya. Oh, okay, then excuse me, Mr. Yang. Yuki Tetsuya wanted to ask Yang Hui why he didn't teach them, but then he thought about it and understood that this was an excuse to get Yuki Tetsuya to sit down and chat together. Secret Angel Gundam. Yuki Tetsuya, who was sitting down, saw that Yang Hui chose the Secret Angel Gundam model, and thought of something, so he asked, Iori told me that you and Ryuji also chose the Secret Angel Gundam in the battle in Iori's shop, right? Yes. Yang Hui raised the corner of his mouth and stared at the model box in his hand, with the Secret Angel Gundam on the cover. It was my first partner. Chapter 1012, A Scroll Called Happiness, Part 4. Yuki Tetsuya smiled. He could see that there must be a past between Yang Hui and the Secret Angel Gundam that he didn't know about. They used to have a very close relationship, just like the amazing Zaku that accompanied him for a long time, and the amazing Jing Baofan that fought with him. Although these 2 models are no longer in use, he did not abandon them, but kept them well and took them out for maintenance from time to time. Madam's choice is also very special. It turned out to be the transport ship Ptolemy of Celestial Being, and 3 Archangel Gundams, all of which are Gundam machines. Yuki Tetsuya found the common point in the 3 people's choices. That's right. Yang Hui smiled at Wang and Wang Rumi. For them, the Gundam world is their home. It is the home they fought for and changed before they knew about the Promise Fortress, before they knew about countless worlds and heavy responsibilities. Although they didn't know what happened specifically, Yuki Tetsuya, Kosaka China and Ella Yukianen didn't ask any questions after hearing the words, and they also enjoyed the warmth of such memories. Then, everyone started to assemble their own models. Wang Liumi, Takasaka China and Ella Yuki were all novices. Yang Hui and Yuki Tetsuya taught them how to make models. Like most people at the scene, they didn't have too many ideas, just enjoying the peaceful and warm time, and then, it's done. Ella Yuki looked at the model she had made with shining eyes. Wang and Wang Liumei were also very happy that they could make their own models. This was a small sense of accomplishment and a small sense of excitement. You did a good job. It seems that you are also very talented. Yang Hui praised, of course, just to make his wife happy. Although Wang and Wang Liumei were women, they were dexterous and careful, but how could they do a good job in making models for the first time? You taught well, you are worthy of being our husbands, love you. Wang and Wang Liumei, like girls who just fell in love, playfully gave Yang Hui 2 little hearts. Seeing this, Yuki Tetsuya, Kosaka Chinana and Ella Yuki all felt a little embarrassed. The dog food was so sweet, but it made people extremely envious. Ella Yuki and Kosaka Chinana couldn't help but imagine whether they could also be like this with a person they like, no matter how long they have been together. And Yuki Tetsuya, at this moment, he also had the idea that he should have a sweet love. However, Yuki Tetsuya quickly suppressed this idea. His family and identity destined him to not have a casual love, and he was still a high school student. There was no need to be so anxious. He still had goals and things he wanted to accomplish. Love and so on, just let it go. That's great, Mr. Yang and his wife are so loving. Kosaka Chinana said enviously, and Ella Yuki nodded vigorously in agreement. Haha, thank you. Yang Hui smiled happily, looking at Wang and Wang Liumei with sweet and warm eyes. The love between them is no longer a simple love. Although love is not easy, it is more difficult for them than the couples in this peaceful world. The torture of time, the heavy responsibility, the threat of life and death, they have overcome all of this and they can maintain this love until now. However, Yang Hui thought about Iori Makoto and Ryuji. The future of Kosaka China and Ella Yuki will definitely be very beautiful. After all, Iori Makoto and Ryuji are both responsible little men. Although Ryuji's emotional intelligence. Yo. You are here, huh? You are here too. Speak of the devil, Iori Makoto and Ryuji came. Well, Wang and Rumi made models for the first time, so I took them to experience it. Hey? Not bad, I haven't done much before. Last time, under the guidance of a strange uncle, that is, Makoto's father, I also made a model by myself, and it felt pretty good. Ryuji sat down directly and chatted with Yang Hui. I don't know. Never mind, it must be unintentional. He still sat next to Ella Yuki while Iori Makoto shyly sat next to Kosaka Chinana, and then Kosaka Chinana also became shy. Why do I feel like I'm the only one who is redundant? Yuki Tetsuya looked at the couples around him, and he was inspired and made a joke. Ha, why don't you find one quickly? With your conditions, there should be a lot of girls pursuing you, right? Yang Hui teased. I don't know about that, I don't pay attention to these things at all. Yuki Tetsuya shrugged casually. Haha, young people, don't learn from a certain steel man and treat a machine as a wife. Yang Hui teased, and didn't forget to stab his best friend. Hey, I heard it. Huh? Yang Hui's face froze, and he turned his head to look, only to see Graham looking at him with an unhappy expression. Tisk, you're here too. Oh my god. What's your attitude? You're so confident in scolding people behind their backs. Graham couldn't help but curse. Yang Hui waved his hand and raised 2 fingers. First, I'm telling the truth. Second, I'm saying this to your face. Knowing you is the biggest mistake of my life. Really? Tisk. Graham was of course joking, but he still couldn't beat Yang Hui in bickering, so he pulled over an empty chair and sat down with a stuffy chest. You are. Iori Makoto and Ling Si knew Yang Hui, Wang and Wang Liumei, but it was the first time they met Graham. Especially Ling Si was very surprised. When he was in the Aryan Kingdom, Yang Hui was very easygoing and could chat with anyone. He never hesitated to help people who really needed help, but, how to say it, in Ling Si's opinion, these were not expressions of intimacy. There was always an inexplicable gap in distance between Yang Hui and those people. And Graham. Ling Si could see that although he was not forgiving in words, the bond between Yang Hui and Graham must be very strong enough to give his life to each other. This made Ling Si a little curious. There hadn't been such a person in the other world for so many years, including Ling Si himself. Where did this man come from? The defeated opponent, the second place for 1,000 years, Graham Aka. Yang Hui put his hand on Graham's shoulder and introduced him to everyone. Go away. I have also defeated you, okay? The other Grahams didn't care. They were used to joking with Yang Hui, but he couldn't stand this one and retorted excitedly. You call that winning? 2 against 1 with my brother? Wait until I'm almost exhausted to pick up the heads? Don't forget how I played tricks on your flag. Get lost. You used the Archangel to hit my flag, and you bully me with performance. How dare you say that? What's wrong with performance? It's also my machine. The Archangel was modified by me. I made that one myself and brought it back. But that's not your machine either. And that one, was it developed by you? It's obviously the masterpiece of the old man, okay. But he's also my son. And, don't forget, you still need me to call you Dad. Damn it. The blood vessels in Graham's brain were about to explode. How many years ago did this happen? He just couldn't get over it, right? Question mark. What? Don't accept it? If you don't accept it, just hold it in. Huh. That's impossible. Me. Graham Aka. I don't even know how to write the word hold it in. Did you bring that thing? Let's have a fight. Graham took out a model of the flag Gundam from his waist and said to Yang Hui. Although this is just a model and not a real machine, it is also a flag Gundam for Graham. Now that he can't touch his real wife, he treats her as a concubine and pampers her. This is flag Gundam? Is it a modified Gundam? When Iori Makoto saw the flag Gundam in Graham's hand, his eyes began to twinkle with stars. The workmanship, the curves, the edges and corners are simply rare treasures. But Iori Makoto was very confused, because as an encyclopedia of models, he couldn't connect flag Gundam with any model on the market. This, I made for him, a completely original machine. There is no one on the market, only this one. Yang Hui said, holding Graham's shoulders. A completely original machine. So handsome. Iori Makoto said excitedly. Really? My flag Gundam is the strongest. Graham smiled proudly. Whoever praises the flag Gundam is his good brother. It's just so-so. It's still a lot worse than my Dawn Gundam. As a close friend for hundreds of years, Yang Hui will not miss any opportunity to stab him. Nonsense. Obviously my flag Gundam is the strongest. I made it. Call me Daddy. Get lost. Take out your Dawnbreaker Gundam. Let's just have a fight first, just as a warm-up. Although Graham likes a peaceful life, he can't stay calm all the time, especially after watching Iori Makoto and his team's game. The fire in his heart was also ignited. My wife and I are out on a date. Why should I bring a model? If I want to play, go play by yourself. There are plenty of people over there. No, it has to be you, otherwise it would be meaningless. Graham smiled seriously. In a duel, he only recognized Yang Hui, and only Yang Hui was the only opponent he recognized. Others, including Kira, Aslan, Yolin, Setsuna. They are also very strong, and Graham dare not guarantee that he can win every battle, but they can only be companions, not opponents. In his heart, the opponent is only Yang Hui. I can't refute this sentence. Yang Hui felt Graham's enthusiasm, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously raised an arc of approval. But I did not bring the Dawnbreaker. I'm afraid I will disappoint you. Here, take it. At this time, Wang handed a small bag from his bag to Yang Hui, which contained the model of the Dawnbreaker Gundam. Why is it with you? Yang Hui raised his eyebrows, puzzled. Just in case, you have been very impetuous recently. Wang and Wang Liumai covered their mouths and smiled. How could their husbands and companions who shared life and death with them not see it? Besides, we haven't seen you fight for a long time. I am looking forward to it. Although, it's okay to make do with it. Wang Liumai said, it's not that they want Yang Hui to fight with Graham, but they know him, understand him, and support him. It's really my greatest pride in my life. Yang Hui smiled gently, took the small bag containing the Dawnbreaker Gundam model, and responded to Graham's warlike eyes. Chapter 1013 I Want to See a Higher Sky. Yuki Tetsuya was stunned for a moment, then showed an excited expression, and even touched his hair when there was no battle, entering the state of middle school. I'm so lucky, I actually have the honor to see Mr. Yang Hui and Mr. Graham fight. Senior Yuki, is Mr. Graham really that powerful? Judging from the conversation between Yang Hui and Graham, Graham must be a member of the Promise Fortress, And Yuki Tetsuya said that in the Promise Corps, those who use special equipment are all top masters of the T0 level. But Iori Makoto has only seen Yang Hui take action himself, and has never seen Graham take action. Yang Hui's action left a deep impression on him. It is really hard to imagine that there is someone who can make Yang Hui so motivated. Mr. Graham is the top expert second only to Mr. Yang Hui. Yuki Tetsuya was the only person outside the Promise Corps who was qualified to make an evaluation. He was also the only one who had really come into contact with the T0 experts of the Promise Corps. Although he was always relaxing when accompanying him to contact, he could still feel the difference in level division. He's right, Makoto, this person is terribly strong. Lingxi was also trembling with excitement at this time. He didn't know Graham, but when Yang Hui and Graham looked at each other just now, the fighting spirit and courage generated by the collision of their eyes, even if they were well controlled, made him perceptive. If the collision between Yuki Tetsuya and Julian Mackenzie was 1, then the collision between Yang Hui and Graham was 100, or even higher. Then let's go and see. Iori Makoto looked forward to it. He wanted to see more exciting battles, and also wanted to see what kind of machines the world's only Dawn Gundam and Flag Gundam were. Okay. Let's. My personal advice is, don't go. Yuki Tetsuya held Iori Makoto and Ryuji and didn't let them follow. Why? Ryuji frowned, and Iori Makoto, Kasuga China and Ella Yukinen were puzzled. That level is not something we can get in touch with now. It will be a shock if we see it. Yuki Tetsuya smiled bitterly and shook his head. He had never seen the battle between Yang Hui and Graham, but when he was in PPSC, he had the honor of seeing the battle between Aslan and Zhang Wufei. That battle was really exciting, but the blow it brought to Yuki Tetsuya was so great that he locked himself in the room for a whole week before he adjusted. The impact was really too great. The collision between monsters that completely abandoned the shackles made Yuki Tetsuya have serious self-doubt. Did he doubt whether he really had talent? Did he doubt whether he really loved the battle between models? Did he doubt whether he was really suitable for the battle between models? Fortunately, Yuki Tetsuya came out of his self-doubt and became stronger. It was not the growth of model-making technology or model combat operation, but the growth of the fiery heart that was eager to fight and not arrogant when winning and not discouraged when losing. Yuki Tetsuya also understood this truth after that. The real strength is the strength of the mind. But, although Yuki Tetsuya grew up after that, he still didn't have much courage to watch the full-strength battles of the T0 strongmen. He was not sure whether he would be firm enough after growing up. So Yuki Tetsuya advised Iori Makoto and Ryuji not to watch the battle between Yang Hui and Graham. How can we do that? How can we miss such an exciting victory or defeat? Lingxi immediately retorted. He has always been curious about Yang Hui and what Yang Hui's full strength is like. He is the goal I must defeat. Although I am not his opponent yet, at least I have to see how big the gap is. I want to see it too. Senior Yuki. Iori Makoto's purpose is different from Lingxi's, but he also wants to watch this battle. The exciting battle and the better models make him unable to extricate himself. I think, a battle is a battle. Although they are stronger than us, but we should not be afraid of these. We also need to grow, and we should also know what the higher sky looks like. You guys. Yuki Tetsuya was speechless. He understood what Lingxi and Iori Makoto said, and he was also such a person, but that kind of blow really can't be resisted by firm belief. He was also very confident at the beginning, and his belief was definitely not weaker than Iori Makoto and Lingxi at this time, but he was still hit, and he almost gave up the battle between models. However, Yuki Tetsuya did not persuade him anymore. On the one hand, although they were good friends, if the other party insisted on his own ideas after persuading him, he would cross the line if he persuaded him again. On the other hand, Iori Makoto and Ryuji were also Yuki Tetsuya's opponents in the final of the individual competition of this World Championship. He also hoped that his opponents would be stronger and could bring him a fair final. Well, let's go. Yuki Tetsuya sighed, and took Iori Makoto and Ryuji to follow behind Yang Hui and Graham. Madam, are they really okay? Kasuga China and Ella Yukinen did not follow immediately, but looked at their backs worriedly. It depends on them. Wang Liumi did not say nice words to comfort Kasuga China and Ella Yukinen, but told the truth, it's too high level. They will definitely be shocked after watching it now. If they can survive, They will grow by leaps and bounds, but if they can't survive, they are likely to give up model battles. How can this be? Takasaka Chinana looked embarrassed. She certainly didn't want to see Iori Makoto give up his love for models and model battles. It was precisely because of this love that Iori Makoto was full of infinite charm in Takasaka Chinana's eyes, but Iori Makoto's decision, she really didn't know how to persuade him. That was his will. Takasaka Chinana could only understand and support him. I believe in Ryuji. He won't be defeated by this kind of blow. Ella Yukinen was different from Takasaka Chinana. She had confidence in Ryuji and believed that he would definitely survive. Then let's go and have a look together. It won't have much impact on you, Wong suggested. Takasaka Chinana only participated in the team competition, and she was just making up the numbers. She just supported Iori Makoto, and she didn't have much enthusiasm. Ella Yukinen probably wouldn't participate in the competition in the future, or she would no longer be obsessed with model battles, so the duel between Yang Hui and Graham would not have much impact on them. Moreover, if Iori Makoto and Ling Si really couldn't bear the blow, Takasaka Chinana and Ella Yukinen would be by their side and could provide comfort and support in the first time. Soon, Yang Hui and Graham found the staff and asked them to clear a free battle venue alone and drive away other spectators so that others would not disturb them. This was also for the sake of others. After all, the main force of the carnival was people who loved models and model battles. If the duel between Yang Hui and Graham dampened the enthusiasm of most people, it would be inappropriate. However, there were quite a few familiar faces who noticed the fight between Yang Hui and Graham, such as the members of the Promised Legion who happened to be wandering nearby, as well as Nils Nelson, Masao Yasuke who finally held each other's hands, Richard Fellini, and famous players such as Kerala and Luwang Dallara who were taking a break in the middle of the fight. Even Masao Yasuke's master and Lal noticed it. Naturally, they didn't want to miss this fight. Alice, they're all too young. I hope they won't be shocked. How can they not be shocked? Don't forget how we were abused back then. Don't say it. I stayed at home by myself for a whole week. It was my wife who dragged me out of the house. I can only say that they are very brave. With their current level, they dare to watch the duel between the commander-in-chief and the lieutenant general. Ahem, be careful with your address. The members of the Promise Corps also looked at Iori Makoto, Ryuji, Yasuka Masao and other natives of this world with a joking look on their faces. Some of them almost couldn't withstand such a blow back then, let alone this group of people born in peacetime. They actually underestimated us. Ryuji and others naturally heard the whispers of the Promise Corps members. They were very angry and wanted to step forward to argue with each other. Yuki Tetsuya quickly grabbed them and led them to a small area. He repeated what he had said to Ryuji and Iori Makoto before, which also shocked them. But, as expected, no one backed down. They and Iori Makoto held the same belief. If they didn't see what the higher sky looked like, how could they fly to the higher sky? The master of Lal and Yasuka Masao smiled to hide his inner shock. After all, being older and having more experience was the most valuable wealth. In their eyes, the Promise Corps was definitely not an ordinary person. Although they were all watching casually, a closer look revealed that there was a certain unspoken order in the crowd, and the people on the periphery subconsciously took 2 steps back and looked around. And, a certain subconscious action. This is a soldier. All of them are soldiers. Commander-in-Chief. Lieutenant General. Although the voice was very low and the surroundings were quite noisy, the person who said this was right next to Lal and he heard it. Who are they? Brother, who are you? Lal couldn't help but think of Lamba, the twin brother who he hadn't seen for many years and had become unrecognizable when they met again. Don't think about it. Yasuka Shinsei's master was right beside Lar, and seeing Lar lost in thought, he calmly advised, Masters Henan. It doesn't matter who they are. What's important is that they are all very strong and don't intend to do bad things. And, as he spoke, Yasuka Shinsei's master opened his eyes and looked at Yang Hui and Graham at both ends of the battle platform with a sharp gaze. They will help young people grow, and that's enough. Yes, I understand. Lar nodded, cleared all the complicated thoughts from his mind, and watched the upcoming battle carefully with everyone else. Chapter 1014 Top-Level Battle. Yang Hui and Graham placed the Dawn Gundam and Flag Gundam in the preparation area respectively. As their eyes collided, the pair of ski particles began to spread, and the battlefield was randomly matched. It was a vast cosmic environment. There was no Earth, No moon, nothing, just a deep space. It was a map that had never appeared in a formal occasion. Interesting, come directly. Graham saw this map and understood what Yang Hui meant. There was no need for other things to exist. This was a tip for direct confrontation. Do we two need anything else? Yang Hui raised his lips with a fiery arc. Of course not. With Graham's fiery shout, the missile compartments around the flag Gundam were all opened, and countless micro-missiles flew, like a huge net covering the Dawn Gundam. At the same time, it started itself and launched a charge. The beam rifle mounted on the abdomen and the beam cannon on the back fired one after another, and each shot was aimed directly at the vital points of the Dawn Gundam. Facing the tide-like attack of the flag Gundam, the Dawn Gundam remained calm, spreading its wings, emitting infinite brilliance, and scattering stars and spots, adding a sacred color to the lonely universe. And each tiny light spot, like an extension of Yang Hui's will, dispersed, one after another accurately hid a micro-missile, and held a grand fireworks feast in the universe. Swish, swish, swish. The obstruction of the fireline was broken through by continuous shooting in the next second after it appeared, and they came one after another, forming a closely connected line. The wings flapped gently, and the golden light spots were scattered again, but they did not disperse again, but condensed together, building a towering fortress between the Dawn Gundam and the flag Gundam. The beam of artillery hit the towering fortress wall, not only did not cause any damage, but even reflected, and all returned to the flag Gundam. What on earth is this? Irie Makoto, Ryuji and others who were watching the battle were stunned. Whether it was the fierce attack of the flag Gundam, or the calmness of the Dawn Gundam, they were deeply shocked. And Ryuji was observing the golden light spots from the Dawn Gundam. That is the X-Generator, from Gundam Age, a psychokinetic weapon that can theoretically achieve unlimited power. Irie Makoto immediately explained to Ryuji. But, is this really the X-Generator? The bits generated by the X-Generator don't have such a long range, and I've never seen such a combination in operation. How powerful and precise controllability does it require? In addition to Ryuji, Irie Makoto and others are experts in model making. How could they not pay attention to the X-Generator, a psychokinetic weapon that can theoretically achieve unlimited power? But there is no invincible weapon. They are all very clear about the shortcomings of the X-Generator. It has a short range, high energy consumption, and is difficult to operate. After all, there is no such thing as mental control in model battles in this world. Including the floating gun, everything is manually controlled. There may be the help of the battle auxiliary system, but it is not that simple. This is also one of the important reasons why very few contestants in the world competition choose to use the floating gun. And the X-Generator requires more superb controllability than ordinary floating guns. Carlos Caesar is one of the most famous floating gun users in the world competition, but he can only do a good job of restoring the performance of bit in film and television works. Several small groups gathered around the body to make a ring defense with gaps. It is impossible to build a towering fortress for defense like Yang Hui. Not to mention. Master Zenin, did you see it clearly? Lao asked Yasuka Masau's master in a low voice with a look of horror. Yasuka Shinsei's master nodded heavily. Because the battle was too fast, the young people didn't see it clearly, but the two veterans saw it clearly. Every bit just now hit a micro-missile, not a wide range of firepower coverage, which is equivalent to the multi-barreled rocket launcher is like dozens of sniper rifles firing at the same time, and every bullet hits the target. Is this really something that people can do? As expected of the general, Mr. Yang Hui, this is really too abnormal. Lauren Yasuka Shinsei's master can see it clearly, and the members of the Promise Corps can naturally see it clearly. Although they have seen it, they are still extremely shocked and keep sighing that zero-time difference calculation is a bug-level abnormal talent. Coupled with Yang Hui, who is good at calculation and medium and long-range high-speed shooting, it is simply an invincible combination. And, reflection. Reflection. If it were me, it would be gone. But this shouldn't be a problem for Mr. Graham, right? Of course. Watching the battle, the members of the Promise Corps who were familiar with the two also had some guesses about what would happen next. For example, Irie Makoto, Ryuji and others were still feeling lucky for Graham that none of the reflected attacks were on the path of the flag Gundam, when a shocking scene happened again. The beam attack that had already passed the flag Gundam actually came back from a different direction, and now it was the Flag Gundam that was surrounded. Isn't this Madame Yulin's reflected shot? How could she do this? Seeing the strange reflection and refraction of the beam, they also looked over carefully. Sure enough, next to the Flag Gundam, at some point, there were already several GN Super Dragoons wrapped in GN force fields waiting. The beam attack reflected by the fortress composed of bits was not a random reflection, but was aimed at these GN Super Dragoons. Don't make a fuss, kid. A member of the Promise Corps explained jokingly, MRS. Yulin's driving skills were taught by Mr. Yang Hui, and she started from scratch, which of course also included mirror reflection shooting. In fact, not only that, but special skills and tactics including mirror reflection shooting and various grand maneuvers are all open to the public within the Promise Corps. All members of the Corps are eligible to learn them, but the difficulty is too high, and only a few people can learn them. For example, in the entire Promise Corps, only Yang Hui, Yuling and the Delandi brothers can use mirror reflection shooting, and even the Delandi brothers need the help of Haro to do it. It seems that gentlemen lost. Yasuko Masao and others were frightened again, but they also determined the result of this duel. After all, with the current situation faced by the Flag Gundam, they couldn't think of any way to break the deadlock. This is just the beginning. Mr. Graham won't lose so easily. What? At this moment, everyone's attention was once again attracted by the battle in the field. Seeing that the situation was doomed, the Flag Gundam suddenly completed its transformation before the beams came from all directions. While transforming, the body also began to rotate, constantly twisting its slender figure, taking advantage of every opportunity, and dancing gracefully in the large net woven by the beams. Then, the moment it broke out of the encirclement of the beams, the body transformed into a fighter again while rotating and continued to charge. It appears. Graham Mobile Type 491. It's still so exaggerated. How many Gs is this? Who knows? Anyway, Mr. Graham's style is to play to his death as long as he can't kill himself. Ha ha ha, I hope Mr. Graham can be so tough in front of those big guys. Puff. The members of Promise Fortress were joking with each other, while Iori Makoto and others lost their ability to think. They never thought that this kind of action was something that a human could do. But Graham's amazing performance still did not change their views. Graham would not be Yang Hui's opponent. After all, the X-Generator was beyond imagination. Don't underestimate Mr. Graham. He has entered his field. The Promise Corps member next to him said with a smile, and his eyes never left the battle. Iori Makoto and others didn't understand, but the next second, they understood. In the battle, Flag Gundam had rushed to the front of the Golden Castle and immediately turned into Ms. form. The blades of the two guns in their hands merged together to become two high-frequency vibrating swords, which slashed fiercely on the Golden Castle. The originally indestructible Golden Castle was actually cut open without any obstruction. At the same time as the Golden Castle was cut open, two beams of light shot out along the cut gap, pointing directly at the fatal weakness of Flag Gundam. However, Flag Gundam had expected it long ago. At the moment of cutting open the Golden Castle composed of bits, it turned its body to the side, and the two beams of light passed by the body of Flag Gundam, one after another. Killing through the increasingly large gap, the dual swords of the Flag Gundam fell towards the Dawn Gundam, like lightning. The Dawn Gundam immediately changed its gun into a sword, raised its hand to meet it, and blocked the dual swords of the Flag Gundam. As expected of you. Yang Hui was not surprised at all that Graham could break through his blockade. It was also because of this that the smile on Yang Hui's face became more and more fiery. Your zero-time difference calculation is not very good. Graham mocked with the same fiery expression. How do you know? This is not what I calculated. Before the voice fell, Graham shouted in his heart that it was not good, and immediately controlled the Flag Gundam to repel the Dawn Gundam with all his strength, while holding the dual swords and spinning in place. The next second, countless green sharp thin lines were cut to pieces by the rotating blades. As soon as the rotation ended, the Flag Gundam immediately crossed its hands in front of it, opened the shining GN field and pinpoint defense system. Almost at the same time, dozens of energy beams hit it, splashing waves of ripples. Chapter 1015, Refreshing. Not refreshing enough. What is that? Ryoji saw that a large number of beams of light suddenly shot out from the gaps between the wings of the Dawn Gundam, and immediately asked Iori Makoto. It should be the glow transmitter system in the Gundam Seed Stargazer. In Iori Makoto's memory, the only system that could match that kind of beam of light was the glow transmitter system, but he had seen too many scenes beyond his common sense and imagination, so he was not sure for a while whether this was a brand new weapon. While Iori Makoto was explaining to Ryuji, the battle in the field had a new change. The emergency defense of the Flag Gundam perfectly blocked the counterattack of the Dawn Gundam. The moment the GN field and the pinpoint defense system were removed, the flames behind it reached their peak, and the huge thrust pushed the Flag Gundam forward, and it was entangled with the Dawn Gundam again. It really has to be you, Graham. Yang Hui shouted excitedly. Yang Hui's talent, zero-time difference calculation, can perform countless calculations at the same time, and every action can be carried out in the most reasonable and accurate manner according to the results of the calculations. This is already another way of predicting the future. But Graham has no talent, but relying on his understanding of Yang Hui, his understanding of himself, and his excellent driving ability, he has broken Yang Hui's calculations again and again. For example, just now, if it were anyone else, it would be a deadly situation, but Graham's understanding of Yang Hui made him predict that Yang Hui would use the beam of light transmitter to attack him in an instant, and at the same time, he judged that after he responded, he would also launch a fatal shot. His reaction speed allowed him to react in an instant after this prediction, so that he could break Yang Hui's prediction of the future. Talent. Graham's talent. This is Yang Hui's guess. Graham's talent is about to awaken. It is a beast-like intuition, and an extraordinary reflex speed, which can put his ideas into practice the moment the idea appears. Super reflex speed. If not, how can I catch up with you? Yang Hui. Transam. Then come on. Transam. For a moment, the Dawn Gundam and Flag Gundam were all covered with the color of Red Lotus. The two Gundams dragged long after images and collided back and forth in the universe, like two meteors intertwined, leaving brilliant marks wherever they passed. So strong. How is this possible? How is this possible? Is this something that humans can do? Their battle, then what are we? The higher sky, actually, is like this. Iori Makoto and others were no longer shocked, numb, bewildered, or afraid. People on the ground, seeing a 50-story building, would have the desire to challenge and climb, but when they knew that the top of this building was the deep space of the universe outside the atmosphere, they would only feel afraid and eventually give up. Alice. Yuki Tetsuya had already noticed that even Iori Makoto and Ryuji, who he was most optimistic about, had begun to waver in their faith. Others showed expressions of fear, loss, and discouragement. Various expressions began to struggle on their faces. Masters Henin, the master of Yasuka Shinsei, and Lao also noticed the changes in the young man, but they did not say anything. If they knew from the beginning that the level of this battle would be so high, they would not agree to let these young people watch it anyway. After all, even they were slightly affected, not to mention the energetic young people. Now, what should have happened has happened, and there is no use regretting it. Moreover, they have no way to comfort these young people. This is indeed a major blow to them, but it is also a test. As long as they can cross this test, they will soar in the future. If they can't cross it, they can only be lost in the crowd. Iori, Ryuji, Masaki, Kosuke China, Ella Yuki and Miki also looked at their respective people with worry, and didn't know how to comfort them. They could only hold their hands gently to support them. The winner has been decided. After a fierce collision, the battle between the Dawn Gundam and the Flag Gundam is nearing its end. As time passed, the Transam systems of the two Gundams had reached their time limits, and the performance of both machines had entered a period of weakness. After the last collision, they separated on both sides. The armor surface of the Dawn Gundam was damaged, and only half of the left wing was left. There were still large and small cuts on its body. The sword gun composite weapon had been replaced with a beam sword at some point. But the Flag Gundam was in a worse state. No, it could no longer be described as bad, but it could be described as being broken. Both arms and the head were gone, and all the weapons on the body turned into fragments and scattered in the current universe. Only the surface of the two legs was still flashing with a faint glow, which eventually dissipated with a leap of the arc. The battle is over, the winner is Dawn Gundam. As the system announced the final result of the battle, the pair of ski particles stopped spreading, and the battle platform also ended the battle program. The Dawn Gundam and Flag Gundam were turned into dead models and fell on the platform again. One more win. Yang Hui made a scissors sign and shook it in Graham's direction. Tisk, just a little bit short, but it's still pretty cool, but not enough. Graham is certainly not someone who won't admit defeat, but he still refused to accept it and vowed to win back next time. Okay. What are you all doing here? Eat, play, and find a wife. Then, Yang Hui laughed and scolded the members of the Promise Corps who were watching. He had heard most of the discussion of these guys just now, but it exposed a lot of things. Just now, I was concentrating on fighting Graham and didn't care about them. Now that the battle is over, what are they still doing here? Yes. X and the members of the Promise Corps laughed wantonly and then dispersed. Although this model battle was quite exciting, in their opinion, it was not a real Ms. Duel after all, and there was no reference value. It was just a fun event. After watching the fun, they should leave. Irie Makoto and others were reluctant to leave for a long time, or they had lost the ability to think. It looks like a big blow. Yang Hui and Graham each put away the models of Dawn Gundam and Flag Gundam and walked over. Mr. Yang Hui, we'll take our leave first. Nils Nelson and the others were called back to their senses and did not stay any longer. They were not in the mood to continue playing at the carnival. The shock they had just received was too great and they all needed to be alone. You are really mean, Mr. Yang Hui. Lar and Masters Hanan were the only two people who did not leave. They looked at Yang Hui helplessly. It's too early for them. It's not early. They have all reached a bottleneck and need a little stimulation. Yang Hui shrugged. Fingertip universe. Lar and Masters Hanan couldn't help but complain in their hearts. By the way, Masters Hanan, you really value your apprentice. Yang Hui teased. This was not the first time that Yang Hui and Masters Hanan had met. When the Model Battle World Championship was first established, Masters Hanan was one of the top 4 players in the first World Championship. They had also met in private, so they were quite familiar with each other. Wow, I'm not that old yet. I should walk around more while I can still walk. And, this year's World Championship was very exciting. Masters Hanan laughed with his hands behind his back. It was really good. This was the consensus of the old players. Not only did the competition system and schedule of this World Championship undergo major changes, but there were also many dark horses among the contestants, which gave the Model Battle World Championship, which was about to become a stagnant pool, a new lease of life. It's just that I didn't expect that after knowing you for so many years, I only now know that your battle level is so high. Masters Hanan opened his eyes, which had been closed all the time. In his old age, Masters Hanan still loved model battles, but because he was old and had more experience, there were few people who could make him want to fight. After watching the battle between Yang Hui and Graham today, the gradually decaying heart was also rejuvenated. For me, it's just a game, it's okay to play casually. Yang Hui said calmly, not looking down on anyone, nor looking down on model battles, but simply stating the facts. Game. Well, in this case, I won't say much. If it were in the past, Masters Hanan might have ridiculed him back, letting the other party know how exciting and hot the things he loves are. But facing Yang Hui, even Masters Hanan, a veteran figure in model battles, could not refute Yang Hui's attitude at the moment. Not only because of some things he saw, but also because of gratitude. After all, the model and model battles were brought by Yang Hui, giving this originally ordinary old man a new love and a new passion for life. Then we'll go first. Mr. Liao, Masters Hanan, please enjoy this carnival. Yang Hui said goodbye to Masters Hanan and Liao, and the group left the free battle area. The carnival had just begun, and they didn't plan to spend all their time fighting models. Where are we going next? Wang and Wang Liumai asked Yang Hui. Let's go to the amusement park. There are still many projects there. Yang Hui suggested. Okay. Wang and Wang Liumai nodded happily in agreement. They were not young anymore, but who said that when people get old, their hearts must be old? Then I'll go back first. Although it's just a model, it can't be broken all the time. Graham touched the model bag on his waist and said to Yang Hui. Help me take it back and give it to Luo or Billy. Yang Hui heard this and handed the model bag containing the Dawn Gundam to Graham. Graham was going back, and the model of Dawn Gundam couldn't be broken all the time, so he let him take it over. Okay, have fun, and wait for me to get back at you in a few days. Graham took the model package of Dawnbreaker and said to Yang Hui, "That's even more impossible. You bastard." Haha. Chapter 1016 Ling sees special influence. What should we do? At this time, in the athletes' village, Chinataka Kosaka, Ella Yukiya and Miki were in the public rest area, worried about Iori Makoto, Ryuji and Yasuko Masao. Kira was originally with them, and she was also worried about Richard Fellini's condition, but her break time was over and she had to go back to work. Chinataka, Ella, Miki, what's wrong with you? At this time, Iori Rinko found them. Iori Rinko had been looking for them for a long time at a carnival and couldn't find them, so she thought about going back to the athletes' village to see them. Sure enough, she found them. Seeing that they all looked worried, she couldn't help but ask with concern. "Auntie, are you Iori's father?" Chinataka Kosaka, Ella Yukiya and Miki turned their heads and were about to say something when they saw Iori Rinko intimately holding the arm of a strange man. They couldn't help but guess. After all, they knew that Iori Rinko loved her husband very much and it was impossible for her to hold the arm of another man. "Hello, you must be Chinana, right? My family is Makoto, thanks to you." Iori Takashi didn't have much work to do recently, so he thought about going home to spend time with his wife and children. However, when he got home, he found that there was no one at home. He was puzzled and sad. He didn't know where his wife and children had gone, so he could only stay at home alone with nothing to do. As a result, he suddenly saw a report on the carnival on TV, and happened to see Iori Rinko entering the camera. He suddenly realized that his wife had gone to cheer for their son, so he rushed to Shizuoka without stopping and found Iori Rinko. After the two reunited, Iori Rinko also told him what happened at home during the time when Iori Takashi was away, so Iori Takashi could also tell who was his future daughter-in-law among the people present. "No, it was Iori-san who took care of me." Kosaka Chinana stood up and said shyly. "You are Ella Yukiya, right? Rin-chan has already told me. Don't worry, if you have nowhere to go, just stay at our house. Thank you and your wife for taking care of me, Mr. Iori." As for Miki, Iori Rinko is not very familiar with her. She just stayed at her hot spring hotel before the official game. She can only say that she knows her, so there is no need to talk about anything. Just say hello. "What's wrong with you? Gathering here with worry, where are Makoto and Ryuji?" Iori Rinko asked with concern. This. Kosaka China, Ella Yukiya and Miki looked at each other, and then told Iori Takashi and Iori Rinko exactly what happened before. Mr. Yang Hui and Mr. Graham? Why are they like this again? After listening to the three people's stories, Iori Takashi and Iori Rinko also knew what happened. Iori Takashi, who knew Yang Hui and Graham, was depressed and had a headache. Husband. Those two, didn't they consider the consequences? A fight of that level is not something that Makoto and his friends can accept at their level. Actually, Senior Yusuke had warned Iori and Rai before, but they didn't listen. Takasaka Chinana explained for Yang Hui and Graham, and repeated what Iori Makoto and Rai said to Yuki Tetsuya at that time. Ella Yukiya and Miki also added a part. At that time, Yuki Tetsuya not only persuaded Iori Makoto and Rai, but also Yasuko Masao and others, but no one listened. Alice. Hearing this, Iori Takashi had no choice but to sigh. He understood his son's thoughts very well, because he had the same thoughts before, and he was also one of the witnesses of such things. Husband, what should we do? Iori Rinko asked Iori Takashi worriedly, worried about the mentality of Iori Makoto and Rai. There is no way, we can only pray that they can cheer up on their own. In this regard, Iori Takashi had no way to comfort Iori Makoto and Rai. Why is this so? Believe in them, believe that they can come out on their own. As long as they can come out, they will become stronger. After returning to the contestant village, Iori Makoto and Ryuji locked themselves in the room like everyone else, staring at the Star-Build Strike Gundam on the table in a trance, and constantly recalling the battle between Yang Hui and Graham in their minds, replacing themselves with Yang Hui or Graham, and replacing the Star-Build Strike Gundam with Dawn Gundam, and Flag Gundam, and repeating it over and over again. It is precisely because of this that their moods are getting heavier and heavier, and they are getting more and more confused. I can't figure it out. That guy is so strong. After a long time, Ryuji, who couldn't bear it anymore, scratched his hair and shouted. Ryuji. You scared me to death. Irie Makoto was immersed in thoughts and confusion, and was startled by Ryoji's sudden shout. Sorry, Makoto. Ryoji knew he was in the wrong and apologized awkwardly. However, maybe it was Ryoji's special infectiousness that made Irie Makoto no longer lose his mind and retreat from his self-doubt. Hey, Ryoji. What's wrong? I don't think I have anything to be proud of. Star-Build Strike Gundam. Makoto, you're awesome. Huh? I said, you're awesome. Makoto, your Star-Build Strike Gundam gave me the first idea that models are so important, and model battles are so interesting. This is something Yang Hui couldn't give me. So, you're awesome. The Star-Build Strike Gundam you made is also awesome. But don't think too much, Makoto. Think about it, how many powerful enemies have we defeated together with Build Strike Gundam and Star-Build Strike Gundam? Makoto, Niels, Ella. Without you, Build Strike Gundam and Star-Build Strike Gundam, could we have done it? No. Yes, no. So, Build Strike Gundam and Star-Build Strike Gundam are awesome, and you who made them are also awesome. Yes. With Ryoji's encouragement, Irie Makoto gradually cleared up his confusion, saw the Star-Build Strike Gundam in front of him clearly, and regained his confidence. It's almost the finals, and our opponent is that guy. We can't stop because of this little blow. Yes. Thank you, Ryoji. It's no big deal, Makoto. Ryoji confidently gave Irie Makoto a thumbs up, and then said a few billions of ideas. By the way, that X-generator and shining transmitter? Can they be added to the Star-Build Strike Gundam? Huh? Why add it? Irie Makoto was stunned by Ryoji's idea, and didn't understand why he suddenly asked this. After all, the Star-Build Strike Gundam is now very complete, and Ryoji is also very easy to use. There is no need for any changes in a short time. If a huge change is made suddenly, it will weaken the strength because Ryoji cannot adapt in a short time. Very handsome. Oh. Irie Makoto's mouth twitched. He really couldn't deny this. The original design of Dawn Gundam and Flag Gundam, as well as various unique ideas, all made him brighten up, many of which were ideas that he had never considered before. The battle between Dawn Gundam and Flag Gundam is even more exciting. The battle is smooth and flowing, without any pause or hesitation. Every minute and every second is fighting for the initiative and advantage. The fierce attack and special maneuvers of Flag Gundam, and the calm response and precise control of Dawn Gundam, all interpret the saying fighting is art and show two completely different beauties. Especially the Dawn Gundam, controlled by Yang Hui, which does not have the courage of Flag Gundam, but every move and every style is just right, without wasting a bit of effort. It is simply a textbook version of control. This also gave Irie Makoto a new idea, such as not sticking to a certain model as a blueprint and then modifying it, but building a brand new model from scratch. But this is not something you can do if you want to do it. The new design and new production require a huge amount of time and energy. And how to obtain these parts? Can the newly made model be officially recognized? In addition, according to observation, it is not the X-generator and glory transmitter system that are powerful, but Yang Hui himself. Irie Makoto has also studied the X-generator and shining transmitter systems. Everyone can use them, but compared to Yang Hui, they are completely different things. If you can't achieve that level of fine operation, these two weapons are even more useless in model battles, and they may not be as useful as simple beam rifles. There is another very important point, which is also the reason why Irie Makoto disagrees with the Star Creation Strike Gundam to imitate the Dawn Gundam for modification. To be honest, I don't think Ryoji is suitable for these two weapons, nor is he suitable for learning Mr. Yang Hui's fighting style. Irie Makoto said to Ryoji seriously. Why? Because Mr. Yang Hui's fighting style is completely different from yours. The core is calculation and control, calculating all possible situations and preparing countermeasures in advance, controlling every bit of your strength, and not wasting a single cent, while your fighting style is open and closed, more fierce, and if you have to say, it's more like that Mr. Graham. Irie Makoto recalled and explained to Ryoji. Now that you mention it, it's true. Lingxi thought about it and found that it was indeed true. He really couldn't learn Yang Hui's fighting style. He really couldn't learn that kind of rigorous and abnormal fine control. Moreover, after careful recollection and careful feeling, he found that he liked Graham's style more. Let's go. Thinking of this, Ling Si pulled Iori Makoto and wanted to run out. Huh? Where to? Iori Makoto asked Ling Si with a strange expression. Of course, to find that person. Huh? Chapter 1017, confirmed to be his biological son. Wait? Ryuji. Wait a minute. Hey. Ryuji was much stronger than Iori Makoto. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't get rid of Ryuji's iron grip. The words of persuasion could not reach Ryuji's ears. He could only let Ryuji pull him out of the room. However, the moment he pushed the door open, Ryuji stopped and Iori Makoto was stunned, because there were 4 people standing outside the door looking at them with worried eyes. They were Iori Takashi, Iori Rinko, Kosaka China and Ella Yukinen. Ah. You are that strange uncle. Although Iori Takashi was not disguised at this time, Ling Si still recognized Iori Takashi at first sight. It was he who talked to himself at that time, pulling him and Ella Yukinen, and guiding them to make their first model. I remember, you are Makoto's dad. Seeing Ling Si's current state, the 4 of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. It seems that he has come out of the previous blow, so the rest. Dad? Why are you here? Iori Makoto was also very surprised to see Iori Takashi at this time. He knew that Iori Takashi's work was very busy and he needed to travel all over the world. However, Iori Makoto knew the importance of Iori Takashi's job and supported him very much, so he often did not complain when he was not at home. Of course I hurried to finish the work at hand to cheer you up. This is my son's first time to participate in the competition, and he even made it directly to the finals. Iori Takashi held back the embarrassment in his heart. He dared not say that he almost forgot that Iori Makoto participated in the world competition. He was wasted for several days at home during the holiday. It was only when he saw your mother in the news that he remembered that you were in the competition, right? Of course, Iori Rinko knew that her husband was lying, but she didn't expose him. She quietly reached out and pinched the weak part of Iori Takashi's waist and twisted it. Iori Takashi grimaced in pain, but he didn't dare to show anything. He had to maintain the sunny smile on his face. However, seeing that Iori Makoto had adjusted his mentality, Iori Takashi was more happy, but this happiness soon turned into embarrassment. Dad, you should have forgotten it, right? Oh. Seeing Iori Makoto complaining calmly, the smile froze on Iori Takashi's face. That? Makoto, Dad? You must have forgotten it, and when you went home and saw no one, you looked for me and Mom but couldn't find me, and then you stayed at home for a few days, and then you saw Mom at the competition venue from other places, and then you rushed over, right? Pucci. For a moment, Iori Takashi felt as if thousands of arrows pierced his heart. He didn't expect that his son actually knew him so well, and the carefully made-up lie didn't work at all. Well, it's definitely his biological son. Forget it, Dad is just like that, there's nothing strange about it. Pucci. Once again, thousands of arrows pierced his heart. Iori Makoto's plain forgiveness was like the beam rifle in the hands of the original Gundam, and every shot hit the cockpit in Iori Takashi's heart. Makoto, Ryuji, are you alright? Because she was concerned about her son, Iori Rinko temporarily put aside her beloved husband and cared about Iori Makoto. Yes, it's okay. I made you worry, Mom, class leader. Iori Makoto apologized. His previous state was indeed not good. On the way back to the athletes' village, he completely ignored the worries of Takasaka Chinana and Ella Yukinen. No. It's okay, Iori classmate is okay. Takasaka Chinana heard Iori Makoto apologize to her, and she couldn't help but feel shy. How could we be in trouble? Don't worry about it. Pa. As expected of Ryuji's answer, one sentence made Ella Yukinen's worries disappear, and instead, they were unhappy and angry. However, the slap was not given by Ella Yukinen, but by Iori Rinko. After Ryuji opened his mouth, she slapped him on the back of his head without any hesitation. Aya. Why did Auntie hit me? If it was anyone else, Ryuji would have been pinned to the ground and beaten, but the opponent was Iori Rinko. In the modern world, Ryuji has always eaten and lived in the Iori family. Iori Rinko also took good care of him, so Ryuji really didn't dare to fight back. Ryuji, you fool, can't you see that Ella is worried about you? Iori Rinko scolded unhappily. You can see it, so tell her not to worry about it. How could I? Pa. Aya. Why did you hit me again? Fool. Idiot. If you can see it, just answer it properly. Can't you say something nice? Don't waste the girl's sincerity. Huh? What a hassle. Pa. Aya. Auntie. Stop hitting me. I know I was wrong. What was wrong? It's just, wait. Auntie, stop hitting me. Let me think about it again. Pucci. Ella Yukinen was still very angry, but when she saw Irie Rinko scolding Ryuji all the time, she couldn't help but feel happy, especially when she saw Ryuji being humiliated, and this kind of warmth that belongs to home. In the end, Ryuji still failed to find grandmas who wished, not because Irie Rinko kept scolding Ryuji, but because Irie Takashi told Irie Makoto and Ryuji that Graham was not someone they could easily meet, and it would be useless even if they met him. When it comes to understanding PPSE, or the Promise Core, Irie Takashi is definitely the best. Even Yuki Tetsuya can't compare to him, and he's far behind. So Irie Takashi knows very well that Graham, like Yang Hui, treats model battles as a game, and Graham doesn't teach people very well. It's obviously training, but he gets too excited while playing, and then, he starts to beat the opponent in various ways, showing off all kinds of Graham maneuvers. And Graham's unique skill is the Graham maneuver, which is not a skill that others can learn, even the simplest first form, a nickname given by members of the Promise Core. Apart from the Graham maneuver, Graham can't teach anything else. If he wants to teach, he can only practice the basics first. And basic practice, in just 1 week, won't improve much. Why is it like this? After listening to Irie Takashi's words, Ling Si collapsed on the table as if he was discouraged. He wanted to learn from Graham and learn the tricks to defeat Yang Hui, but it ended before it even started. Ryuji, you have grown up since you were able to come out of this blow. Instead of pursuing other things, you should consolidate your current gains. You, Makoto, are the same. Irie Takashi persuaded. I have grown up. X2 Irie Makoto and Ryuji were stunned, and then thought hard, as if they didn't find any growth in themselves. The operation technology has not improved, and the production technology has not changed. How can there be any growth? What Mr. Yang Hui once said to me, I will now pass it on to you. Irie Takashi said to the two of them seriously, the real strength is the strength of the mind. The strength of the mind. Irie Makoto and Ryuji felt something flashing in their minds, but they couldn't catch it, so they fell into thinking. Seeing this, Irie Takashi and Irie Rinko smiled at each other, and didn't disturb them. The couple left hand in hand. At this time, don't disturb Irie Makoto and Ryuji from thinking, let Kausaka China and Ella Yuki in and stay with them. The couple haven't seen each other for a while, naturally they also need to enjoy the world of two people. The site shifted, and the scenery was completely different from the bustling carnival. In a very dark alley outside the venue, 9 Bart, with one arm hanging down, had just been robbed of the last money on his body by a few gangsters, and was beaten to the ground with a swollen nose and face. He had lost everything. The research results of many years were taken away by the president of the Vengeance Team. The research teams under him also fled. The adopted children, as research materials for Ella Yukiinen's preparations, were all taken by the president. Not only that, the president also took back all the sponsorship fees paid to 9 Bart, leaving him no money in his bank account. The last mercy was his expensive suit, watch, etc., and some cash in his wallet. But now, he encountered gangsters, and his watch, cash, even his expensive suit, anything worth money, was robbed, and he was lying on the cold ground in just a pair of shorts. Why did it turn out like this? 9 Bart recalled everything with his eyes blank. Shouldn't Ella Yukiinen win the world championship with his research results? Should he be the center of attention? Shouldn't he receive endless sponsorship? Shouldn't he sleep in the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel and enjoy a luxurious life? Imagining and recalling, finally, the faces of Ella Yukiinen, Irie Makoto, and Ling Si appeared in front of him one by one. Yes. It's all because of you. It's all because of you. Especially you. Ella, it's you, you betrayed me. It's you who betrayed me because of love. And you. Ling Si, you seduced Ella. This is all your trick. And Yang Hui. Yes. And Yang Hui, it's all because of Yang Hui. He has no vision, he took a fancy to my research results, and was afraid that I would surpass him, so he didn't sponsor me and wanted to take away my research results in the end. It's all because of him. He thought more and more, blamed more and more people, and his thoughts became more and more paranoid, more and more crazy, and more hateful. So, what are you going to do? Who is it? At this moment, Bart heard a strange voice and quickly got up, hiding in the corner and looking at the person who was talking to him. He couldn't see his face clearly because of the mask, but he was wearing a white suit, with dazzling blonde hair, and his voice bewitched his soul. "It doesn't matter who I am, what matters is, what are you going to do?" The smile that should have been warm was covered by the shadow because of the backlight, becoming gloomy and scary. Chapter 1018, Find a Companion for Cruz? So scary. So, this is your script. The next day, Yang Hui accompanied Yulin and Zima to the carnival, but Cruz came to the door. Yang Hui understood that this was Cruz starting to execute his own script, and he came to report to him. However, after Cruz finished talking about his script, Yulin and Zima didn't have much idea, but Yang Hui's expression became weird. How to say it? The bloody villain suddenly felt that he was good again, and then was thrown into the abyss by the protagonist. So bloody, so brainless, this is completely inconsistent with Cruz's level. There are too many restrictions, so I can only do this. Just treat it as a way to kill time when I'm bored. Cruz spread his hands helplessly. To be honest, he was also quite dissatisfied with the current script, which completely lowered his level and style. According to his script, he would reach out to Bart who had fallen into hell, pull him back from hell, and then help him take back his research results, and provide some R&D assistance, so that Bart would not need Ella Yukiinen's talent to use the reification system that made him complacent, and then provide him with a stage to take revenge on those who betrayed him. Under the attention of the public, affected by the reification system, Bart went berserk, and then was defeated by the righteous protagonist group, lost everything again, and because of the influence of the reification system, was trapped in the purgatory of mental breakdown for the rest of his life. This is the entire script of Cruz, a script that he is very dissatisfied with. But there is nothing he can do about it. The general tone of this world is peace, and Yang Hui and the others will not allow anyone to deliberately destroy this peace. Otherwise, Cruz is still planning to help Bart step by step to a higher position, let him master the power to destroy the world, and then start the reversal. If conditions permit, let him drop a colony satellite to the Earth, or let Genesis make a shot at the moon. But if Cruz dared to do so, Yang Hui and his team would defeat him first without waiting for the protagonists in his script to defeat the villain. Are you itching to do it? Want to drop a colony satellite? Or a Genesis? Yang Hui asked Cruz with a strange expression, joking and blaming him. Ahem, not to the point. Cruz cursed Yang Hui for knowing him too well, and he could tell without saying anything. Tisk. Although Cruz refuted, Yang Hui knew very well how dangerous this man who had the ability to deceive the whole world was. However, Yang Hui did not reject Cruz because of this. Cruz no longer had the despair of dragging the whole world to his grave, and would not destroy the world. Even if he really intended to do so, he would make all preparations in advance and solve these threats before the Earth and the world were really fatally harmed, and would not let all this really happen. So what? What about the protagonists of Justice? Ling Si and others? Yang Hui took a sip of his drink and asked Cruz. Besides them, are there any more suitable candidates? Cruz asked Yang Hui in return. I don't have it. So I need you to lend me something. What is it? The Mangstone. The Mangstone. Well, I need the Mangstone's materialized ability to run wild, so that the runaway battlefield covers the entire venue. Cruz said with a smile. Are you planning to build a large-scale real battlefield? Yang Hui frowned slightly. Yes, only in this way can it be the most suitable final stage, isn't it? Yang Hui did not answer immediately. He thought of the original historical trajectory. The Mang Stone in the hands of the arrested thief and the huge Mang Stone in the underground of PPSE Company resonated and ran wild, opening up a large-scale battlefield. The entire venue appeared to be a particle materialization phenomenon, and the Space Fortress A, Bao, Kong was materialized. At the same time, a large number of unmanned computer combat drones were activated. Irie Mikoto, Ryuji and others launched a fierce offensive and defensive battle with them, and finally successfully destroyed the huge Mang Stone and eliminated the danger. Controllability. Yang Hui did not refuse. In his opinion, the so-called disaster could be easily solved. It was just that under the premise of preparation, how to transform the disaster into positive publicity and turn it into an activity that would not make people afraid. 100%. Cruz said confidently. Then it's up to you. Cruz was a person who is very strict with his plans. Under normal circumstances, the 50% he said was equivalent to the 70% or 80% of others. If he could say 100%, it meant that he was absolutely sure. There is just one thing that may be a little troublesome. Cruz continued. The battle system failed. The current battle system relies entirely on the Palevsky particles generated by the Mang stone. Once the huge Mang stone is shattered, it will not be able to generate enough Palevsky particles, and the entertainment of model battle will completely disappear, and even, it may cut off the connection between the modern world and the other world. There is also the other world, Arian von Lingxiashuna. Cruz knew that although Yang Hui didn't care about PPSE and didn't plan to take anyone or anything away, he was ready to pass on what he had in his hands. The successor had already been selected. He would not destroy Yang Hui's plan just for his own fun. Don't worry about the Mangxi and the Palevsky particles. The things that need to be passed on have been prepared. As for the other world in Lingxi, go find Billy. The connection channel between the two worlds should be ready. Yang Hui said to Cruz. That's no problem. Hearing this, Cruz also put aside his last concerns and his script could continue to be executed. After Cruz left, Sima sighed. Mr. Cruz is really crazy. Haha, because he is Cruz. Yang Hui shrugged. If Cruz is not crazy, then is he still Cruz? What Yang Hui values most about Cruz is his madness. There are too many decent people in the Promise Corps, and they also need such a crazy villain. And Mr. Cruz is getting more and more gentle. Yulin said with a smile. This is also the reason why Yang Hui dared to trust Cruz even though he knew Cruz's madness and danger, and why everyone in the Promise Corps was willing to treat him as a companion. Cruz's danger and madness were always for his enemies, but he would consider his companions more. While completing his crazy plan, he would never hurt his companions, the interests of the Promise Corps and the Promise Fortress. If the conflict could not be resolved, he would give up his plan without hesitation. Gentleness or something. Let's talk about it when someone who can control him appears. Yang Hui smiled jokingly. There were many couples who were unknown to him at this carnival. Yang Hui began to imagine when Cruz would find his other half and what kind of other half he would find. But thinking about it, he began to sweat, because Mr. Cruz, I guess he will find someone to go crazy with him. That's right, the end of his thoughts was Yulin's answer. Yang Hui found that if Cruz really looked for a partner, it must be a woman who would go crazy with him, not a virtuous and gentle woman. If Cruz really found them, the Promise Corps would be in a state of chaos, right? He quickly shook his head to clear this idea from his mind. This idea was too terrible. He should let Cruz continue to be alone. Where are we going next? After eating and drinking, Yang Hui asked Sima and Yulin. How about going to the amusement park? Sima said yesterday that she wanted to go to the amusement park. Yulin said with a smile. Yulin. Sima was shy. She was over 100 years old. It was too embarrassing to be suddenly exposed that she wanted to go to the amusement park. Haha, let's go to the amusement park. Yang Hui smiled happily. His Sima was not the haggard ant in the original historical trajectory. The young Sima had been redeemed by Yang Hui. There was no despair, only hope. Why not be more lively and sunny? The three of them packed up the garbage and threw it away together. They came to the amusement park together. To be honest, Yang Hui had no interest in the facilities in the amusement park. After all, he had just accompanied Wang and Wang Liumai to play everywhere yesterday. Today, he was just accompanying Yulin and Sima. Dazzle, Sina, you brought Minerva to the amusement park again. Yang Hui looked at the Dazzle family of three in front of him and greeted them casually. Yesterday, Wang and Wang Liumai met them at the amusement park. Oh. Yang Hui, you are here too. Dazzle saw Yang Hui, laughed, and walked over with his wife and daughter. Minerva likes the amusement park. She wants to come, so I brought her here. Really? Yang Hui looked down at Minerva Zabi, who was about 10 years old, and gently rubbed her little head. Is it fun? Fun. Thank you, uncle. Minerva Zabi is a group favorite in Promise Fortress with the same status as Yukino Yamato. With so many uncles and aunts pampering her, she must be a lively and lovely sunny girl. It is impossible for her to be as heavy-hearted as the original historical trajectory. You're welcome. Let's go play together. Yes. Okay. Dazzle, Zabi and Sina had no objection to Yang Hui, Yuling and Sima joining them. Yang Hui had saved their lives, so they were grateful. Besides, the more people there were in an amusement park, the happier they were. What do you want to play first, Minerva? Yang Hui asked Minerva. I want to ride the Archangel roller coaster. Hearing Minerva Zabi's choice, the burly Dazzle Zabi stiffened and began to sweat. I still. Dad. Minerva Zabi's big, Caslin eyes looked at Dazzle Zabi with a pitiful and expectant look. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.